Chatty House, we made it to Friday.
Chatty House, what up, though?
Good morning.
Joe in the building, Jesse in the building, KC in the building. Let's go. Let's get it.
They got me. I'm doing like a video shoot type thing for the Wake Up Call Live this morning.
Oh, word?
Yeah, they sent me. I have a little script.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I
Big
see
time.
you, Joe.
Yeah, there we go. So I was over there practicing it yesterday. It was pretty funny.
Yes, sir.
All right, who's in here this morning? Shout out Russ, of course. Russ is always here, consistent. Norm, Warren, Tyler, Dad, Filthy, Yoshino, Zebra. Shout out to you guys.
Good morning, Tyler.
You guys want to know what's interesting about me? Is I'm on the mornings for a couple weeks. I talk for a living. I'm not a morning person, and I'm not a big talker. Yet, that's my life.
There you go.
No, I don't talk outside of this show. These shows, I guess.
Yeah, see, I do.
Yeah, but you're just, what do they call it? Extroverted.
Yeah, I would say that.
I am too. It's just selective. That's all. You know, there's no rhyme or reason to it. Some days, I talk a lot. Some days, I'm not mean. I'm just at peace in my own space.
No, I feel that. Sometimes it's tough. Like if I don't feel like talking, and then it might throw some people off if I'm quiet for the day or something. So yeah, I feel that.
I'm an observer. I'm a people watcher. I just kind of watch and study my surroundings. That's it.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. We've made it to Friday. It's
man.
almost the weekend. We're leading you off. It's Jesse Tapia on the jump with KC. Kyle Madsen is in Japan. Joe Brazil is behind the glass. And you are here with us, listening on the radio, 1320 AM, watching on Twitch, watching on YouTube, listening on the TuneIn app, listening on 98.5 HD2. 916-909-1320 if you want to call us. 916-909-1320. Mojo's local tapping kitchen studio text line.
That intro got me feeling like I'm
I know
on
you're
the
pretty
DR.
energized. Huh?
It got me feeling like I'm on the DR. I'm like Tatis,
Up
like
to bat,
Soto.
Fernando Tatis. It's a good start. It's a good start. It's a good start. Yeah. Shout out to everyone filtering in. Shout out to the Chatty House. Shout out to the text people, and shout out to the callers. We had some records broken yesterday. Well, a record broken yesterday.
Real records.
Okay.
No. I'm just saying that because Kobe wasn't a record.
That's true. That's true.
That wasn't the record. That was just second place.
Yeah.
But no shade to Bam, but they held Kobe's up like it was a record. No, it wasn't a record. That was second.
I hear you. We'll talk about SGA in a moment. We're gonna talk about the Lakers.
No, brother.
I'm gonna talk to you.
Yeah, I saw this. I saw this.
Don't
You
do
talking about is it time to have a conversation?
Yes, it
Shout out
is.
Noah Lyles. Conversation about what?
I will tell you, Noah Lyles.
About what?
Look it. This is how Friday's gonna go today. Let me line it out. All right, today's show, SGA. We're gonna talk Luka as well. I'm gonna have to have a conversation with KC about some Luka takes he's had, and then 2 to 6, D'Lo and KC solo D'Lo. I'm gonna have to talk to D'Lo as well about his Luka take.
What?
We're gonna have to revisit some things.
Who did they play last night?
It doesn't matter.
What do you mean it doesn't matter?
It doesn't matter who they play last
What
night.
the hell do you mean it doesn't matter?
Shout out to The Rock. We got Kings Clippers tomorrow. We'll be talking about later on in the second segment. We'll be talking about the young players, the way the Clippers have built. I'm buying the Clippers. I'm sorry.
The Clippers do this to me every year, man. They do it to me. This has been since Lob City, and
it makes no sense because I'm out on the Cavaliers as well. Yeah. But we're sports fans.
Well, the Cavs don't even do this though.
It's true.
Like the Cavs, the Cavs have gone to the finals. Well, LeBron was there, but the Cavs have gone to the finals and won a championship. Yeah, I know the recent incarnation of the Cavs hasn't proven anything, and it's only been like 1 or 2 years where we're really like, yo, these guys can make a move. But the Clippers have been doing this for the better part of 10 years.
Yes.
Like, oh, yeah. This they got it this time. and then they don't.
Yeah, and I'm Charlie Brown with the football. I'll keep trying to kick the football and I keep missing, I guess. But we'll talk Clippers a bit later on. I got some thoughts on how they've built and just kind of like Casey's right. It hasn't really amounted to anything yet. So we'll talk about that. Kings, 49ers, some things to touch on. Kyler Murray's a Viking, so we got some NFL notes. And then KCRA 3, Sean Cunningham joining us at 8:30 to round out the show as we get ready for this weekend. So that Thunder Celtics game, finals preview. I mean, it was a great game. No Isaiah Hartenstein or Jalen Williams for the Thunder. No Tatum or Derek White for the Celtics. But, I mean, they went toe-to-toe, played well, and SGA breaks Wilt Chamberlain's 20-point per game streak, I guess, whatever you want to call it.
20 points in 127 straight games.
Yeah, 127 straight games now, yeah.
Pretty impressive.
Yeah, no, because so Damian brought it up yesterday, and to me at first it was kind of like that's an Elias Sports Bureau stat right there. Like, okay, ESPN's gonna bring it up because it's like, oh, they have nothing else to bring up. But like, you kind of look at it, and it's not like LeBron's the double-digit streak where he's scoring only 10.
Yeah,
like that's great, but that's LeBron James. You're supposed to score 10 at least a game back not even bare minimum. That's not even the bar.
Right.
So you think more about SGAs, and it's like, no, if you're getting 20 a game in the NBA, that's just teams can't game plan for you at all. Like they can't contain you, anything like that. And it got me thinking, we'll talk more about it, but I mean, the guy's game is just so effortless and simple, and you can't stop him right now.
No, that record is super impressive when you actually think about how long it stood and the guys that have.
So Wilt Chamberlain stat.
Yeah,
when we talk Wilt, it's always these insane hyperbolic type stats.
Right. And that's number one. It's a Wilt Chamberlain stat that you broke, but think of all the players that have played after Wilt Chamberlain. I mean, literally the greatest players to ever play the game have played after Wilt Chamberlain. Michael Jordan, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, LeBron James, Shaquille O'Neal, Steph Curry.
Greatest shooter of all time.
Think about all, literally when we put up our top 10s, it's Wilt, and then it's everybody after Wilt. All those guys have played and have never done this.
We don't even acknowledge 100 points because he's probably just not going to get there.
Right. We turn second place into the new record.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? But just Wilt set that mark, and the greatest players to ever play the game have played after him, and none of them have been able to do this. That's unbelievably impressive from SGA.
Yeah, and
he might put it out of reach. I mean, like I said, we're talking Jokic, we're talking Embiid, we're talking Giannis, Kawhi, Luka, all these guys that are playing right now that are great, that are all-timers, and SGA is the one to do it.
You yelled at me the other day because I said he locked down MVP. Are you ready to?
Well, I wouldn't say I yelled at
Joe,
you.
back me up.
I wouldn't say I yelled at you. I said he's in the lead, locking down MVP. Let's slow down just a little bit.
Exclaimed,
but he's in the lead.
And I was like, no, it's locked up. How do you feel now?
He's zeroed in on it.
Okay,
not just zeroing in on it. He has zeroed in on it.
I got you.
And it would take a massive finish from Cade Cunningham and a massive collapse from SGA for it not to be SGA's. Looks like he's going to go back to back.
Yeah, Jaylen Brown out the running. We're going to talk more about SGA. Let's talk real quick about that game. Thunder won 104-102. I mean, we don't have to get into the minutia of it or anything like that, but potential finals preview. I feel like we've all just really, I don't want to say underrated because they are the best team in the league, but just kind of let the Thunder fly under the radar this season. And maybe it's just because it's an Oklahoma City team and things like that. But, I mean, I've been so quick to be the guy, the Spurs are the best team in basketball, and I think we're all focused in on what the Celtics can do with Tatum, and can the Knicks and Mike Brown get it done this season? Cade Cunningham and that young team finally putting it together. Luka and the Lakers we'll be talking about in a bit, but they're playing well right now. And then it's just kind of the Thunder off to the side, I feel. But I'll still stick with the Spurs in my take, but the Thunder, like I said, are just kind of flying under the radar, it feels.
The Thunder are right there. Obviously, they are true champions already. They're true championship contenders, the favorites in a lot of people's eyes. There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with that. The bottom line with the Oklahoma City Thunder is they're just not entertaining.
They're not a story.
No, not them on the basketball court, because obviously you got SGA, who's fantastic, and Chet and J-Dub. Like, they're not boring in the sense of the early 2000s Spurs. I'm not saying that. It's just, I think we talked about it a little bit. A lot of it has to do with the fan base. Like,
Yeah.
do you know in Oklahoma City? Do you know 5 Oklahoma City fans?
I know one Oklahoma City fan. That's Ko in the chatty house. Shout out to Ko. And he was a Supersonics fan. And he's going to be a Sonics fan when they come back.
I mean, nobody really.
I've never walked down this. I've never met yet in my life a Thunder fan.
No, it's a nondescript franchise. And I think when you talk about storylines and you talk about creating energy and all this other stuff, all the stuff that has nothing to do with basketball, like basketball wise, they're amazing, right? And that's, at the end of the day, that's all that matters. When you talk about storyline and watching the games, I think that plays a part in it, whether or not there's a fan base that can rile people up.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Lakers got a fan base. They rile people up. People either like to argue with Laker fans, or they like to laugh at Laker fans, or do anything else like that. Same with the Warriors. Same with the Knicks. You can name the Mavericks or something like that. Like you know these type of fan base, the Bulls, the Celtics, when they come to town in your city in the NBA, you're gonna be inundated with a bunch of Lakers fans, Celtics fans, Warriors fans, all this other stuff. There are Thunder fans that go to Kings games. I've seen it in those situations, but it's not the same. It's just like,
no, yeah, you're right.
All right, whatever.
It's the AFC South of basketball.
That's exactly what it is. But like I said, that's all ancillary stuff. That has nothing to do with whether or not the team is great or
it's not
anything else like that. I'm just referencing like the energy around them outside of the game and the dialogue and stuff. There's nobody to talk to about the Thunder. If there ain't no fans, there ain't nobody to talk to or argue with about them. Everybody's just in agreement, like, yeah, they're a great team. We'll see if they can win another championship.
Yeah, so we'll see how the rest of their season plays out. But let's focus on SGA a bit more. And I gave my top 10 of all time list the other day, and had LeBron in there, Steph, KD. I believe those were only three active players playing right now. And you watch what SGA did yesterday, breaking Wilt's record, getting to 127 games consecutively, scoring 20 points. And I'm starting to wonder now, at what point do we have the conversation about him being an all-time great caliber player rather than he's an elite player of his generation?
Oh, we can start having that right now. Like, we probably should have had it a week ago.
Like, I'm talking about like how we talk about the Jokic's and the Giannis's now, and kind of like, yes, they're great in the league, but also like, no, they are one of the all-time greats to ever play this game.
No, SGA is he's on that trajectory. I mean, you talk about last year, him having one of the great seasons we've ever seen in this league, where it's not a triple crown, but didn't he? What was the thing that he did that only Jordan did, where it was like scoring leader, MVP, Finals MVP? Was it All-Star MVP or something? Like he
was a Finals MVP. He was NBA first team, and then probably Finals or not? Was he Finals MVP last year too?
Yeah,
Finals MVP too. Probably that. Yeah,
I think it was the scoring aspect though. I think he was the league leader in scoring.
Yeah, led the league in scoring 32.7.
MVP, Finals MVP, NBA champion. That's just that season, right? He's probably on his way to back-to-back MVPs.
And finished second the year before he won
it. I mean, he's on his way to another scoring title. Or maybe Luka's got it right now, actually. But did he have the scoring title the year before?
He's only won it once, but he's been at 30 points, above 30 points per game for the last 4 seasons.
I mean,
that's just like he plays in a good league.
He's going to be a top 100 player when we get there with the NBA.
He's a 4-time All-Star so far, NBA champ, all-rookie team. Western Conference Finals MVP if you're into that sort of thing. Scoring champ like we talked about, 3-time All NBA Finals MVP last year, and going to be MVP this year. I assume.
And honestly, just projecting out, you can double all of that. Like I'll out of respect to the NBA champions, I'll give him another NBA championship. I'll give him another scoring title. I'll give him 3 more All-NBAs.
Yeah, he's well on his way.
Like he's going to, at the very least, he's going to double all of that. And once you get to that point, he's going to be one of the greatest players we've ever seen. He is on his way to being one of the greatest players I've ever seen. And I see Warren in the chat. He says top 100 or top 75. I mean, that's all, schematics about it all, because I'm just saying top 100 because they're gonna.
Yeah, they already did top 75.
Yeah, they're gonna, when they celebrate this thing again, it'll be the top 100 players. So that's the reason why I said top 100. But if you want to narrow it down and say he's top 75 right now, like, yeah, probably so.
And I guess kind of leaving SGA, but also sticking on the topic, how many of those guys are in the league right now? Guys that are all-time greats. We don't have to count the ones that have already made top 75. LeBron, KD, they're already solidified. We know that.
This
Kawhi
era,
is in there.
So we'll put Kawhi in the LeBron era.
Yeah, Giannis is in there as well because he made top
Giannis
75. Yeah, just the guys that made top 75, we already know. But how many guys are out in the league right now where it's like becoming all-time greats? So they're kind of there. Like Jokic is there, didn't make top 75. I think we assume he will make top 100 and things like that.
I'm saying off the top of my head, I'm saying Jokic, SGA, Luka, Tatum. I want to put Ant there.
I don't think we can put Ant there yet. You're gonna make me be the bad guy real quick.
Why not?
I think Ant still has to accomplish more. I think he still needs like the accolades still.
Well, that's not no.
Like that shit has a finals and he's got a wilt record and things like that.
But there's guys in the top 75 who didn't accomplish anything, accolades wise.
Okay.
Like I think Dominique Wilkins is top 75.
All right, fair. I'm still gonna.
So by that criteria, he.
But do they?
He should be Tracy McGrady, I think, is top 75.
I got you.
Vince
and
Carter's
maybe
top
and maybe
75.
I'm thinking more like less top 75 and more like SGA could go down like a top 30, 25 player. I think when it's all said and done, the way his career is kind of projecting out, and I guess more I'm leaning towards that way. Like I said, I'm going to be the bad guy real quick. I don't know. And I'm talking like just truly all-time great, like top 30, top players or whatever. I don't know if Tatum and Anthony Edwards are there yet. I feel like Tatum, for me, he has the ability and he has the moments, but he lacks the consistency. SGA has done it 127 straight times, where it's like, yes, you could not stop him. 20 points per game, 20 points a game, which is like just consistent greatness. You can't stop it at all. Tatum has the most points scored in a game 7. I mean, he doesn't have the finals MVP, but was good in that finals.
That was a travesty.
He's got moments.
I shouldn't say a travesty. It wasn't a travesty, but he should have been the finals MVP.
But I wonder if he kind of lacks the consistent greatness for him to like be in that true upper echelon. Like, yeah, he'll probably be top 100 and all that stuff, but just kind of like the top 30 guys. I think that's kind of where SGA is projecting out. I mean, that's where he's headed right now.
Well, I'll defend the Celtics.
Like I said, I got to be the bad guy. I got to be the bad guy.
Since somebody's got to defend them on the show, I'll defend
unbiased.
Jason Tatum, 6-time All-Star, 5-time All-NBA.
I know. I've been there for it.
Eastern Conference Finals MVP, champion, all-rookie team, All-Star Game MVP, if you like those type of things. I think I'll do it. You can double all of that.
Okay.
For Tatum. He's gonna be a 12-time All-Star, 10-time All-NBA, 2-time NBA champion. That's when you say top 30 of all time.
We go top 30, top 40.
Can he? This is gonna be disrespectful. It's a different time. Can he pass Charles Barkley?
Tatum?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
I think Charles Barkley is like a top 30 player of all time.
Okay.
Anthony Edwards, can he pass Charles Barkley?
I don't know yet.
He doesn't have the like the accolades as the team accolades. Then he doesn't really have a whole lot of individual accolades either.
He's got
right?
the talent.
Like he's a 4-time All-Star, 2-time All-NBA. He also has an All-Star Game MVP. But that's the thing missing from him. Like he's gotten to the Western Conference Finals 2 years. He's at a level of success, but he doesn't have the accolades quite yet.
Yeah.
But for his career, I mean, he's 25 a night. This year he's 29 a night. Like we kind of sleep. It's the
29 a night is a new 25 a night.
That's what it feels
this guy,
like.
We got like 4 or 5 guys. It feels like every year in 30 now.
Because I didn't even realize it for Donovan.
Mhm.
You know, I didn't realize Donovan was averaging 28 a night this year.
Yeah, that's kind of like the status quo at this point.
So like these guys are getting buckets. But I would put Ant and Tatum in there.
Okay.
I think it's Tatum, Ant, Luka, Jokic, SGA. That's 5 guys. I mean, super projection, Wemby. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like he hasn't done anything, but we all see what's going to happen. So that's 6 guys in this new era right now.
Fair enough.
Is there anybody we're leaving out?
I don't think so. Not right now. I don't think so.
You think Jalen should be there, Brown?
No, he's not. He hasn't had enough years as the number 1 guy yet, and maybe he builds up the accolades and numbers and all that eventually. But right now, no, I'd say no. Shout out to the chat out. Shout out TCG says I'm in hater mode. I am not in hater mode.
Yeah,
I was being fair.
Yeah,
I was being fair.
I'm the only one in the station that shows love for Jason
916-909-1320.
Well, D-Lo does too, but
Mojo,
just me and D-Lo.
That's not true.
Do we have to go to the text?
Don't do that.
Do we have to go to the real text?
You send one text about how Jason Tatum is frustrated and they hold it against you the rest of your life. Just like not putting salt in your eggs. 916-909-1320, Mojo's local tap and kitchen studio text line. Make sure you're sticking around the beginning of the 8 o'clock hour for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to Aftershock. Again, that's around 8 o'clock. We'll stick around for your keyword there.
2 4-day passes.
2 4-day passes. Thank you, Joe. 5-3 on the chat says SGA is the greatest player to rely on the whistle of all time. That is hating.
Stop. Like you say something like that, you don't. I'm gonna say it. If you say something like that, you're either hating, and that's actually giving you a pass by saying you're a hater.
Yeah.
Because the alternative is you just don't know what the hell you're watching. You don't know who. I'm just gonna say. So I'm just gonna say, whoever said that,
yes,
that you do know hoop, you're just hating.
Yeah.
Because the alternative, if you really believe that, you don't know what you're watching.
Yeah. I mean, it is what it is. Eric Mick says, "Where's Giannis?" We said Giannis is already solidified. He made top 75.
Yeah, he's in a different era.
Yeah, we didn't throw him in.
He's in the LeBron KD era.
But you know who you did throw in there?
Who did I throw in there?
Luka Doncic.
Yeah, he's one of the great players we've seen.
Yes,
yeah,
and I think you need to apologize, and I'm going to get Damian to apologize later. It's going to be an apology party.
For what?
Apology party. Yes, for the things that you guys have said about how you can't win with him, and he's got losing habits. Or I think you said he doesn't have winning habits.
He's got losing habits. I'll say it. He has losing habits.
Okay, that don't 51, 10-9. You can't win with that.
Hold on, let me see. Hold on.
You can't win with that.
Just go ahead, because usually, like, if you got a cough or something, like, just do that. I'm checking the calendar.
No. Apologize.
Is this June? Is this June 20th? Is it? No, it's not June.
It's March 13th.
Oh, it's March 13th.
Oh no. Sorry.
March 13th.
Oh no.
Against who?
Against the Chicago Bulls.
And then we trying to crown his ass?
A little bit.
No, we ain't got nothing to apologize for.
Yeah, I think you do. I think
I do.
You're telling me you can't win with Luka Doncic?
No, you can't win no damn championship with him as your main guy. You need somebody equal or better.
No, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing this. They're the 3 seed right now.
That's fine. They weren't the 3 seed 2 weeks ago.
But they are today.
So when they're the 5th seed, they're the 5th seed in 2 weeks, so we're gonna have the same discussion.
I can't project out. I can't project out. I'm not a fortune teller or anything like that. I can only talk about what's happened today on March 13th. And on March 13th, which is kind of gross because we're talking about the Lakers. But
March 13th.
They're the way we were talking about them, there were some scrubs. The team was scrubs, and Luka was the whole ringleader of why they were scrubs.
No,
they're the 3 seed.
Luka is the reason why they won't win a championship.
I don't think that's
Luka.
fair.
Luka is the reason why they're not a championship team. They're a good team. We never said they're a bad team. They're a playoff.
You can't
team.
win a championship with them because you have a 41-year-old LeBron James, and I'm not even sure where Austin Reeves is right now.
That shouldn't matter. That really shouldn't matter.
You need at least 2 guys, like 2 solidified guys to get you a title.
So let me ask you.
And I don't think LeBron is that right.
Let me ask you a question. Is let's just, for instance, say these guys are better, right? For argument's sake.
Mm-hmm.
Is Jamal Murray that much better than Austin Reeves? Is he like, are we talking Jamal Murray is Jamal Murray, and Austin Reeves is, I don't want to say anybody's name but just think of like Isaiah Stevens. I'm just saying because he's a two-way guy. Is that how we're looking at those two?
Well, let's just open it up then. I think the Nuggets is three guys. It's Jokic, it's Jamal Murray, but it's also Aaron Gordon when they're at their best.
But
I'll take that three.
But
I'll take those. I'll take the 2 and 3 over LeBron and Reeves right now.
But are they that much? Is it like, man, you just have no shot because you have Austin Reeves and LeBron James?
Well, to be fair, I think the Nuggets and Lakers are about the same team right now.
No,
I don't think the Nuggets. I don't think the Nuggets are title contenders.
The Nuggets are better than that.
I don't know. I don't think they're title contenders.
We'll find out on Saturday too, to a certain degree, because they'll play each other.
Yeah,
but the Nuggets are better.
Maybe like an argument to be made, but like I said, I don't think either team is winning a title this year.
So you think what did you just say? No, say that again.
No,
what did you just say? Say it again.
Look it. I don't think either team was winning a title this year.
What the hell are we talking about?
But
I said Luka Doncic can't win a championship.
No.
What are we talking about? 2026.
You're talking about ever. I'm talking about right now. He can win a title next year if you build a better team. You build a better team around Luka. You need a team. It's not just Luka. Take us to the promised land. You need a team.
Because he ain't him.
No,
he's not him.
The Mavericks went to the finals.
LeBron did that.
The Mavericks went to the finals.
LeBron did that.
LeBron is the best player of all time.
LeBron did that. Luka not there. Luka not him.
Not the best player of all time.
Luka not him. Giannis did that. Giannis said, "Hey, give me Drew Holiday." We talking about top 75. Is Chris Middleton and Drew Holiday, are they going to be in the top 75?
They're not top 75.
No.
Giannis said, get on my back. 41 at the end of their career.
Giannis said, get on my back.
Oh, my gosh.
Get on my back.
Don't do
Jamal Murray, Aaron Gordon, are they top 75?
No, but
and Jokic said, "Get on my back."
But they're not LeBron James.
That's what a championship. That's what a champion does.
We're not being fair.
That's what a champion does.
Luka went to the finals with Kyrie Irving and Najee Marshall and all those guys.
So did Jimmy Butler with who? Caleb Martin. He said, "Get on my back."
To be fair, Brad Stevens couldn't figure out the 2-3 zone that year.
That's tough.
Yeah. And then Tatum blew out.
Took him about
and then
2 or
Tatum
3
blew out his ankle 2 minutes into the game.
He actually never figured out.
Yeah, there's context there, but yeah. Point being, you can't. I don't think it's fair to say Luka can't be the guy to ever win a title on a title team.
Okay,
I don't think it's fair. And on March 13th, yes,
they
March
played
13th.
The damn Bulls. The Kings just beat the Bulls. Russell Westbrook at 95 years old had a 25-point triple-double against the Bulls. And we going to hype up Luka getting 50 against those scrubs.
Kings had won 2 in a row. Hey, maybe they were hot at that point.
The Bulls have lost like 16 of their last 18 games.
So we're going to sneeze at 51, 10-9?
Oh, he's a phenomenal offensive player.
You can't win a
title. He's one of the great – not with him. No, not with him. If he's your best player, hell no. You need somebody better or equal. Because he has losing habits.
This didn't go the way I thought.
We're gonna see what happens. And well, actually,
I'm not holding this year against.
We're not gonna see what happens. What do you mean? See, this is the problem.
What do you mean? Don't point at me
and everybody else. You give this guy every pass in the world.
That's not true.
Every pass in the world.
That's not true.
I'm not gonna hold this year against them. I'm not gonna hold this year against them. What are you talking about? What are we talking about? Not gonna hold this year against them. If he one of them ones, if he's everything everybody says he is, every year counts.
So you could never.
What are we talking about?
So James Harden is a player that you could never win a title with, correct?
You can make that argument, sure. It's the same damn player. One's left-handed, one's right-handed.
All right. Well, I still disagree. I didn't get Casey to apologize. That didn't go the way that I thought. Damian will apologize later, some point from 2 to 6. Okay. Luka, I got your back still.
Sylvia, get this guy.
My team beat Luka. And I still think he can win.
They showed everybody the truth. They showed everybody the real. There's levels to this championship thing.
I don't know.
There's levels to it. He ain't winning. He's one of the great. I just got done saying, Luka Doncic is one of the greatest players we've ever seen in this game.
I thought this was.
He's one of the great talents we've ever seen in this game.
I thought that's why this was going to be better.
No, he's just an offensive player. And you know what Luka's solution to everything is, and this is why he'll never win. Oh, they say I can't do it. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to score more. No, that's not the answer. That's not the answer. That's not how this works. They say I have to play defense. They say I have losing habits and I whine too much. You know what? I'm just going to shoot it more and score more. No, that's not how this works. That's why you won't ever win, because you think that's the solution.
Luka,
Instead of getting in a defensive stance.
I still believe in you, Luka. Anyways,
they're going to get dusted in the playoffs. They might make it to the second round.
If they get to the second round.
They might make it to the second round.
That's pretty. It's
pretty good. My gosh.
Hey,
that's the bar for this guy.
Great job,
Luka. The bar.
If they get to the second round with this team,
if
they get LeBron,
Austin Reeves
is
averaging 28 points a night.
Shout out Luka. Congratulations if he's able to get that Lakers team to the second round.
He's playing with the greatest player to ever play.
This is The Jump with Kyle Madsen and Jesse Tapia. We're talking Kings when we get back. Sean Cunningham joining us later. Like I said, this is The Jump on ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader. So how's everyone doing? Oh, we were actually nice to SGA and OKC. We call them boring, but
yeah, Cole, what you talking about? I'll never be hating on SGA. What you talking about, man?
make sure you hit the thumbs up for everyone who filtered in late after 7 o'clock. Shout out to you guys.
Yeah, you guys are tardy.
I'll give them a pass at 7 o'clock. This morning was a bit tiring for your boy, too. That's what it's about, Zabo. We're not just going to talk for a couple hours. Casey's wrong, but that's fine. You can say what you want.
We just here. Yeah. Man, people just be giving Luka pass after pass after pass.
It's not, but it's
Luka's
I'm not writing him off yet.
Luka's a fantastic talent. He's a fantastic talent. He's not. He is losing habits. I won't call him a loser. I will say he has losing habits. The nicest
way to say he's not a winning player.
Jay Williams put it best. That was accurate. He has losing habits. And because he went to work against the sorry-ass Bulls and the Pelicans and the Kings, no, I haven't changed my stance. He beat the Knicks. That was a good win. They played the Rockets twice. They played the Nuggets. They played the Rockets twice coming up. They played the Magic. They played Detroit. See what they can do. They could go 5-0 and all that. I ain't going.
Not impressive. They beat Minnesota in the first round. 5-0.
No, impressed with what? Once again, is that the bar? Is that the bar?
But I think it's pretty
winning
good.
In the first round is the bar for this guy.
It's good for what his team is.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
It's being unfair.
Well, once again, Austin Reeves is averaging 25 a night.
We're treating Luka like he's an NFL quarterback.
He has more control than an NFL quarterback. We're talking about the NBA. We're talking about basketball. We're talking about leaders. We're talking about champions.
Luka, I haven't given
not talented players.
I haven't given
up on you. We're talking about champions.
You can be a champion.
Yeah, if somebody else.
I'll be there. I'll be there.
Luka, I'll put it to you like this. Luka ever gonna beat Wemby? He ever gonna beat a Wemby team?
But like, who was ever going to beat a LeBron team?
Hell no. He ever going to beat the Oklahoma City Thunder in 7 games?
Maybe if you build the right team.
He did it once when they were babies. Now they're grown-ups.
What was I going to say?
He ever going to beat the Kings and Darren Peterson? No.
Maybe not. Maybe it's Darius Acuff Jr. or Michael Brown Jr. Yeah, be like Madrid and hit the thumbs up, please.
Yeah, the way you put that, he kept it a stack.
Yeah. I don't read the rest of that, but hit the thumbs up, please.
Happy Friday, everybody.
That's facts.
There we go.
I look forward to these weekends a lot.
Looks like Davis took an L last night. Cal State Fullerton doing work in the Big West tournament.
Shout out Cal State Fullerton. Used to be the cool baseball school.
Still is. Right now, Sac State is the cool baseball school.
Sac State is low-key a baseball school.
Now you're cooking.
What's up, Dizzy?
What's up, Spencer?
Is his name Spencer?
Spencer, Dizzy,
okay.
yeah.
Okay, all right, cool.
Dizzy was good.
Whatever you want to call. That's facts, Soren. But we made it. Casey's yelling at me.
Yeah, I don't know about if you yelled at him before, but I think it's safe to say
I still think I won that.
there was some yelling in that last segment.
Joe's all mixing the pots.
Dude, I was trying
people's speakers don't blow out.
I was trying my best.
Nah, Gabriella, that's gonna be probably on hiatus till Kyle gets back.
Yeah.
I got hit with the hey Jess, so Donut Friday, huh? It's like, yeah.
Who said that?
Huh? couple salespeople. So yeah, we just need to do Donut Friday.
If you don't get your asses up and go get the donuts.
Kyle brought him one time. Kyle brought him one time, right? And then this person, shout out, because I love this person, so shout out to them. He's like, the joke is like, yeah, it's a Donut Friday, blah blah blah. I was like, yeah, they're over there on the table.
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madsen and Jesse Tapia.
I tried to sell KC on Luka being a championship player, and as a result, I was jumped by one person.
I wasn't buying.
Yeah, he didn't buy it all. He stood up out of his chair.
It's
bringing the energy on the jump.
You know, Jesse, it's just the standard you hold this guy to, and others like you hold this guy to, that nobody else gets that opportunity.
That's not fair.
Nobody.
I feel like I'm fair.
No, you had been in the past.
I didn't love that hesitation.
But now
I've turned to the dark side.
You just told me it'd be a good thing if he got out the first round.
Look at
what?
You can't go.
What?
You can't go every year thinking like, oh yeah, Luka can win a title or these players. It doesn't work that way. There's been times where Jason Tatum was just not on a team that was probably going to win a title.
When last time Jason Tatum got bounced in the first round?
Against the Nets when everyone was hurt. They were like, it might have been
they got swept.
It was a shortened season.
It was the year before they
were in the
swept
play-in
him.
that year. He got 50 against the Wizards in the play-in. And then Brad Stevens was then promoted.
Yeah, he ain't looked back since.
Kyrie Irving, I guess, that one that might have been second round. They beat in the end of the first round. Lost to Milwaukee.
Well, once again, we're not throwing a parade for Tatum because he got bounced since he got in the second round.
But we're leaving the door open for Tatum.
There's no accolade. We talk about we don't give Anthony Edwards any credit for making.
We haven't shut the door yet. Shut the door on him yet, though.
No, because he has winning habits. He will sit in the stance and play defense. He will play both sides of the ball.
But
his winning habits. Luka.
Does Jokic play both sides of the ball, though?
He does it enough. He's not like a lockdown defender, but he patrols the paint enough to couple that with what he does on the offensive end. And he's a champion, Jesse. He's a champion.
I hear you. 916-909-1320.
Apologize.
I will not quit. Again, I will get Damian Barling.
What?
I will get Damian Barling to apologize later on during D'Lo and KC.
And they played the
Chicago Bulls.
They played damn Iona last night. Hey. They played Loyola of Chicago last night. And you want me to apologize after beating DePaul? No.
Bulls might have been a stronger team if they had MJ back out there. 916-909-1320. That's the call line, 916-909-1320. Mojo's local tap and kitchen studio text line for your chance to win two four-pack of tickets. Two four-pack of tickets. We finally got it to Aftershock. Stick around 8 o'clock.
4-day passes.
2 4-day passes, excuse me. 2 4-day passes to Aftershock at 8 o'clock. I thought we did.
That works. No, you had it. No, that was right.
It works?
You were right. Yeah.
Joe, give me the green light.
Yep,
So, yeah, I'll give you the keyword at 8 o'clock. Sean Cunningham joined us at 8:30. We're talking titles and things of that nature. Let's move on to the Kings' opponent tomorrow. Mm-hmm. They're playing a lot better. The Los Angeles Clippers. Kawhi Leonard, it feels like we do this at least once a season. It's like, oh, he's playing the best basketball of his career. We're at that point right now, and I kind of look at the way they've been built, and since Steve Ballmer took over, it's always been compete, kind of what you've talked about. And I don't want to say that's your preferred way of building, but just kind
of. It is. We can
okay.
say that it is.
Yeah, it's the opposite way of the rebuild that we've seen from teams like the Hornets and Pistons. But point being, they've always just kind of stayed competing, always made the move to win rather than rebuild. And I kind of wonder, like, this year I'm just very intrigued by them. I'm like, oh, maybe they can win a couple rounds in the playoffs. A couple rounds is maybe a lot, but I think there's something to them in the way Kawhi Leonard's playing. We'll see if how he's looking in the playoffs. But has there ever been a time where like the Clippers were title contenders going into a season or finished out a season kind of as title contenders? Because I feel like I look at them just always trying to compete. And I look at the Wizards trading for Trae Young, and I think that'll lead to success in the play. Like they'll get to the playoffs and things like that. Will they win a title? I'm not sure. But I wonder if that method has a glass ceiling on it. Because I was trying to look back, and maybe the Nuggets are that team where like you can win a title going that way. Because the Nuggets, it felt like people were writing them off, and then maybe they made the Aaron Gordon trade at the time, and kind of that took them over the edge. But I wonder if there's a glass ceiling with just making the winning move. Like I wonder if that just gets you to the conference finals rather than a title team.
Well, there was absolutely a number of different years where the Clippers were a championship contender and they failed. Like they did not get it done for various different reasons, whether it's the bubble, whether it's injury, or whether it's just falling short. But they've been a championship contender for the better part of the last decade.
Yeah,
you know, with Lob City, and they just kind of choked that away when they had their opportunity. Their greatest opportunity was probably the year 2015, a young Warriors team that was still inexperienced. They were the 1 seed, I believe they were. The Clippers had Blake Griffin, who was a top 3 MVP candidate that year. They had a series against the Rockets. They had game 6 at home. I think they were up by 18 points or something like that, and blew it in the fourth quarter and ended up losing that series. That was in my opinion, they would have gone to the finals that year if they had handled business. You look back at the bubble season. I think they were the 1 seed in the West up until like one of the final games before the bubble against the Lakers, where LeBron destroyed them at the Clippers at Staples Center. It was technically a road game, but obviously we know how that goes. But I thought they were championship contenders, and they were living up to that at that point. And then the bubble happens. They play in the bubble. I believe the next year Kawhi tears his Achilles or meniscus. I think it was his meniscus in the second round against Utah. They end up getting to the conference finals with Paul George beating Utah and then pushing Phoenix to 6. And yeah, it's just they've had opportunities where they were a championship contender, but there's always been something that has gotten in the way, whether it's their own demise, their own shortcomings, or just bad injury luck. So I think you can absolutely win a title in that fashion. It doesn't have to be through the draft or through anything like that. And you can be one of those teams. You just kind of need, just much like you do when you're drafting or you're trying to build through the draft. You just need good fortune at some point along the way.
Are we closing the window on Kawhi Leonard winning the title the rest of his career? Kawhi Leonard is.
I want to say yes. That's my first thought is yes. I mean, I don't know if he can hold up not only for an NBA season, but an NBA playoff season as well to win a title. I don't know if he has it in him. But the way he's played since he's gotten healthy this year and the way the Clippers have played, I'm not saying I believe in him.
Best they can do right now is play OKC or the Spurs in the first round.
Where are they at in the standings?
They're 8th, but they're about 5.5 games back of the Suns.
Okay.
Game up on the Warriors, but the Warriors I've kind of just given up on.
Yeah, I don't feel like I think they might be able to give OKC a tough series. I wouldn't pick them to beat either one of those two teams, but I feel like they could give them a tough series.
Yeah.
I don't think they match up as well with San Antonio. But what you will be looking at with Kawhi and with the Clippers is what they might be able to be next year. You know, if they can get a center back in there, I don't know if they can draft one. I don't know if they have their first round pick, but you get another center in there to go along with a full year of Darius Garland, Benedict Mathurin, Kawhi Leonard. You know, you have those guys together for a whole year. yeah, maybe they can line something up next year where they have a better seed, where they're not facing one of the top teams right out the gate, and maybe they're a top 4 team or something like that, and maybe that might be Kawhi's next chance to make a finals run. But it does feel like that type of time has passed them by. Hell, Kawhi told us.
Yeah,
Kawhi literally told us, "Hey,
Kawhi,
I think we're not there."
Do you think you guys can become you guys title contenders? It's pretty late in the season. I think that's kind of past us out. We can play as hard as we can, and that's cool.
Hey, a fight.
Yeah, just hey. Oh, this kid's messing around over there. That was hilarious.
Dude, that was an all-time.
Yeah.
That was a really good one.
Why is this low-key funny? Because he's
hilarious, man.
He be doing whatever he wants.
And then
whether it's taking money, what he just does whatever he wants.
I remember I was watching when he had that speech, when he did the laugh. I was watching it live, and I turned to my buddy, and we were like, "Yeah, that's another moment right there." Like he's great. He's got a bunch of funny moments.
Yeah, he's got his moments definitely. And the Kings are matching up with them on Saturday tomorrow. Clippers play today, I believe.
See, who do they play today?
They got the real quick.
Oh,
they've got the
drum
roll. The tough, the mighty Chicago Bulls. Luka Doncic was able to go for 51, 10, and 9. Yeah, they got the Bulls today.
So let me ask you this: when Kawhi goes for 53, are we going to say, "Hey"?
I've already told you the Clippers have piqued my interest.
Hey, we're going to say, "Hey, if Kawhi gets out of the first round,
that'd be incredible.
That's like a championship."
Okay, now I did not tune into the jump next week with just me. Casey will be back with Damian. He's had enough, obviously. No, I need Casey back next week. He'll be back. But yeah, no, mixing my words up.
Nah, I mean they should handle. I mean that's a pretty easy back to back right there.
Yeah, I got the Kings tomorrow, and you brought up something about Daquan Plowden. What do you got before the show? You brought something up.
So I just want to ask Kings fans. I want to ask us as a family. What do we think about Daquan Plowden? I know when he intrigued me with the first game he started against the Cavs, he played really well. I want to say he might have had like 16 points or something like that. Played really well. Athletic, 3-and-D guy. He's had some really good games since then. The Mavericks game, obviously, he went crazy. Played well the other night. Played well against Chicago. And how do we feel about Daquan Plowden? Every time it comes up, everybody was 27 years old. I'd feel better if he was 22. Well, he's not 22. He's 27. So does that mean just don't have him on the team because he's 27 years old? Like we can't do that. I look at him as he should get serious consideration for being a part of this team next year and being a part of the rotation next year. This is a wing that a lot of people have looked for and asked for here in Sacramento. And I'm not saying start him or give him 39 minutes a night or anything like that, but I think he should get a serious look on making this team and being in that rotation again next year. I've been really intrigued by the way he's played.
I think he's earned that, what you're talking about, another shot next year, maybe placing the rotation where it's like, all right, let's see what you have in regular minutes. Because his per game numbers this year, they're not great or anything like that, but I'm not going to hold that against him because he hasn't been getting regular minutes all season. Mm-hmm. I pulled up his numbers for the last 15 because that's when he's been in the regular rotation and things like that. He's at 27% from 3 on the year, but now in the last 15 he's at why are my numbers not popping up? He's at 31% now. Yeah, he's at 31% now, 41% from the field. He's averaging about 8.9 or 9 points per game, and it's like that. If you can get those shooting numbers a little higher,
right?
And I'm not asking Daquan Plowden to do anything crazy or anything like that. Like he's probably a 10th, 9th guy off the bench.
Yeah.
But if I can get those numbers at a little bit better shooting, then that's a rotation guy right there.
Yeah, man, and just see what you got.
And you need guys like this as well when you're building this out. I mean, the Kings are bad, but also we've talked about you did have Keon Ellis at one point. Now he's a Cavalier, but these guys that you bring up to your system and develop, and we'll talk more about Daquan right now. But I guess if we do want to give him another look, shout out to Doug Christie. I mean, I feel like he's done well to develop, or at least to get the most out of these young guys so far. and we'll see what they turn out to be. But I
Yeah.
feel like the fact that we're having a conversation about Daquan Plowden, I mean, it's a good thing.
Yeah, and he's a guy that I want to see more of in these final 15 games, to evaluate him a little bit more and see how he plays. And is he a guy that the more he plays, the more comfortable he gets out there, and he shows a little bit more to his game. I don't know. I've liked what he's shown, and I want to see what he could do with extended minutes and just more comfort.
Who's got you intrigued the most on the Kings as far as their game and what they can be going forward? We don't have to get a jump out the window like, oh yeah, starting five or talking about max, or they can be this all-star level player. But like, what player has your mind has you intrigued the most right now?
Dylan Cardwell.
Dylan.
I love Dylan.
Shout out Tommy Heinsohn. Celtics games have not been the same since.
Dylan Cardwell, and it's close between him and Max. It's not. I said that pretty quickly. Because that's my definitive answer, but it's really close. Maxime Reynaud has been really, really good this year. But Dylan Cardwell, I mean, the things that he provides on the defensive end, the rim protection, the energy, if he can get any semblance of consistent offensive game, I mean, that's a game changer for the Kings, especially to find him undrafted, have him doing things, quite honestly, he's never done in his life, as far as production wise. Yeah. What he could turn into potentially is, we're talking about a guy that could start on a good team, I believe. He's going to be in the league 10, 12 years. And I really like guys. I don't want a bunch of guys like this, but I really like guys that can be productive and you never call a play for them. Like you never worry about setting them up on the offensive end, and they're still very, very productive. And that's the way I see Dylan Cardwell. You don't ever have to run a play for him.
He just knows what his role is every game.
Yeah, you don't have to find him. You don't have to get him going or anything else like that. He's going to go out there, defend and rebound, set screens, play with energy, and that's the baseline of what he does. And I teach the kids that I coach, I teach my son, if that's the bare minimum that you bring to the table every day, you're always going to be a successful player.
Yeah.
Because your shot, sometimes you have good shooting nights, sometimes you won't. You know what I mean? Sometimes you'll have weeks where, man, the shot's just not falling and all this other stuff. And if your shot and your offense is the basis and the foundation of your game, that gets a little dicey sometimes. But if you're, especially if you're like a role player guy, if you're one of these elite scorers, like in your sleep, you're going to get 20. So you can kind of live with that. But if you're a rotational guy and the basis and the foundation of whether or not you're successful is how many points you scored, it could get tricky. But if your basis and your foundation is, I'm always going to play with energy, I'm always going to defend and rebound if you're a big, I can live with that. I can do that all the time because you're giving me that every time. Yeah, absolutely. So Dylan showing that that's who he is, at least this year, is very intriguing for me.
Yeah, I was thinking about the young players. And I mean, Neek, who knows what he's going to turn out to be, but I think he's been productive for the most part this season. Maxime right now, I'm the most intrigued by. I wonder if there is a starting center in there for the Kings. Dylan, we just talked about Daquan Plowden. I mean, it's been we talked about yesterday about the season being kind of meaningless, what the meaning is. And I mean, it's not the biggest positive or anything like that, but I think we've seen some progress from the young guys this season.
Yeah.
916-909-1320, Mojo's local Tappa Kitchen Studio text line. Make sure you're sticking around at 8 o'clock for your chance to win 2 4-day passes. 2 4-day passes.
There we go. We got it. We got it.
4-day passes. Yeah.
Talk to them.
2 4-day passes to Aftershock. I'll have the keyword for you at 8 o'clock. But let's go to the phones. We got our guy TC. Let's keep the energy going today.
Yes, sir. What's up with my two brothers, man? Top of the morning.
What's up, TC?
TC, what's popping, baby?
Happy Friday.
Man, happy Friday. I'm vibing. So I'm gonna start with the tournament. I'm not discouraged. So whatever happened last night, AJ is still a pick, right?
Oh no, hey, no what? Hold on, TC. I'm gonna pause you because you're saying that because AJ had a good game last night. I don't even know why we worried about that. But you see what DP's starting to do. You see what DP's starting to do. Tell me he don't look like he was hurt earlier. He was hurt. Tell me he don't look like a different player.
Hey, I'm getting to that. The boy DP looked it cool. He hit that He hit that go away bucket like the boy Kingston did on AJ. Them listen, DP. Listen. It wasn't DP about his game. I was more about his head check. Everybody was worried about the game and all that. I was more about his approach to the game because that matters to me too, right? Not just because the boy got game and he's sitting out. It's more of his approach. If you approaching the game, talking about you sitting out, you pulling him out. I don't want to be here. I felt like that's not the right approach and the right player we need in Sacramento to build around, right? You get out, you know what I'm saying? That's why
I feel you, TC, and I'm gonna let you finish because we're just having a conversation. But to me, it was clear. Like if you watch him play, I've watched Kansas. Right now, he's playing like the player that came into the season as the number one player in the nation. He was hurt in the middle of the season. He was trying to play through stuff, in my opinion. And I don't know why they just didn't say. Well, they tried to tell him, like, yeah, he's dealing with cramps, he's dealing with a hamstring or whatever. And people were like, nah, he just don't want to play. I want somebody that loves basketball.
Yeah.
But, like, he was clearly hurt if you watch him play. My bad, TC. I'm going to let you finish. Go ahead, big dog.
Don't even trip. Listen, Jesse, he was hobbling last night too a little bit. I've seen that. So the boy probably was hurt. Overall, I think that the boy got game, and I'm not mad if he's the pick. I'm not even mad if the pick is Boozer. But what I did learn from last night is we're in a win-win situation with the Kings. Whether we fall, whether we pick, these cats that we watching are franchise moving pieces. Fleming, A-Cup, AJ Peterson, Boozer. These cats, even the boy from Arizona I'm watching, Burrows, that dude's a stud, bro. Listen, we're in a win-win situation, Kings. As far as Plowden and these guys need to be around next year, bro, to fill out the roster. These guys have earned a spot. We're not going to get 15 guys in a draft, bro, and bring in 15, 19-year-olds. It's not going to work. You got to find in free agency. You got to find in trades. We all know that. So he's a guy that can be a 9th, 10th guy coming off the bench to fill out our roster, bro, moving forward. But I said all I have to say, Darren Peterson has game, bro, and if he's a pick, I'm all for it.
All right, man.
Appreciate you, TC.
Shout out TC. And mind you, AJ was balling last night too.
Yeah, no, he was hooping all tournament until they lost.
AJ didn't cooked all year long, man. I don't expect nothing different when I see AJ. So I like Darren Peterson. I like his game. I think he's healthy. I think that was the issue earlier in the season. Nobody talks about it now. I was looking it up earlier. Since the Oklahoma State game where he asked out after 18 minutes, he's gone like 34, 37, 30, 33 minutes. Like he plays. I think he wasn't healthy earlier.
Yeah, we talked to Shreyas Latta from the KC Star a couple of weeks ago about Darren Peterson, and yeah, he pretty much shut down all that noise about, oh, maybe he doesn't love basketball and all that stuff. Said he's got one of the most intense workout routines he's ever seen covering the Kansas team and things like that. So, I mean, yeah, the guy just was hurt, and now it seems like it's picked up. And TC's right. He's the most optimistic person that calls into this show. D'Lo Casey as well, but he is right. You can, like, we'd all be disappointed if they didn't let a top 2 picks. It's like, oh, maybe you're not getting AJ or Darren Peterson. But you can still land a very good player, whether it be 3 through 5 and maybe 3 through 6.
Yeah, absolutely. When he laid the guys out there, man, and talked about.
Shout out TC. He's been tapped into the college players all year long.
Absolutely, man. And Kingston Fleming's a guy who I was high on earlier, and A-Cuff has kind of jumped him as far as my favorite point guard rate. I mean, that guy's he's nails. Big time shot last night to knock out BYU in the Big 12 tournament. And he's been making big shots all year long. We didn't even talk about a guy like Michael Brown, who that's the first guy that I liked and is super, super skilled. And if you get down to a situation where you're picking 7th, Michael Brown might be there and you might be getting the most talented point guard in this draft. So obviously those top 2. And if you want to extend that to Cam Boozer and Caleb Wilson, you say those top 4. Those guys are top shelf. But if you get to a point where you're 7 or 8, like you're gonna get one of them dudes.
Yeah.
Like they got hoopers in this draft, man. And the Kings have put themselves in a position to be able to get one of these top 5 players just by having this atrocious season.
Maybe you can have a little confidence going into it because, like, we did just talk about Max, Nate, Dylan Cardwell and Daquan Plowden. I mean, hasn't been the greatest season, but there have been some positives. We'll talk more Kings later on. We got Sean Cunningham joining us at 8:30. We're going to talk some 49ers, got some Minnesota Vikings to talk about. Kyler Murray has a new home. I want to talk about some of the other quarterbacks that have found new homes, some of the teams that still need quarterbacks. But we also got your chance to win 2 4-day passes to Aftershock coming up at 8 o'clock. I'll have the keyword for you then. So make sure you're sticking around listening to The Jump on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Boom, that's 2 for 2 right there. We're on a streak, boys.
Played a little bit of the new MLB last night. It was cool.
Yeah.
Nothing, you know what it is. I mean, they're not reinventing the wheel or anything, but it was dope.
I haven't gotten any of the what is it about? I think it's 3 years. 3 years since I got the show, so it'll all look new to me.
Yeah, I mean, I was just happy to like see the updated rosters and whatnot. Like that's dope. The Giants were looking pretty rough by the end of last season on their roster. Like their final update was pretty bad. So
it's a good look though with Adames, with Ramos, with Devers. Like it's a good look now.
Luis Arias now.
Man.
Bader's gonna be in center field. He's gonna lock that down for us. Hopefully Jung-Hoo Lee has a somewhat of a good season. We need to start trying to make good of the contract that he signed. He signed quite a hefty one, especially for what he's been doing for us. So but yeah, I'm excited for this year. I think it's gonna be good. I saw Kyle Harrison he's with the Brewers, and they've been known to flip pitchers' careers around and like fix pitchers. That's like been their thing of the past couple of years. And apparently Kyle Harrison is dishing right now. So that's what I heard. And I saw some stuff. So we'll see. Because I mean I saw him pitch. I went to a River Cats game. I sat like 4 rows back. It was where all the scouts were. They had all their cameras and stuff. I watched Kyle Harrison pitch.
Joe the scout.
Yeah,
Joe the scout.
Yeah. That's the only time I'll be that close is if it's a River Cats game. But dude, his stuff was nasty. I remember that. So shout out Kyle Harrison. I hope he does good.
One-time Red Sox.
Yeah.
I can't believe we salary dumped Rafael Devers.
All right. Yeah.
None of those guys are on the Red Sox that we traded for.
Yeah. No, it's true. Would you have rather kept him?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have kept him. I would have figured it out. It's for Rafael Devers.
Hey man.
You bring in Jordan Hicks, it's like, oh, this guy throws gas. Yeah, he only throws gas.
Oh, yeah, no.
It's getting sent back over the fence every time.
No, yeah, I knew that was.
And then you got your boy out here, kicking him on the way out.
What do you mean?
Your boy.
My boy.
Your boy, Big Poppy.
Yeah, Poppy.
Kicking him on the way out. What the hell's up with that?
You can do no wrong in my eyes. I still got to finish the episode 3.
And then Devers ended up playing a little bit at third last year. That was crazy.
Third and first.
Well, yeah, he played a ton of first for us, but after all that, he ended up. I remember it was one of the games. It was literally like just like a guy got ejected, dude got injured. They're like, all right, Devers, you got to play third again. That was crazy.
Like at least give us Bryce Eldridge or something like that.
No.
I don't think we asked for that though.
Well, yeah, and that's crazy. I don't know why you guys gave up on Kyle Harrison because I think he's going to be really good. I still do.
He's fine, but honestly, our pitching rotation might be one of the best in baseball.
Yeah, definitely.
We got a bunch of good young prospects.
Yeah, the Red Sox still they all right. They're fine with that system they have.
Yeah,
they are okay.
We got the truth. Shout out.
Well, you still got a lot to look forward to, though. Definitely, if you're a Red Sox fan.
When it comes to trading amazing players on their baseball team, they're horrible at it.
Yeah, fair enough.
The Mookie one is just forever unforgivable.
They're barely recovering from that one.
Like that is just that's an embarrassment.
What's up, Chatty House? Hit the thumbs up, please, if you haven't already. Oh, my dad's a Red. I followed all my dad's teams, and my dad became a Red Sox fan because my uncle was a Mets fan back in like '86, and my dad was just being a hater, I guess.
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madsen and Jesse Tapia.
Shout out to everyone with us this morning. Shout out to you if you're getting ready for work, going to school, whatever it might be. Shout out to you for listening to us either way. Shout out KC for being in for Kyle Madsen, and shout out Joe for producing this show.
Listen, sir.
And shout out to Aftershock. I'm not going to give away tickets yet because we just got back from break, so I'm going to give some people a minute to get in here. Give them a minute to get in here.
Should have never left.
Yeah, should have never left. But if you're just filtering in, I'm going to give you your chance to win 2 4-day passes to Aftershock in a moment. We've been talking SGA, broke Wilt's record yesterday, 127 straight games of 20 points scored. I tried to be nice to Luka in case he yelled at me for it.
Well, no, you.
That happened.
I'm nice to Luka.
He yelled at me.
I'm nice to him.
He said, "Hey."
You went out the window.
He said, "Hey, Jess, I don't know why they gave you this radio show. If this is why you're talking." That's what Casey said.
I said Luka's one of the top players we've ever seen in this game.
Yeah,
one of the top scorers we've ever seen, and he's going to end up being a top 100 player. I'm only saying 100 because that's going to be the next, benchmark or whatever, because for the 100th season. But, you want to rank him, he's going to be a top 30 player we've ever seen. He's a fantastic player.
Can you be top? Yeah, I guess you can be top 30 without a ring.
Yeah, you can. I mean, I was alive for it. I was outside for it. I will say to my grandkids, now Luka's a top 30 player. Like this dude, he's the truth. I will say that. But I will also say he has losing habits. And I'll say to my grandkids, look, I know Luka didn't never win a damn thing, but he's a top 30 player. That's what I'll say to him. Because he ain't winning nothing. I know he's got 0 championships. And that one MVP year, he got to the Western Conference Finals. And he took Wemby to 6. That was a good one. I know that Lil Reese Jr. I understand that, but and that's all he ever did. He got to the finals that one year way early in his career. That's all he ever really did. But I'm telling you, Lil Reese Jr., Luka's a top 30 player of all time. Don't talk to me about how he didn't win anything. I know, but I lived it. He's a great player. That's how the conversation is going to go.
And that's how it's going to sound 20 years from now. You asked me last year if I thought Luka could win a title with the Lakers within the next 5 years. I'll still stick with that. We're on year 2 right now.
Yeah, he ain't winning no title.
We're on year 2.
The killer,
I'll stick with it. I won't go against
the reason why I feel that way about Luka and the Lakers is these guys aren't better than the Spurs. What would the Lakers need? Give me a player that would make them better than the Spurs and Thunder.
I don't have a player off the top of my mind because I think you need a better running mate for Luka.
Does that player exist realistically? And this is why,
because like Kyrie Irving was that player at one point,
right? But I'm saying like realistically for them to get, I guess it would be Giannis, right? Like if they got Giannis, now maybe we could start talking. But outside of Giannis, like if they get Cat, are they going to be better? Like, if they get, but I'm saying like that's what we're talking about.
Like I said, like we've seen Kyrie Irving kind of being that type of player. I don't know who the Kyrie Irving would be now, but I think there is a prototype.
And even that Kyrie Irving player was no match when they went up against the true champions. And that's what we're talking about when you say the Spurs or the Thunder in the next 5 years.
That Celtics team was historically good though. Right. But we'll leave Luka alone.
Okay.
We'll get to the 49ers. Okay. I'm still right about Luka. I believe in you, Luka. But also, shout out to the people listening on the radio, whether it be the chat house or radio, watch and stream, whatever it might be. 916-909-1320. I'm about to give you your opportunity to win 2 4-day passes to Aftershock, featuring 5 stages of all-day turmoil with My Chemical Romance headlining Thursday, Limp Bizkit there Friday, along with Wu-Tang Clan, 3 6 Mafia going to be there as well. You got Pierce the Veil headlining Saturday and Tool headlining Sunday, with a ton more at Discovery Park Thursday, October 1st through Sunday, October 4th. The keyword you need to text in to 916-909-1320 is glory. Text glory to 916-909-1320. That's the Mojo's local tap and kitchen studio text line. Text glory, GLORY, to 916-909-1320 for your chance to win 2 4-day passes to Aftershock this year, October 1st through the 4th. Good luck to you, and hopefully you won. The 49ers, have they won this offseason? So far? Still got the draft. But so far, have they won the offseason for themselves? We don't have to place them against anyone in the league, but for what we think they needed to set out to do, have they won the offseason?
I would give them a win. I would give them a win. I'm always leery of, the off season and the free agent acquisitions and stuff like that, and crowning people off of that. But I've liked everything that the 49ers have done. We have this joke between myself and Kyle Madsen about Sky Moore. And I'm kind of serious. Like, I'm kind of mad that Sky Moore, not mad, I'm disappointed that Sky Moore wasn't able to stay with the 49ers. So I think he
turned out to be a good return man.
Yeah, he was doing a really good job in the return game. So a little disappointed that they weren't able to retain him. But other than that, I mean, going out and getting Mike Evans, going out and getting Oso, bringing back Drake Greenlaw the way they did yesterday. I think they're lining up to make a real run this year at the Super Bowl. They've done so far in free agency, and we haven't even got to the draft yet, but so far in free agency, they've attacked a lot of their weaknesses on that roster.
I don't know if we're going to get to a point, because last season it was anyone could win the Super Bowl. It turned out like the Seahawks ended up being the best team, but I don't know if we're going to reach a point this season where like there is just this far and away best team, or these three, like kind of how we did with the Chiefs, Ravens, and Bills for those few years, and for those more than few years in the AFC, where it's like, this is who's going to come down to coming out that conference. Nothing else matters. I think it's going to be the same thing this season, though, where it's pretty much anyone's game to win. I don't think we're going to reach a point where it's like, yeah, the 49ers didn't do enough to reach this team's level. Because like you said, I like Drake Greenlaw. We'll see what that turns out to be. I mean, he's still seeing what kind of players coming off that injury. It seems like he didn't feel well with Denver. I like Mike Evans. We talked about Osa. And now we got to see what they do in the draft. But I don't think this team is too far off. Are they the best team in the league? No. Are they the best team in their division? No. But, I mean, right moves here and there. Brock Purdy plays well again. They're right there. And like I said, it's just going to be anyone's Super Bowl to win again this year. I just don't think anyone truly stands out.
Yeah.
Seattle is the best team in the league. But like I said, it's just everyone can beat everyone, I think.
Yeah, for sure, man. And it really comes down to any given Sunday. Really, like we talked about this a lot last year, and it came down to who played better on any particular game. I think the Niners going up against the Seahawks, the Patriots going up against the Seahawks will win a 7-game series in 5 or 6 games against both of those teams. But Seahawks against the Rams, that might be a 7-game series that goes 7 and the Rams get it. Yeah. Rams might get them in 6, in certain situations. But 2 of the times they were able to play the Seahawks, talking about the Rams, they just didn't have enough to get the job done for whatever reason. And I think that's what next year is going to be like in the entire NFL. It's going to be, when do you catch these teams? What's the health looking like? And if you're able to take advantage of when you play those teams when they aren't healthy or they're not playing their best or anything else like that. It's a crapshoot of a league. Not that the bad teams can make a run or nothing like that, but when you talk about those truly good teams, I think they all have a chance to beat each other on any given Sunday.
Talk about anyone having a chance. Are you bought in on Kyler Murray to the Vikings? Is that a move does that move the needle for anyone? Could they be possibly contenders? First thought is, I wonder if that division is could be the best in football. Talked about the NFC West the other day. I think it was yesterday. We talked about the NFC West, but there's no Cardinals in the NFC North.
Arizona's killing that argument.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I don't look at Minnesota right now as a title contender.
Not a title contender, but just more so a team that can maybe get to the playoffs this year with Kyler.
Yeah, they can get to the playoffs.
You think is Kyler good?
I think he's a good quarterback. I think there's a lot of the times when we talk about athletes in general and specifically quarterbacks, like if you're not, it feels like if you're not Mahomes, Allen, Lamar, or anything else like that, then you're a bum. And like there's so much in between that, right? And Kyler's a good quarterback. I think he's been in some bad situations. I don't think the organization has helped out much.
This will be the best team he's played on so far.
Yeah, and I think he'll have a good season. Like I think he'll be fine. You know what I'm saying? I don't expect him to have an MVP season, but I don't expect him to be some type of bum either. I think he's a good quarterback who'll play well in Minnesota. Will that be enough to elevate Minnesota to another tier? I don't think so. I think they're a playoff team, and by virtue of that division that we talked about, they're on the cusp of a playoff team and not making it at all because they got tough sledding.
Yeah.
But I think to answer your question, Kyler Murray's a good quarterback.
You think he's going to be, I guess, the quarterback that's moved around this offseason that could have the biggest effect on his team? Tua went to the Falcons. We'll see if Aaron Rodgers stays with the Steelers and things like that. But is Kyler going to have the biggest impact, do you think?
Tua to the Falcons. There's somebody else. Who? What other quarterback?
Daniel Jones is back with the Colts.
I guess no.
Oh, Malik Willis is with the Dolphins.
That's the other one I was thinking.
That's I have no clue what to make of that. That all just depends on Malik Willis, I guess.
Out of respect for Kyler, I'm gonna say he's gonna have the biggest impact. Malik Willis he's got my attention. I want to see what happens there. But Kyler Murray, at one point in his career, for maybe 2 or 3 weeks, but one point in his career was an MVP candidate. Malik Willis has never gotten to that status. Yeah. So I'm gonna show respect to Kyler and say that he has the opportunity to be the biggest quarterback addition this season for his team.
What do we do with your guy, JJ McCarthy? Is it over?
That's tough.
Kyler's on a 1-year deal, so I don't know. Maybe I'm just looking out for JJ McCarthy right here. Maybe it's kind of like JJ just sit behind Kyler for a bit and learn, and maybe next year could be your year if Kyler goes elsewhere. But I never really understood the pick to begin with, to be honest.
Yeah, and I'm a Michigan fan.
He never really stood out to me as like a first-round talent like that.
Nah, I'm a Michigan fan, and I was very surprised that, like you said, number one, he went in the first round. Number two, he ended up going that high in the first round. I didn't see that happening at all.
Yeah.
But it feels like it's over. Like you go out, you get a Kyler Murray, a starting caliber quarterback. Only after JJ, that was JJ's first full year playing, right?
First full year.
Man, and to move on from him in that way, it feels like you're done with him. It feels like you probably need to, if not trade him right now, trade him in this upcoming offseason and get something for him. Maybe even if it doesn't work out with Kyler, you're going to be looking to draft a quarterback, but it doesn't feel like you could go back to JJ McCarthy after the way that this played out.
Yeah, I think if you're Kevin O'Connell, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because we make fun of Kevin O'Connor.
Yeah.
So
it really is.
But yeah, if you're Kevin O'Connell, you kind of need to get this one right. Otherwise, you're probably on the hot seat. I mean, because Minnesota having the team that they have, I'm not saying they're going to win the Super Bowl or anything like that, but you want to get back to winning after letting Sam Darnold walk out the building. You did fire that GM, but again, people don't really give you too much nuance and rationality when they're talking about jobs and stuff like that.
Yeah, and I'm just really surprised that even like JJ McCarthy, I didn't watch a lot of Vikings games, so I could be wrong, but he didn't ever seem like he was just a complete lost cause where you just got to move on from him after 1 year. That was a first-year quarterback, who was trying to get his bearings in the league. And yeah, I'm sorry he didn't look like Dan Marino in his first year, but you're just looking at him like, hey, this guy can never get it done. Or you could be looking at it as we have a defense right now that can win. We've got Justin Jefferson right now that can win, Jordan Addison that can win right now. We don't have time to develop. My question would be like, well, why'd you draft him in the first place?
You draft Michael Penix if you're the Falcons.
Yeah, well, why did you draft him and give him the keys if you felt like you didn't have time to wait for him to grow as a quarterback?
Yeah.
So
916-909-1320. That's the phone line, and Mitch is on the line. Wants to talk to us. Mitch, what's up? How's New Jersey?
Top of the line, top of the morning to you guys. How we doing?
We're good, man. How you doing, Mitch?
Joe, good. They left me alone with my grandson, Jeremiah. So,
man.
Shout out Jeremiah.
Shout out to him. Yeah, you wait and see, Jesse. He's great. Great kid.
I bet. Shout out, Mitch. What you got for us today?
Long time. Well, first with Kyler Murray. The Raiders should have went. No way last year that Arizona was having their doubts. Raiders should have. They sent the 3rd-round pick for Geno. So that was a bad mistake, and I wish they could have signed him for 1 year, a bridge quarterback, if they're going to redshirt Mendoza, which I think is stupid. And with last night's Luka, I don't mind records. I mean, some records are out of reach. You know, it's Joe DiMaggio, Cy Young, 511 wins. But Luka, he wants to shoot anyway. He would shoot every time he was off the hand, pretty much. And he gets his rebounds. He should have gone off the record yesterday. Wouldn't that be something if he broke Bam's record last night? He can do it.
That would have been something, definitely.
Great.
Luka did have
a nice weekend. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah,
all right, Mitch. Take care, man. Luka had what, 74?
70. I looked it up. Yeah, I think it's like 74, 75, somewhere around there.
74 in the game before.
Yeah. 916-909-1320, Mojo's local Tapping Kitchen studio text line. Shout out to Justin and hitting us up. He said he agrees with you. Said he was about 30 minutes behind in the show earlier, but he agrees with you on Luka.
Thank you,
That he
Justin.
plays no defense. He probably win a title if he would stop crying to the referees. He's the worst all-star level player in the league.
Well, all right, man.
Parking.
Say
These are kind of broken up, but yeah. So yeah, you guys both agree he's the worst all-star level player in the league.
No, I don't agree.
Shout out, Justin. We appreciate you hitting up the Mojo's local Tapping Kitchen studio.
Shout out,
text line.
Justin, man. Shout out, Justin.
916-909-1320. I mean, yeah, we've been talking Luka. Just got done talking Kyler Murray. We'll see what the Vikings look like. That's going to be a tough division. I got my eyes on Jordan Love this year. If he's going to be if he is a good quarterback, and we're going to stop asking that question, it's going to happen this year. And if we still have to ask that question, then he's just not. I'm over it.
So I think Jordan Love, I've been very critical of Jordan Love. I think he's a good quarterback. He just may not be a quarterback that can turn water into wine. That's all.
Yeah.
Like, he's good. You just got to get.
He's a Trevor Lawrence type quarterback, I think. Maybe better, but just kind of like he's a fine, good quarterback.
But that's a good quarterback. And here's what I would say about that is, if you have a guy like that, I wouldn't be out on him and be like, he can never win. Because if you handle your business and the roster pieces around him, like, he's good enough to carry the rest of the water in that respect. So it's just clear, like, he's not Lamar. He's not Josh Allen or any of those guys where you can have any group of players around him. And because you have him, it elevates your team to playoffs or a potential championship status. Those are special guys.
Yeah.
Like, those are special guys. I think, a lot of times people want people and GMs and stuff like that. They want quarterbacks where they ain't got to do no work. That doesn't even usually happen. Hell, Lamar and Josh Allen haven't won a Super Bowl. You can't just say, hey, we got this great quarterback and we don't have to do no work. We don't have to go out and spend money on a receiver or spend money on an offensive line or bolster the defense and make their job easier or anything else like that. They just want, hey, this guy's here, so we just going to win forever. You still got work to do. You still got to put a team around them, put a roster around them that is adequate and capable of winning a championship. And like I said, too many times it feels like people just want to just go, oh, yeah, he's a quarterback. We don't have to worry about anything else.
Yeah. Real quick note before we get back to the Kings. We got Sean Cunningham joining us at 8:30. Doesn't matter anymore because they ended up trading for Trent McDuffie. But Andy Rossini just tweeted that, put out a story that the Rams were trying to trade for A.J. Brown. That team doesn't ever stop, and that makes me wonder about Philly and if they'll end up trading AJ this year too, before the draft.
Kind of feels like they should. It feels like that situation has run its course in Philadelphia with AJ, with Sirianni, maybe with Jalen Hurts as well. Those three just aren't really meshing. And to be honest with you, it feels like Sirianni and Hurts are on the same page. AJ seems to be the one that isn't meshing with those guys. So he's super talented, so you don't want to just give him away or anything else like that. But I don't see how that gets better.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't see how it is either.
Yeah.
We'll see what ends up happening. Let's get back to the Kings before we talk to Sean Cunningham at 8:30. I don't know if I've reached acceptance or what it is, but I feel like this week I've kind of low-key been more positive about the Kings. Maybe trying to see the other side of it. you've probably talked me out of the whole, oh no, you got to lose. So you have that top draft pick, because you are right. At some point, whether it's 5th, 6th, 4th, 3rd, doesn't matter. Take your pick. Scott Parrish has to get the pick right. And of course, we all want this team to pick first, because yes, you have the opportunity to land a Darren Peterson or Edgy DeBonsta, whoever your favorite player of the draft might be. But ultimately, I think, yeah, maybe it's just acceptance of what this year's been. We talked about what the meaning is. I'm kind of just worried about what Maxime looks like the rest of the year. I'm not looking for much more out of Nate Clifford or anything like that, but I guess Maxime right now and Doug Christie, I guess, are the two people I'm watching most as we end this season.
You know, I thought we talked about it yesterday when I was on D-Lo and KC with Dame for the marathon. And oddly enough, I was intrigued by Devin Carter. I wanted to see him play, and who knows if he has a calf injury. You know how I feel about those. That could be we might not see Devin Carter the rest of the year. No diagnosis has been out, but I'm just saying, like, if it's a true calf strain.
That's what's holding out Keegan Murray right now?
His ankle.
His ankle.
But if it's a true calf strain, like, that could be anywhere from a week to 4 weeks. But after what he was able to do in that game against Indiana, I was like, man, I would like to see him get a nice extended run of good playing time, good opportunity. And now that he may be out, hopefully he's not. Hopefully it's just something that was like, maybe he plays tomorrow. I don't know. They haven't, like I said, diagnosed it. But I'd like to see what he can do and who he could be. I'd like to see him get an opportunity if he was able to get back out there. And that would be one of the things that I'd be looking for in these final 15 games. Max, I don't think Max is going to show me anything that I don't already know from him. He's been unbelievably consistent all year long. So I expect more of that throughout the final 15 games. Neek maybe could show me a little something, but I kind of feel like I know who he is for this year. The things that he can improve on, I think he'll improve on in the summer, not in 15 games. Devin was the one where it's like, man, is it just a situation where he wasn't playing, you know, and now that he's getting the playing time, he's showing what he could be, or is he just not that caliber of NBA player?
I just wonder too with Devin if the moment's passed him by here, where he's just not going to be able to just get that opportunity where it's like, yes, we're finally seeing whether or not he can actually be a guy on this team, because it's been just so in and out the lineup. We talked earlier this week about, hey, maybe Russell Westbrook could be back. Malik Monk's value around the league doesn't seem to be too high. And depending on who you bring in, it's like, does Devin Carter just get buried in the shuffle again next year?
Potentially. My question to that is should the moment have passed him by? Like, maybe it has, but like should
I don't think the Kings
playing?
have handled him well. Yeah, I don't think the Kings have handled him the best that they could have or anything like that. I think a lot of Devin Carter's issues, I mean, since he's been here, not been just on him. Like, there's been times where he hasn't played the best or anything like that. But again, the guy who drafted him probably didn't need to do that. Devin Carter's probably better suited on a different team. But Monty drafted him. Then we learned he's not going to be able to play. And it's just a lot of it has been on the Kings too, as far as they've messed up his development as well, I think.
Yeah. I hope
who knows
he's
what he
able
can
to
turn out to
play.
be, but
I hope he's able to play within the next week or so. And I hope that he gets that run, because like I said, I don't know what he is. I don't know if he is a guy that you can have in the rotation or a potential starter or six man. I don't know, but I like to get a better idea by seeing him play a little bit more.
Yeah.
So I hope he's able to come back and he gets some run.
Yeah. Right now, the Sacramento Kings, they sit at 16-51. You got the Indiana Pacers that are 15-51. Wizards 16-49. Wizards not winning games, but Trae Young's still out there. They got him out of 20 minutes. About a 20 minutes game.
Yeah.
20 minutes per game minutes restriction right now. But it seems like they're stuck on losing.
It's a real nondescript final 15 games in the season. Like, especially if you don't, if you're like myself and you kind of figure you have
we've reached the end already.
Yeah,
now we're just kind of waiting it out.
You have an idea of what Max is. Devin's not playing. You have an idea of what Neek is. Like, it's that's about it. Like, we don't necessarily need to see anything else. So we're just trying to get through these final 15, really.
Yeah, we'll be talking more King coming up. Probably talk a bit of 49ers with Sean Cunningham from KCRA 3. You're listening to The Jump on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. What you guys got going on this weekend, Chatty House?
I'll be out at Boot Barn tomorrow in Sacramento with the Eagle. Come say what's up, dude.
Yeah, go see Joe at
Come
Boot
say
Barn.
what's up.
What's the location? Is
I'll
the Delta
pull it
Shores
up real
joint?
quick. It's on Arden Way.
Oh, okay, the one in Arden.
There's no donuts out there, but someone did bring Chick-fil-A, I believe.
Chick-fil-A is there if you guys want to go get some.
This is the first time me and Ken have been here early enough
I
to
was
like
about
get
to
our
say,
pick
I
at Chick-fil-A.
never get an opportunity usually at the Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A pickings that they usually have.
Russ headed to Fan Fest. Weezy said he's got 2 kids, so he's doing whatever they tell him to do.
Yeah, I've got basketball on Saturday and baseball on Sunday.
Barbecuing on Saturday.
What's the best thing that he barbecues?
I like tri-tip.
You like what? Sorry?
Tri-tip.
Yeah, dude. I just had tri-tip last night.
It's fire. Got you, Gregory. Shout out. Good luck to you this weekend.
There you go, TC. Let's go. Get some good old Western work boots. I'll see you out there. We're giving away Journey tickets too. You want to go see Journey? You give a chance.
I low-key need some boots, my damn self, so I can get my Bruce Brown on.
Shout out Bruce Brown. Shout out Norm says he's working on his truck this weekend and his wife's car. I'm not a car guy, but I gotta learn how to fix some stuff. We got our guy Sean Cunningham. Sean, good morning. Thank you for jumping on.
Whoa. Good morning.
right.
We are so close on my face. I don't know if there's a way to drop that back, but let me see if I move back.
Yeah.
That's even better. Okay.
There you go.
What's up, Sean?
The Bo Jackson tee. Gotta let them know the Bo Jackson tee is in the building. Oh, moving
Get frozen,
back.
Sean?
Yeah, moving back. That messed it up.
Yeah, frozen.
Did
Sean.
it?
Oh, now he's back. Let's see. Yeah, now you're back.
Now you're good. Now you're good.
Okay. Sorry, guys. How y'all doing?
Doing good.
man. Good.
Excited
Good.
for the weekend. Having fun today, though. Appreciate you jumping on this morning, too.
Oh, no problem. No problem. Sorry it didn't work out earlier this morning.
Oh, no.
Or earlier this week, I should say.
Friday's perfect.
What you got going on this weekend? You at the state championship games?
Yeah, I'll be, well, not tonight. I won't be there tonight. I'll do King's practice today and then have a little family thing in the early afternoon. Gonna see I like to call her a good friend because back in my radio days, we would do a lot of stand-up comedy. And I'd bring a lot of them in studio and have the appearances and stuff. But I used to kind of know Whitney Cummings back in the day, so she's in town. So I'm gonna go check her out over at Channel 24, and then Saturday morning I'll be. So good luck to Folsom because they play tonight. But Saturday morning I'll be there to check out Faith Christian. I actually did a story with them. I actually checked them out last night. There's a girl up there who passed Caitlin Clark and Steph Curry's 3-point record. Which is kind of a cool little small little story that good for them. You know, they only got to go to the NorCal last year because they couldn't go play state because they were Division 6 and they don't have a Division 6 game at Golden One Center. So this year they bump up to Division 4, and so they've kind of mopped their competition. So they're going to be represented in the 10 o'clock game. So I'll be able to check that out.
There we go.
And I think I'll go to Open Division. I think I'm going to pop in and see that game, which is, am I right? That's Salesian and Sierra Canyon, or Sierra Canyon and somebody else. I can't remember.
No, you had it. You had it. Oh, here we go, Sean.
Yeah.
Back in five. Back in five.
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madsen and Jesse Tapia.
No Kyle Madsen. He's in Japan. He'll be out next week as well. Casey will be in with me, D'Lo and Casey, 2 to 6. Solo D'Lo next week as well, and today, but he's got some guests joining him. We got a guest joining us. Shout out Sean Cunningham, KCR3, Sean Cunningham. Sean, what's up? How you doing? We're going to talk Kings. They haven't been the most entertaining thing, but we will get to the Kings. Let's start out with something fun. What have you been listening to lately, Sean? I've been on a early 2000s hip-hop kick lately, I guess.
All right, well, what you hearing on that?
What do you mean? Like what I've been listening to?
Yeah.
I've listened to a lot of T.I., Lil Wayne, Lil Houston, Paul Wall type stuff like that. 50 Cent, of course. Yes, that was playing yesterday. That's what I've been on lately. Sean, what you been listening to?
That's my favorite question of the week, actually. I would love to say that I'm right there in step with you, Jesse. I mean, so much of my music, taste is kind of skews that way as well. But honestly, my playlist always looks like it belongs to a 16-year-old girl. So I am very much locked in with a lot of the newer stuff right now. I really dug into, Mumford & Sons. Their brand new album, Prize Fighter, is probably the one I'm listening to most. I really should look at my phone though, because it's kind of all over the place. Mumford & Sons has a song with Gracie Abrams that I absolutely love. Off that, I don't know if it's going to be a single, but it is fantastic off that album. I know Noah Khan had just came out with Porch Light last night. I checked that out. But Harry Styles, my goodness, he's going to host and do musical guests for SNL. I'm the biggest SNL fan in the world, so that album has been fantastic. I checked out that thing on Netflix, the Live from Manchester. That whole album is kind of no skip worthy right now. From a first couple time listen, I think it's going to be an absolute classic. So yeah, I have a very poppy that and as Kenny knows, Jesse Reyes is probably over the past year has been very, very high on my list. So yeah, I skew very poppy right now.
Sean, I don't know. Obviously you listen to hip hop and R&B, but I don't know where it registers for you right now. But I know you go to shows.
Yeah.
And this summer is insane. Is your bank account ready for some of these tours? There's at least, off the top of my head, 5 tours already. There's another one that I know of that I don't think has been announced yet that is actually going to take the cake, and it's going to be great. They're back last year, at least with hip hop and R&B. They didn't do no tours. Oh, they're back this summer. It's great.
Well,
are you ready for some of it?
And I'm curious to see which ones you're alluding to. I've seen a few right now. I mean, it's funny. Was it a week or two ago? I went and saw Cardi B when she came through Sacramento. But the one that I think has really intrigued me is something I saw the other day. Is like Nas and the Roots are coming through. That part is definitely circled on my calendar. I'll see Lil Wayne at Bottle Rock. Bottle Rock is just the annual stop that I'll always do. Baby Keem, I've kind of wanted to check out if I get to Outside Lands, although I wasn't really impressed with the Outside Lands lineup. So there's quite a few things out there. I've already got my tickets to Lupe Fiasco coming through Sacramento to redo Food and Liquor. I mean, Lupe Fiasco to me is probably, I always love hearing him say, your favorite rapper's favorite rapper because it's quite true. But honestly, the A tickets have definitely sparked my interest a little bit. I've seen these little, the huge shows that he's doing in Mexico City. Looks like LA, they added a second date. So, with all the controversy surrounding him, I was at the show at Golden One Center when he brought out Kid Cudi and then did his rant and then dipped, and then everyone got their money back. So, I've been slowly curious to see what kind of show that he produces, and I watched the entire I think, live stream of Mexico City and saw the set list and was rather impressed. So, but was there one you were that was leaping off the page to you that I'm just not thinking of? I know Jay-Z. That one. I mean, if you ever get a chance to see Jay-Z, it's phenomenal. But it is hilarious how much they're teasing upcoming stuff from him, whether it's new music or touring again. That part would very much make me happy.
Absolutely, Sean. I don't know if I did this with D'Lo yesterday. I text you, Sean. I text you that one that I'm talking about. So if you can get to your phone, just go check that out. Don't say nothing, though, because like I said, I'm not trying to get in trouble. But that J. Cole is going on tour. I definitely want to see Cole. Want to see Doja. And
oh yeah,
if I can make it happen, I want to see Bruno. Like, I don't know how that's going to work out, but I want to go see Bruno Mars. And then obviously, Sean, when I text you, then that's
okay. First of all, I know that would pop absolutely. I would say if you're looking at the text message, the blank and blank, the first blank I'm not a fan of. So that one absolutely falls off my list. I
can't even say that because I ain't trying to get. But we have to talk.
But for obvious reasons, I think if you know.
Yeah. Okay, I got
okay. The second one, though, however, would be enough to bring me out to that show. So that one definitely. I hate to be the two guys that are talking about something nobody else knows at the moment, but that one would be up there. That would be incredible. Bruno Mars, first of all, I did get to see Silk Sonic in Vegas, and I've seen him at headline Bottle Rock. I'm a little curious about him doing stadium shows. I mean, littlest dude in the world, and he's up there just doing crazy stadium shows. I think it probably plays better in an arena. It's such a musical show, and I love it. The album, I mean, so far from what I've heard is very, very nice. So I just don't know if I could pony up the dollar amount just to do that at a stadium show. But
it's an expensive. That's what I'm saying. You start talking about all these tours and these shows, and you got some heavy hitters.
Yeah,
the way my bank account is set up, like, I don't think that could happen.
Doesn't cost much to see the Kings right now.
Well,
no, it doesn't.
While we talk about the fun things, I guess we got to get to business. Sean, I was talking to Casey about like the meeting of the season, just what it's been about. Like, what has the season been about for the Sacramento Kings? About 15 games left, one of the worst records in the league. Like, what has the season been about?
Man, I think it's been about failure. I think it's an eye-opening failure for the front office who takes over. Someone like Scott Perry, BJ Armstrong, they come in and they legit gave. I mean, I think a pessimist out there, a smart aleck might sit there and say, "Oh, they didn't do enough," and they look. They might be true. That might be true. I think going out and getting Dennis Schroeder and them telling us something about him that isn't necessarily true as to what he is, and I think was both eye-opening in one sense, but on the other hand, I think they were saying, look, we believe Dennis Schroeder can truly be this guy, and not only do we think he could be this guy, we need him to be this guy in order for us, the Sacramento Kings, to have success. So the way they looked at him, the way they thought he could be this point guard and kind of beacon of light and kind of be this element that this team needed to find success was in one sense, the front office saying, okay, we believe in what we have in terms of these veteran pieces. And if it doesn't work, to their credit, and it didn't, they were able to move off of it very, very quickly. Now, he was the one veteran they were able to move off for the most part in terms of key pieces on this roster. You have a lot of aging pieces and obviously some bad contracts. And I think that's when it all of a sudden became, okay, what do you do for your future? You already know you're not a contender in terms of being a playoff team, even a play-in team, but you're not even a winning team. And fast forward, you're the worst team. So now what do you do to set up your future? Well, the reality is they really couldn't do anything. They're so handcuffed by really bad contracts, aging players, and how do you get off of those? And so, look, I always cringe when I hear the word reset, and certainly there'll be a roster reset in a way. You get into the offseason, all of a sudden you've got some very tradable expiring contracts, and we've seen all these teams are trying to get off money, and no one's trying to bring back money. Obviously, the Kings brought back money with DeAndre Hunter. They obviously owe him some money for next year, but that was at the cost of having to move on from someone like Dennis Schroeder, who they just signed. So I can see the frustration from fans because, you can't really walk outside when it's cloudy and tell me it's a beautiful day. You got to be honest with your fan base and let them know and be transparent about where they're at. And I think, trying to give these vets an opportunity to compete, they did that, and they can kind of check that box and say, okay, it didn't work, we did that, now it's time to move for the future. And I think the best part about this season is you didn't really have a player that represents your future. And I've said this a number of times where it's like, someone like Dallas has Cooper Flagg, Minnesota has an Anthony Edwards. The Kings don't really have that, but after June, they will. And it's going to be an absolute player that they believe not only can be a star, but might be a generational talent, and certainly someone they're going to hitch their wagon to kind of restructure their franchise and move into the future with.
So, Sean, let me ask you, I shouldn't assume, shouldn't speak for you, but do you find that being transparent and being honest with your fan base is a little bit more difficult when the reality is, hey, we've got 2 to 3 guys that I don't want, nobody else wants, that make a combined almost $100 million in Sabonis, Zach LaVine, and then if you want to throw DeMar DeRozan in there, you can do that as well. We can't do nothing with these guys on the roster, and we can't get rid of them. So we're just kind of stuck. Like, that might be the truth. Do you think, like, you can't, Scott Perry and the organization can't put that message out there, right?
To a degree, I think they can. And I think they've done a good job since then. And again, kind of that whole dynamic of, I feel like they had contracts on their team. They were trying to be competitive once we don't really go down this, rabbit hole, but you trade De'Aaron Fox, you fire Mike Brown, that was the shift in your franchise. That was the turning point, if you will. So you had all these pieces to put around those guys to, see what your future is. And with respect to those players that still exist, adding someone like Schroeder, and you've extended Keegan Murray, you're looking at these players, it's like, all right, well, look, we can still give this the try. Let's see how competitive we can be, but realizing there's a financial cliff in 2027 where all these roster pieces that have these big contracts outside of Keegan Murray really fall off a cliff. So whether you expedite it and try to move off some of these pieces because of the failure of the season, like I think they were trying to do for the greater part of this year, or you let your players play it out and get up to it and say, okay, we gave you the opportunity, we invested in some of these pieces, but once you get into 2027, all these contracts are going to come off the books with the exception of Keegan Murray, and then your rebuild at that point kind of happens naturally. So I think fans are smart enough to kind of realize that, but you're also giving those players that were brought in here to build around De'Aaron Fox and find that success and try to contend the opportunity to do so. Even with the addition of somebody like Schroeder, you're looking to pay your money. I just don't think that they're going to do a hard factory reset because it does happen naturally. And at this point, you're trying to get ahead of that. You're going to have a really high lottery pick, and you're going to have some still a few nice pieces on this roster that can. You can dramatically change the face of your franchise with a move here or there without having to dive fully into a reset. And, I think they're going to do a combination of both, because I do think you can develop your young guys, you can remain competitive, you can bring in a star player that you're willing to build around in June, and maybe get ahead of your quote unquote rebuild in 2027 without doing a huge factory reset, and have the ability to still contend and see what you can. Like this notion that they're going to be some crap team next year isn't necessarily one that I jump on, because a couple moves here and there, you could be having a whole different conversation with a rebuild. And I think there's nothing like no substitute for getting guys an opportunity and playing time, but showing the value of winning. I think that to me means a lot more than just there's no total formula that's foolproof. Like going out there and being a team that's going to be winning under 20 games to try to stack a roster of lottery picks and see how they all turn out. It's nice, and it's a nice in theory. Most teams aren't really able to accomplish that. So I don't think that there's a desire to remain a team that's bad for multiple years just to try to find a star or two to turn your franchise around long term. And I know people will point to Detroit and Oklahoma City in terms of who do it the right way, but I think if they had had their way, they would have expedited their situation as well a lot quicker. Because you look at someone like Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, they didn't draft him; they had to trade for him. So anyway, long-winded way of just saying I think they want to remain
right there. Sorry to interrupt the Godfather, but we got the radio portion of the rewind ending, the jump rewind ending. So we got to do the computer reset here in the studio, which another week of that. So just hang tight, and then we'll get things going. So hang on 1 second, y'all, and we'll be back. Let me go ahead and put the banner up today. We didn't do that yesterday. All right, banner live. We'll be right back. All right, loved ones, we back in here. Let me get this banner off the screen. Boom. What up, baby? Everybody good? Everybody good? Appreciate y'all as always. We got some good conversations today. Some good conversations. Yeah, Zebra. What's up, Warren? Wheezy, what up, baby? Russ, what's happening? Tried to dress this sweater up a little, not dress it up, but add a little vibe to it with the undershirt, and tried to keep it light because it's springtime vibes outside with the linen. But I mean, it looks great. I just couldn't get comfortable this morning or this afternoon or whatever. Wheezy, Mr. Rogers never looked this good. Never, ever, ever. All right. Katrina, what's happening? Germs, what's good? Gee, Brooklyn. Foxy, what's happening? Oh, man, we got up here Tennessee and Vanderbilt. We got a multi-view here with all these games. I don't know why I do this every day like I'm going to be able to see any of this shit, but I think it's just comforting to have this stuff on in the background. I'll just leave it here. Oh, Zebra, thanks, buddy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Show ended a little early on the radio. We're going to talk. What we got here? I plan the show so early in the morning, sometimes I forget what I wrote down that we're going to talk about. What y'all got going on this weekend? Shout out to y'all for always being here, by the way. Anybody got anything good jumping off? Say, Bo, what's happening? BK, what's good? Ooh. Some of y'all gonna have to explain yourselves, man. I ain't gonna lie. No, that's wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. Oh, there we go, Wheezy. There we go. West Sac Kings fan. Oh, wow. I didn't even realize it was Friday the 13th. Hey, Zebra PT, hold up. Let's let them air horn fry for the birthday girl. Hey, that's a good look right there. I love that. Giants Fest at Oracle Park. There you go. That's a good look, Russ. Oh, Lord, your last day of 67. Can you imagine how childish it's going to be in this group chat next year? On this day next year, Zebra. Oh, my God. Warren, what you trying to go to tonight? You said, I don't know if I can find someone to watch my daughter so I can hit it up. What you trying to go to? Zabo caught it. He knows what it is. Y'all a bunch of children. Oh, okay. Oh, right on, Warren. Man, it is quiet in here on Fridays, boy. Quiet. What time does Abe's show start? Does Abe's show start at 3?
3 to 7.
Oh, he's 3 to 7. Okay.
What's up, Chatty House?
What's up, Jesse?
What's up, Dan? Abe's got a good show. It's my favorite one to listen to if I'm not listening to 1320.
Yeah, Abe's got a really good show. He's entertaining.
Yeah, they just hang out over there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he is entertaining as hell.
What's up, Johnny G, Norm, Katrina? Johnny G had an all-timer this morning to end the jump.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Like an all-time.
A joke.
Okay.
Said that I put the J in OJS because I've been killing it this week.
Damn. Damn.
And we ended the stream there.
I mean, it's facts, but damn.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh.
Appreciate you, Brian.
That's a good look right there. Yeah, he definitely has, Zabo. He definitely has. Johnny G, that's hilarious. Hilarious. What's up, Norm?
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We a number one spot. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
What's good, baby? Hey, let him ride one more time for Friday. What's good? What's good? What's good? I don't know about you, man, but our office is empty on a Friday. Shout out to Joe, Sarah, and Mark. I don't know who else is here, but the promo team is representing pretty strong.
Oh, it's super empty in here today.
Yeah, I mean, Fridays be like that, but this Friday is real hitting. Oh, shout out to my man Bill. I know he's working in his office too. Right now, we welcome you in here into the Friday the 13th, Friday, March 13th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
It's always D-Lo and KC.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live alongside EP.
What are you doing with him?
Some say have been killing it this week. Shout out to my man Jesse Tapia. Second show of the day. Fourth job of the last hour, man. Salute. We're hitting the ground running here on this Friday because we got Eddie Gonzalez coming up for the marathon in about 30 minutes. And then immediately following the marathon, James Ham is going to join us, our ESPN 1320 20 Kings insider, working a little overtime for us as well, joining us here on this Friday. There was a practice this morning before the guys head to Los Angeles to take on the Clippers tomorrow. So we'll talk to James. Dylan Cardwell was back at practice today. And I'm just reminding, as I'm talking to you right now, just reminding myself, I got to pull up my email because Hammer did say that we would get an update on Keegan Murray later on this afternoon. Those updates usually go directly to our emails. I got my email pulled up. As soon as it comes across, we'll tell you exactly what the status is of Keegan Murray. So that's coming up in about 90 minutes. We'll talk to James Ham. And then my man Nick Wagoner is going to join us for a few. That's all the way in the 5 o'clock hour to talk about this very, very busy week for the San Francisco 49ers. So like I said, man, we're hitting the ground running. We're thrilled that you're here, whether you're listening on 98.5 FM HD2, 1320 AM. We've got your chance to win Aftershock tickets, by the way, too, coming up in about an hour. And we shout out those who are always here with us at twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. Hell of a game last night with the Oklahoma City Thunder and the Boston Celtics, just as we knew it would be. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander broke Wilt Chamberlain's 20-plus points for 127 straight games record. I call it a record. I don't know if it's a record or it's an achievement or it's what, but it is impressive. And maybe it's both. Maybe it's a record and maybe it's an achievement. Jesse and I discussed yesterday how it's just it's not something you're really paying attention to because it's one of those records that, at least through the course of history, seemed completely unattainable. And most of us maybe didn't even know it existed because Wilt was number 1 and number 2. And Oscar Robertson was number 3. And no one had really approached this. I mean, the closest anyone got, I think we said yesterday, was Kevin Durant. I think he was at 72. It wasn't even like he was. I mean, that's not really close. Like, you're still, 40 some odd games away? But SGA deserves a lot more credit than he's given. Not just by me, but I think the NBA universe. And Sam Presti should be endlessly praised for insisting that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander comes over in that Paul George deal. Like, that Paul George, Kawhi Leonard, Los Angeles Clippers scenario was absurd on multiple levels, but Sam Presti's insistence that SGA is a part of this has completely changed the trajectory of the Oklahoma City Thunder franchise, and it may have changed the trajectory of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. But there's something about SGA that rubs people the wrong way, and I'm so glad that the Chatty House is pointing it out right away, because they call SGA the free throw merchant. And so much is made about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and his ability to get to the free throw line. And I've started to, now admittedly, I've had my feelings about this in the past as well. Not just with him, Luka Doncic. I mean, James Harden, just notorious for this. I think they changed rules because of James Harden. And like, I notice it with SGA. Jaylen Brown, incredibly frustrated with the way that SGA was officiated last night. I think he was frustrated. I think people can get frustrated with the way SGA is officiated as a whole. We have seen Mike Brown take shots at Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. We have seen Steve Kerr take shots at Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And I'm starting to, as especially, and it was really leading into that game last night where SGA was, it felt like a foregone conclusion that SGA was going to break that record. And I really dove into, as a lot of you might have been able to tell, based on that conversation we had yesterday afternoon, I really dove into SGA's career a little bit deeper. I dove into some of the things that he has focused on to get him, to this point. I learned about his love of the word consistency, living the life of consistency, talking about, practice, his approach to the game, Just he is based on routine. And that was something that was talked about yesterday a lot, the consistency in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander during the streak. And I started looking at, and we did the breakdown of where his points were from, the paint and the restricted area and the free throw line. And if you remember the pie chart, it was pretty well broken down with 25% of his points during this streak of 127 straight games. At I think it was 25% of those points were from the free throw line. I was like, let's look at some numbers as it pertains to SGA, because he is Doris Burke, Anthony Edwards gets called for a foul, and she uses that opportunity on live television to say, hey, Oklahoma City the Thunder fans are going to be really upset for me. But we see Shai Gilgeous-Alexander get away with this multiple times a game. This foul that Anthony Edwards was just called for, we see SGA get away with it all of the time. And that caught my attention. I was like, hey, good for DB pointing that out. But again, I started to look a little bit deeper. Like, yo, what really is this? And I'm going to give you some free throw numbers. Free throws per game for a season. 10.3, 10.3, 10.2, 9.4, 9.0. Just for fun, I'll stop there. That's Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, right? No, it's not. That's LeBron James. Those are the most free throw attempts that LeBron James has taken in an NBA season. 10.3, 10.3, 10.2, 9.4, 9.0. 5 seasons of 9+ free throw attempts from LeBron James. How about this? 11.9, 10.5, 9.8, 9.1. Surely that's Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, right? Of course, it's not Shai. I know what that is. That's got to be James Harden during those gross years, right? James Harden? Nope. Wasn't Harden. Wasn't Luka Doncic either. Anybody want to guess who that was? In his famed 37-point per game season, Michael Jeffrey Jordan averaged 11.9 free throws a game. In one of the greatest seasons in the history of the NBA, that 1988 MVP Defensive Player of the Year season, Michael Jordan averaged 10.5 free throws per game. Now, admittedly, I was 6 and 7, respectively, at the time. I don't know if they called Michael Jordan a free throw merchant. I don't know if the announcers of the time were like, God, this Michael Jordan, he's really taking advantage of the rules out there. This is tough basketball. This isn't the game of basketball. Michael Jordan shooting all these free throw attempts, scoring all of these points. It was bad enough that they were saying in that 1986 season that Michael Jordan could never be a winner because you can't score that many points and win. Do you know how many times James Harden averaged 11.9 free throws a game? 0. Do you know how many times James Harden averaged double-digit free throws a game? 2. Let's go with this one because I started to see Marcus. Marcus, you're a smart man. Shout out to my man Marcus in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Different kind of fouls, D-Lo? Question mark. I'm so glad you said that. Let's talk about the different kind of fouls because you guys, I love you guys so much. You are such an incredible part of this program because you don't know it, but you're making my point. Before I even get there, you're making my point for me. 13.1, 11.4, 10.8, 10.8, 10.7, 10.5, 10.5, 10.4, 10.2, 10.1. Who's that? Different kind of fouls, D-Lo. What player was that? Any guesses? Anybody want to guess who that was? I'll give y'all a second because we're talking about different kind of fouls. Oh, I like it. That one was kind of obvious. Or maybe it wasn't obvious, but I looked that one up on purpose because I knew somebody would make the argument of the type of fouls that are being called. And those numbers that I just read out, where it was 10 plus free throws, like 10 plus seasons, was Shaquille O'Neal. Okay. Different kind of fouls. Bigs get fouled more. Got it. So what exactly is the issue? Is it the foul or the type of foul? Is it the free throws and the fact that the game is slowing down and he's shooting free throws? Because remember, it can't be that. Because there are people that shoot more free throws than Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. So it can't be the pace of the game and, oh, this is hard to watch. It's the type of foul. And that has led me to a whole other conclusion. This isn't James Harden's fault. This isn't Luka Doncic's fault. This sure as hell isn't SGA's fault. This is the official's fault. If your issue with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is that he shoots too many free throws and you don't like the way he draws the foul, your problem isn't with SGA. Your problem is with the officials. Sean Bittler, you guys are so on point this morning. Foul baiting. That's not SGA's fault. That's the official's fault. You are directing your anger at the wrong individual. The problem is the officials. The problem is not SGA because nobody batted an eye when Michael Jordan shot 11, 12 free throws a game. Nobody batted an eye when Shaquille O'Neal shot 13 free throws in the 2000-2001 NBA season. Nobody. But you got mad at James Harden. James Harden shot 10 free throws in a season on average. But your issue wasn't the number 10. Your issue wasn't with James Harden. Your issue was how he got those fouls, how he got the whistle. That's not a James Harden problem. With all due respect, I'm not going to say anything bad about these people. I'm going to stop myself. I'm going to do better. It's Friday. I'm going to do better. The issue is the officials. That's the problem. The problem is not SGA. The problem is the officials. And you're directing your anger at SGA because the officials are falling for it. It's comedy. It's comedy, but the thing is, it's taken away, like it is legit taken away from how great SGA is. You've allowed it to, you say, oh, it's ruining the game. Tell me. And I'm going to talk to Eddie about this because it bothers Eddie. Like, it bothers Eddie so much. Eddie's going to join us at the bottom of the hour, and we always talk basketball for 60 minutes, man, and we're going to talk basketball. But the SGA thing bothers him, and I think it's misdirected anger. And I truly believe that the officials' inability to officiate the game consistently has actually taken away from Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's greatness. There is no reason any conversation about the best player in basketball the last couple of years should not include SGA. And I recognize from the most part it does, but Nikola Jokic's name is always the first that's mentioned. Always. And our beef with this is often Giannis Antetokounmpo was completely ignored in this conversation. Now, it's going to be tough for him to get a mention this year, despite the fact he started out the season incredible. His team's so bad, it's hard to even, look at that. But, over the course of the last 6 years or so, 5-6 years, it's been Jokic, it's been Giannis, Joel. Now, the best player in professional basketball is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. It is not Nikola Jokic. It's SGA. And the funny thing about both of those guys is, and they're both fantastic. It's a 1 and 1A conversation. It's not even if you think Nikola Jokic is the best player in basketball, you're wrong. It's not that. For me, in my discussion that I'm having with you, SGA is the best player in professional basketball. And the funny thing about those two is they are similar in their demeanor. And you don't really know a lot about either one of them. SGA's style. Nikola Jokic loves horses. I think SGA loves basketball. I'm sure Nikola Jokic does. I just think there's other things he loves a lot more. But watching SGA last night and watching SGA over the last, 4 or 5 games, it's like, man, I got to show, I got to have a little bit more healthy appreciation for who Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is and what he does. And that was a fantastic game last night. Real quick, Jesse, can you pull up the video of SGA celebrating with his teammates last night in the post-game interview? Can you see if you can find that and pull that up real quick? I noticed something very funny that I want to see if you can catch it. Morgan steps in and says, no, it's Joker. Great. Give me a reason why Nikola Jokic is the best player in professional basketball and not Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Because I could tell you this, Morgan, I'm pretty sure, much like Nikola Jokic, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is about to win his second straight MVP. Unlike Nikola Jokic, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has a really strong chance to win a second straight NBA championship. Now, Denver, there's a story right there. Denver's win was impressive last night, no matter who was on or off the floor. But I caught something funny last night as SGA was celebrating his, was he celebrating? I'm not sure. I'm going to walk the radio audience through this in a second. Chat, viewers.
No sound?
Yeah, no sound needed. We don't need any sound. Go ahead and let the video run, and then I'll walk the radio audience through this. So all right, so we're celebrating. SGA takes the deep breath. They've getting the water poured on, just pouring a whole bucket on him, and he's just like, all right, man, what are we even doing? He kind of cracks a little smile. No, wait a minute, we're not done. Here comes another. No, we got another bottle of water on the way. There it is. Yep, just casually pouring on him. Unfazed by all of this. No big deal. Anybody notice anything about this? Jesse, can you see it? See, you might not catch this. You might not catch this. I caught it immediately. 1, these are good teammates. 2, these are teammates that know their teammate. All of these bottles of water get poured directly on his neck and shoulder. Not one of them splashed into his freshly braided hair.
See, I thought that's why he was getting mad.
See, no, because they all missed his hair. Not all of you may understand this. This man knew what time it was last night. And them rows are clean.
See, they cut the
They're-
back of his head, I think. That's
Th-
why he
just-
gets mad, I think.
Just a very, very little bit. Like, look at J-Dub is pouring an entire bottle of Dasani on the man's neck, not over his head. That's a good group of teammates right there. And look, I don't know who that is right there. It looks like Birdman. I don't know. It must have been Hartenstein. Just squirting a bottle of water at him like it's nothing. I love this. This was actually my favorite part of last night. And SGA was just so nondescript about what he did last night. Because that's him. He's like, I'm the picture of consistency. He is. And that's the word that was used over and over and over again to describe him. Consistent. Back to Morgan, who says Jokic is the best player. Morgan says, you're probably right. The triple-double thing, I have a hard time looking past. That's just incredible. But the Thunder is so good. I get it. No, see, that's a fun fact right there. And you can thank my guy, our own Sacramento King, Russell Westbrook, for this. Nikola Jokic has put up such gaudy numbers over the course of his incredible run as the best player in basketball that a triple-double kind of averaging, that's what Morgan's talking about, averaging a triple-double. The triple-double thing she's talking about is the fact that we are nearing the end of the season and Nikola Jokic is averaging a triple-double. I don't know if he's got to the point yet where he has clinched it, but he's got to be getting really, really close. The problem is Russell Westbrook has done that 4 times. He was already the first to do it in 40, 50 years? And then he just came out and kept doing it. I think he averaged a triple-double, if memory serves me correctly, in Washington when he got his 200th. Shout out to the Tebow family in Washington, D.C., who sent me the T-shirt from that game for Westbrook's 200 triple-double. But that triple-double stat has been minimized. And it's not just because of how many times Russell Westbrook has done it. It's because Nikola Jokic has so regularly put up 35, 20, and 15, which, again, are just gaudy and absurd numbers. And that's why the beauty of a discussion like this is because I'm willing to have a discussion with anybody. What I'm not going to do is argue with anyone. I won't argue that SGA is the best player in basketball over Nikola Jokic. I'll have a discussion with you about it. And just like Morgan says it's Nikola Jokic. You know what? You might be right. I think it's SGA, but you know what? You might be right because it's the LeBron Michael Jordan thing. I'll have a discussion with anyone. I'm not going to argue with you, though, because no one's wrong. Look, Sakirin points it out last night. Jokic had 31, 20, and 12 last night. Just absurd. Jokic has normalized these absurd stat lines. Like, you even go back to the game where I thought SGA kind of snatched the MVP trophy. The 35 and 15 is and 15 assists, the 35 points, 15 assists. It's like, oh, man, that is, you start getting into 15 assists, you start getting north of like 12. It's like, man, that's a really impressive number. But then you had to pull in a different number to make it that much more special. And it was the 0 turnovers. And the amount of people that have put up stat lines like that, it is so minimal. I'm such a huge fan of both of these guys, but I have found myself in recent games becoming a bigger and bigger fan of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And I refuse to let the way that SGA is officiated influence the way I think about it. Because that's all it is the way that he's officiated. And I look at him and I see him last night and I we showed that for those who saw it, the celebration in his very like level-headed, cool demeanor. And I think, is he really not the face of the league like right now? And if so, why not? What is SGA missing to be the face of the league? And sometimes we talk about personality. Okay. Well, does Wemby have this big explosive personality? He has a leadership quality that feels like, borderline rare in today's NBA. He has a competitive spirit that feels rare in this version of the NBA. And we lean, maybe it's Anthony Edwards. I don't know that. I don't know. With a player like Anthony Edwards, like, does the league really want to get behind that? I mean, it's not Nikola Jokic, right? Nikola Jokic isn't the face of the league. Why wouldn't SGA be the guy right now? And Jordan, and I tried to think back to like Jordan's demeanor on the court. He was far more aggressive. You knew Mike was talking. The great clip of the 92 series against the Knicks, where he's in, was it Xavier McDaniel's face? Oh, that's fire. I don't know that SGA has that moment. Like he needs one thing to kind of push him over the top, and I don't know exactly what it is. I don't know that there's nothing wrong with. I don't know that there's anything actually wrong with his personality, other than it's not very like. It's not. Maybe it's not memorable. Maybe that's the problem. Because it's fine. But he maybe he lacks something to where, other than his play, that you really walk away from going, boy, bad. But he is, man. He is, from a basketball perspective, that boy is bad. And for my money, on this day, at this time, SGA is the best player in professional basketball. We're going to talk a lot more basketball because that other guy we were referencing had himself a night last night, as did his co-star. 39 for Jamal Murray, an absurd triple-double from Nikola Jokic, and some interesting stats with the San Antonio Spurs without Victor Wembanyama. We'll get into all of that at some point. We're going to talk a lot of basketball with our man Eddie Gonzalez next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. You know what, Securin? I think you might be on to something with the Converse thing. The funny thing is, Converse is actually, unless something has changed, Converse is owned by Nike. Like, it's the same marketing machine. They got to do, but maybe that machine is depleted of resources. I don't know. Yeah, maybe there's something, Sean. I'm not sure if this is the argument you're trying to make as it terms to SGA, but you might be, that above the rim player. There's definitely something about that for sure. D'Lo, does SGA remind you of Kobe in his no, he does not remind me of Kobe. Because Kobe had Kobe is Jordan. Like, Kobe is a legit, I want to call him a clone, but he is like, his favorite player was Michael Jordan. His hero was, like, you see it in the you see it in the way that he plays. You see it in his demeanor. So no, I don't know who to compare SGA to. But Kobe had a level of aggression to him. Kieran, I think the answer is no, but you're probably right about Kenny being a better person to ask that question to. Oh, this is just these are just BCAAs, man. I just sip on these throughout the show. Because it can be a bit hard to snack when I'm by myself. He has a lot of qualities, Leezy. He has a lot of qualities that can make him the face of the league. Like he'd have to win those finals though, because he'd have to be like Magic to a certain degree. You know what I mean? Like he has that Showtime style to him, but something has to put him over the top in order for him to take that category. What's up, man?
What's good, my guy?
Everything, man. Everything. How you feeling?
Good.
Oh, that echo's kind of tough. You got me on speakers?
Yeah, hold on. I can get earphone. Let's see.
Oh yeah, there you go.
What mic am I looking for? Boom. That should be good.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, man, they was watching you this morning. They was watching you this morning.
I text you about it, but like he can't bully me. That's just what I'll say.
I just like I saw that clip like, yo, man, what are you talking about?
Well, that's the way of the world now too. Is like you say.
Hang on, Eddie. We can do this on the air. Hang on, Eddie. Hey, we're gonna get right into this, man. It's the marathon, 60 minutes of commercial-free sports talk, but we might have to start elsewhere because it is the protector of all things hip hop. Our man Eddie Gonzalez with us here. First thing I see when I wake up this morning is Sacramento's own Ebro popping off at the mouth about who's allowed to critique hip hop, and I'm looking at this like, one, why the hell am I seeing this? Two, is Eddie. There's Eddie. Like, all right.
Shout out to the Heights. Shout out to the Heights.
and I point that out only because the chat thought, it's Ebro's arch nemesis here on the show. And I text this to you. Ebro talks, and I think a lot of sports people do this, particularly basketball people, and we'll actually talk about this in a minute. They talk about hip hop like he talks about hip hop like he hates it.
Yeah. Yo, like, all right, we'll remove Drake from this, right? Because that's where they center everything, and then that's how they start their conversations, and that's how they get their attention. I remove Drake from this. Ebro, I'm an old man my damn self. Ebro is older than me.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times, this ain't for us to dictate, but he thinks because he had a prominent position for some time, and it has been here for a long time that, like, it's for him to dictate what's good, what's not, what's a classic, what's this, who's a star, what's hip hop, what's this, what's that. That's just never been how it works. Like, when I was a kid, I was telling my uncle what was what, and my uncle was telling me what was what, and it was like, and it goes on and on. But this belongs to the kids. They decide what's what. The example I gave when he first made this comment was like, you can't tell my little brother that NBA YoungBoy doesn't have 4 classics or whatever it is. It might not be to me, but to him, you can't tell him nothing. You can't tell him about Lil Durk. You can't tell him about none of these dudes. And so it's like, yeah, there's a current class. This Young Thug's classic albums sound like Jay-Z's joints.
Yeah.
No, but they're classic out. Like, so I don't know. Ebro has determined, and Elliott Wilson and some of these other dudes have determined that they are the dictators of all things, and that their word is just means more because they're in this. And like, Ebro responded to me today and basically said, well, I don't want to read it, but he essentially said, well, I was a DJ and I was on the radio. So that's just as good and important and integral to the process as actually making and performing music. So my word means more. I just don't agree. Like, I just don't agree at all. And I feel like I could argue my time spent as a writer, as a critiquer, which is one of the words he used, of the culture and of music, and writing album reviews and going to concerts and interviewing artists and this and that and the third. I could argue that's just as integral and gives me just as much credibility. But my whole point is, I don't outweigh the opinion of whomever else. Like, I'm not the only opinion there is to have. So, yeah, I don't know. These dudes have determined that they're the stars, and, like, that's where media is. And like you said, I think it's true in sports too. Like, I grew up on, and I'm not even, like, this isn't even that long ago, but, like, we were never the story. The writer was never the story. The media guy was never the story.
Right.
The story is what happens on the field, what happens in the booth, what happens, these dudes are the story to themselves now. Like, it's a lot of main character syndrome. And try as they may, and do as many podcasts and get in front of as many cameras as they may, they're not Drake. They're not Kendrick Lamar. They're not Meek Mill. They're not J. Cole. They're not whomever. They're just still the media guys. And they got to accept that.
You know what I think has altered that is, like, that line of thinking is podcasting.
Yeah.
Because on the radio, like, with all due respect to Ebro, like, dog, I've done this 20 years too. Like, and I've done it at the same stations you've done it at. Like, and I know my opinion means nothing. The amount of times that I have wanted to come out of a record on KSFM and say, this song is ass, but y'all love it, so there it is it's uncalculable here at this point. But with podcasts, and this is why I think so many people in the world of sports media have these, like, uncontrollable egos, is when you're on the radio, particularly, like, I'll use KSFM as the example. I'm on KSFM. I've done this long enough to know, like, I can be good, I can be great, I can be bad, but it won't matter because you're probably not listening for me. You're listening for that new Chris Brown joint. Mm-hmm. You're listening for Lil Durk. You're listening for, the Kendrick joint. You're waiting to hear, the Drake album drop or the Drake singles drop. That's what you're listening for, and I understand that. Like, I recognize that. But when you download, a podcast that's the Joe Budden podcast, when you download, Ebro and Friends or whatever, that's who you're going to listen to. Like, you're going to listen to those guys. It's like us over here. We don't have Drake. We don't have Kendrick. We don't have none of that. You're tuning in to hear what we say about the Sacramento Kings or the Raiders or the 49ers and such. And those guys, when they see those numbers go up, it's like, oh, it's about me. Forgetting no matter how great those numbers are, there's still a fraction of what Drake is doing. There's still a fraction of what Kendrick Lamar is doing. Or to your point, there's still a fraction of what, NBA YoungBoy is doing. Like, the numbers aren't comparable, but you see yours and you convince yourself that this is about me.
I said this about Stephen A. Smith. I was debating Twitter. It's Twitter. So somebody, Stephen A. Smith is a bigger star than anybody on the Pelicans. I'm like, I don't think y'all understand. Like, his show on its best day does a quarter of the worst NBA game. So, like, I don't think y'all are fully understanding what that is. We know because we watch sports and we argue about this and this, but, like, that's just not the reality of the situation. So, like, these dudes have convinced themselves they're as important as the actual story. And I say this as a media guy. We're on camera in front of microphones right now, right? This is the lowest barrier of entry ever to have a voice, a platform. And so all you need is a phone at this point, at least for music. And the barrier of entry for music is pretty low. It's damn self right now too. But you still got to have the talent. We all can just talk. Like, and again, I say this as two guys who made their bones doing this. But like, you can just go on there and say stuff. Like, we can all do that. To me, that doesn't give you credibility or validity above the next person doing the same thing. And so it's just, I don't know, it's just a weird topic. And then he said it all with, like, a sense of entitlement that was odd to me from the position he's in. And having been a PD at Hot 97, that is a prominent role in music. Now, we know the politics and all that comes with that role and on and on and on. But I always maintain, because I've seen it 100 times and I've seen it with him. And I don't even mean to target him, but he came at me. a lot of these dudes base their criticism on proximity. So if they can be around such and such, they won't have as much criticism for them. They can't get to Drake. They can't talk to him. So they have a ton of criticism for him. They don't talk to J. Cole. They criticize him. Like, it's like that in sports as well. And I watch this, like, not to relate this to Kevin, but like the dudes who got Kevin on podcasts, they used to love him. Now he don't do that no more. And you got Bill Simmons saying, "Oh, I would pick Kawhi over him." You didn't pick Kawhi over Kevin when they were playing, and they were both at their peaks. So I don't believe that. And so, like, if these dudes were more accessible to them, they would have tons of praise. I like the Clips album is great. I know it. Like, I didn't play it a lot, but you know where they sung a lot of their praises? Because he sat, Push and Malik sat down with everybody. It's hard to criticize a dude when he's sitting right in front of you. And it's way easier to be like, man, you're the GOAT. So I believe that true. And like, again, I've done this. Like you said, you've been on the radio 20 years. I've been writing about hip hop and covering hip hop for 15 years now. And like, I don't do it on a daily like I used to, but people that know me and know my work, like my credentials speak for themselves. I've been in every platform, big and small. I've written in Billboard, I've written in Vibe, I've written in USA Today. Like I've done all of that stuff. So like, I'm just as valid as Ebro, but we all are though. That's kind of my point. Yeah. Like, just because you have a podcast don't make you more valid than the next guy. And here's my thing, and we can move on. I swear, we don't talk about this for an hour.
Good,
but everybody's opinion is a bad one to the person with the opposite opinion. Like, yeah, I'm a dumbass if I think LeBron is the GOAT, and you think Jordan is the GOAT. But like, yo, we can argue this stuff all day. And the thing, what makes it even worse in music is you cannot tell me I don't like a song as much as I like it. Like, there is some standard of artistry in music, and I understand it, and especially in, you know, where vocals are your instrument and things of that nature. But like, you can't tell me what's good and bad to me. This is the music that impacts and affects me. So, like, yeah, Ebro don't feel Drake the same way I do, but he's 10 years older than me, and he's 12 years older than Drake, and he's not living the same lifestyle or dealing with the same things. Now, young Ebro might have felt Ice Cube in a way that young me didn't, because I was 10 and he was 20. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, everything's not going to impact you all the same way. And I hate that it's all grounded in Drake, because he obviously has a bone to pick there, and Drake does too with him. But it's just, I don't know. It's just weird. And that whole statement was weird. I'm not the only one saying it either. And he picked me out the pile to come at me. But the thing about me is, I know who Ebro is. And he can't bother me. Like, he can't bully me into silence. I don't care. I'm not here to be seen in the way that he is. Like, I don't crave that in the way that he does. So he can't, like, affect me. But, yeah, it's all a weird convo, man. And it's like, I have strong opinions on a lot of things. But I don't carry myself as, like, the arbiter of all those things. I don't fancy myself an expert on most things, but like I like stuff and I think things about stuff. But Ebro fancies himself as like the authority in hip hop. And it's like, you don't got a classic album to your name. Like, how did you become that guy? So, and that was my thing about this beef. Everybody took it so personal and made it so much of their personality that like now here we are 2 years later. It still permeates because these dudes can't let it go. Like, yeah,
it's strangely become, you know, it's like people always want a side, right? Mm-hmm. Like whether it's the Biggie Pac thing or it's Democrats and Republicans, it's Bloods and Crips. Everybody wants to pick a side. And when two prominent members of Shaq and Kobe, when two prominent members of sport or hip hop go at it, people are going to entrench themselves in their camp. The thing with Drake for me was I had to admit, like, I don't really love Drake's music, but I also don't think it's for me. Mm-hmm. Like there like I'm not at the club. Like I know these records are played at I don't do that anymore. Like it's just not me. So I don't hear it the same way that some people might hear it. But I knew that before Kendrick ever said anything about him.
Right.
You know what I mean? And like I kind of understood that, but I'm like, I'm not fighting for Kendrick Lamar in this conversation. You know what I mean?
There's a lot of artists that are like that to me. Like, oh, I get this. It's just not like it don't jive with what I'm doing on these days. Or like this isn't for me. Like my daughter likes K-pop. I'm like, I don't get it, but I kind of get why she does. You know, it's so. And here's the other thing, and this is internet culture, and this is Twitter culture in general, and just like reaction culture, which is what we live in. I remember Kevin told me one time, I was asking him something about, you don't let all the noise get to you and this. And he said, like, people love winning arguments. Like, they love that more than they love anything else. And now they have a place to argue with everybody. And so that's what a lot of this boils down to is like people just really want to feel like they're right. I've gotten opportunities to do like shows and basically argue. And then the problem for me is like, I just don't feel that strongly enough about, like, I think I'm right, but like, I'm not that dedicated to this cause to where I'm going to go on your show and argue with the other guy on the other side of this cause. Like, it's not that deep to me, but people do love winning arguments. And that's what a lot of this boils down to is like, no, I'm right. It's like, I guess, like,
well, what's amazing about that, no one's ever won an argument on Twitter.
Ever. Nobody. Yo, the first time somebody changes, I watch two people change each other's minds on Twitter. The next time I see that will be the first time I've seen that. And it's like, yeah, it's just. I seen this, like, there's this Roger Ebert quote that goes around, and it's like people like fandom, the idea of fandom more than the things they're fans of. Meaning, like, this represents a part of me outwardly more so than I care about this song or being a Star Wars guy. Like, it's like, yeah, I like Star Wars, but it's cooler that people know that I'm a Star Wars guy. And I'm like, I thought about that, and that's deep. Like, again, people identify with this stuff. People create their Twitter bios, and it's like, I'm a Raiders fan, I'm a this fan, I'm a that fan. And it's like, they stand up for that identity more than they're standing up for the honor of the Las Vegas Raiders, who could not care less about you. You know what I mean? Like, and they tell us every year, like, as a Raider fan. But yeah, like, people get so deeply rooted in these and they die on these hills. And it's like, I guess my problem is like, I'm not really that serious about dying on any of these hills. Like, hey, we can debate about what song is better, what song is worse, but like, at the end of the day, like, if you're a big Kendrick fan, I'm not here to tell you, nah, you shouldn't be. It's like, okay, like, I like some Kendrick songs too. So I don't know. Again, these dudes turned it into their personalities. They made a ton of content off of it. They built platforms off it. And I'm watching them like it's all they holding on to at this point. It's like Skip Bayless and LeBron. They're always going to go to Old Faithful.
It's like Stephen A. and LeBron.
Yeah.
If all else fails, bring up LeBron James' name.
And it's like the W commentators, and they do Angel and Caitlyn, and then, like, you always got your Old Faithful and you do that. But yeah, like, I don't think that's like a valuable form of communication to me. So I wouldn't sit with Ebro and talk to him about Drake and Kendrick. I know how he feels. Like, I know what he's gonna say before he says it, and he probably knows what I'm gonna say. But that doesn't serve us in any real way. So yeah, it's a weird topic. I think he's kind of like, he's drinking the Kool-Aid and has been for a while. It's like Ebro, this personality guy, and it's like, I guess there's Ebro fans, but there's not enough to be doing this, you know.
Eddie Gonzalez with us here on the Marathon. This like conversation we just had really unintentionally, 1,000% unintentionally, can set the tone for so many things I wanted to talk to you about today.
Yeah, sorry guys to bog it down in this.
It was perfect. Like, it was perfect because there's really two specific topics that fit into the exact conversation we just had. And one of them is the guy who made all the news last night, and that's Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. You have been pretty open on this show. You're not the biggest SGA fan. You don't really love watching him, and I understood that. But over the last, I've boiled it down to like 4 or 5 games. I really kind of dug into like this streak and learning a little bit more about SGA and his approach and a little bit more about his game. And my opinion on him has completely changed. Brilliant. And like, I tried to make the argument to start this show that there are a lot of people, you know, the free throw merchant, the foul line merchant, like he spends too much time at the foul line. And, we round down some numbers. We ran down some numbers from Michael Jordan. We ran down some numbers from, LeBron James. And just to use a really, really extreme example, I use Shaquille O'Neal and the way that those guys have spent time at the foul line, and no one ever said anything about him. And the chat was very quick to get on this and talk about, it's not just the fouls, it's the type of fouls.
Mm-hmm.
And I've realized over the course of the last, in really, really like just locking into these Thunder games, is that's not Shea's fault. That's the officials' fault.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a beef with something in the league, you have a beef with NBA officials. Shea is playing the game. And if the officials fall for Mike Brown calling it foul baiting, Steve Kerr doing the same thing, Jaylen Brown was just furious about what happened yesterday. That's not SGA's fault. That is the officials' fault. And SGA, and I fear this conversation about foul baiting and the free throw merchant and all of that has bogged down the fact that, and this is another one of those things where I said I'm not going to argue with anybody, but I'll discuss with anybody that Nikola Jokic isn't the best player in professional basketball anymore. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is.
I'll start with the foul thing because I did that dive before too, and funny enough, I did it in defense of James Harden, and James Harden was shooting free throws at a rate that was incredible, but still wasn't that of Michael Jordan in '88 when he averaged 38 points a game.
Mm-hmm.
And Michael Jordan's season that year was up there with absolute peak Shaquille O'Neal, who's getting fouled on purpose every other night. And again, I think it's arbitrary. I think it's a little bit of the eyes that tell us, well, Michael Jordan wasn't pump faking and then letting guys land on him. He was doing other stuff. And it's mostly true, but like Mike drew like it was a running joke that you couldn't touch Mike too. I think at the end of the day,
that was the famous words of Magic Johnson, right?
Famous words of Magic.
Michael, it's a foul.
Yeah, can't touch him, it's a foul.
Yeah.
And it was always the narrative around Mike. And it's funny, we lose some of those things. I always say time kind of curves the rough edges and it smooths them out. And this is one of them with Mike. I think this is one of them with Shaq too. And I think eventually this will be one of them with Shea, and it is kind of now with Harden. But it is a little bit of arbitrary of it feels like he plays for fouls a little more than other guys do. And I don't know how provable that is. And I think a part of it is true with what you say. He's playing the modern game that's here. Guys have exaggerated contact for forever. That's not new. You could go watch Mike and he get a bump and he'll jump back. And when he'll yell when he gets hit on the way to the lane. And again, this isn't new. And if anything, it's smart. Is he a little bit more crafty with it? Is he using his offhand, the chicken wing guys a little more? Yeah, but we're all taught, you're hooking guys when you're in the post. We're all taught these tricks of the trade. He's just utilizing them more, but it's funny because he's not shooting as many fouls and free throws as some of these guys. So I go back and forth with it. Funny enough, I think Shea's game mirrors Kobe's a lot. And Kobe's a guy who was always viewed as didn't play in the contact, but I went back. I remember Kobe. Kobe was the pump fake dive under you guy. He hurt his shoulder like that. He broke Manu's nose flailing and popped him in it. He wasn't above it either. It's just the game, and as much as I hold it against him aesthetically, just like him and his pop say, yo, don't foul me then. That's what James should say. Stop fouling me. I don't love when a guy drives and keeps his hands low so he can rip them up through the defender's arms and go, oh, it's a foul.
Mm-hmm.
But it is the smart play. I kind of joke Kyrie might average 35 a game if he ever did any of this, but he doesn't, and he shoots 4 free throws a game. So it's frustrating to watch. Is he the best player in the league? It's hard to argue at that point, because he's a pretty good defender. I know there's some debate there. But he's scoring at a clip that's just unseen, and he's on the best team. I don't know why people are acting like there's an MVP debate. He's got about, I think it's 8 more games he has to play, and then he's the MVP. I hear this Jaylen Brown stuff. Nikola Jokic is 5th in scoring, 1st in assists, 1st rebounds. It's incredible.
Triple-double, yeah.
And he's averaging a triple-double, which is yo, D-Lo, if we sat down and talked 10, 15 years ago and say, could a dude average triple-double and not win MVP? We lose our mind. Russ did it 4 times, and only won it one.
And won.
And it's now that's just where we are. But anyway, the point is, the MVP is the lose, and the only way he's going to lose it is injury. Is he the best player in the world? It's hard to argue with the dude who just won the ring and the finals MVP and is about to win the second MVP in a row. I just watched this video of this little kid. He was running through every MVP year by year. And it was like, it's kind of crazy to see in that format how these guys win them in bunches. They win 2-3 at a time at their very absolute peaks. Michael Jordan did it. LeBron did it. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar did it. Bill Russell did it. On and on and on. Like Larry Bird won 3 in a row. Like, this is kind of what they do. And when you do that, you are the best player in the world, whether you like how it looks or not. I think the only competition for him is Jokic, and he's kind of proven outright that he's above that. And I'm like, if he wins another ring, and this is a common refrain, it's not like a new thought, it's going to be interesting, the conversations that start happening about where he ranks all time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, where he ranks as guards, where people are throwing him in there with Kobe now. Like, yo, if he does this, he's with Kobe. He's above Wade. He's above Harden. He's above all these guys. And it's like, it's kind of hard to fight it. Like, it's kind of, if he's going to lead the league, I think Luka's going to lead the league in scoring this year, but if he's going to be a 30-point guy for his entire peak, which could be years, we might have 5-6 more years of this, and win a couple of rings and win a couple of MVPs, like that's the resume of an all-timer. So it's interesting to see. I know everybody's not the biggest Shea fan. I think he's kind of wearing thin on some people, but production is production, man. And if he wins another ring, you got to revisit a lot of combos.
But that's what happens with greatness, is greatness wears on you. It happened with the Patriots. It happened instantly with the Golden State Warriors. And I mean, even, like Giannis, to a certain degree, Giannis's best season of his career, he did not win the MVP. Nikola Jokic did.
We're in the world of hyper scrutiny and hyper criticism. Like, that is the world we live in, the media world we live in, just the sports world in general. Like you mentioned earlier, guys talk about hip hop like they hate it. When the last time you heard somebody talk about basketball like they love it? Like, they talk about this like they hate it too. But sometimes you just gotta realize what's sitting here in front of you. But like, I'm with you. When Jokic got there, instantly started getting the criticism. Giannis got there, instantly started getting the criticism. LeBron, obviously, Steph, KD. Like, if anything shows you is on the top, you on the top, is when they start hating your ass. And they kind of starting to hate this dude. And it really, that's the respect factor. It's like, people go tired of greatness quickly, which is so weird, but it's true. And like, I'm guilty of it myself. I'm tired of him too. But at some point, you got to tip the hat and say, yeah, this dude's a problem.
Eddie, you talk about me and Eddie being in sync right now. You mentioned people talking about basketball like they hate it. Like, I've started to look at basketball writers like the internet wrestling community.
Oh yeah.
No one watches wrestling because they love it anymore. They watch it to critique it and bitch and complain about it. Once I stopped liking it, I just kind of stopped watching it. I was like,
confirmation bias.
Yeah, I don't understand what you're doing. I don't understand the direction. I'm probably just going to lay out. I'll read, stay caught up on what's going on. I can't afford your $50 a month ESPN thing that I already pay for anyway. So I'll just holler at y'all whenever you make that work on YouTube. And there might not be a greater example than, and this was the second thing I said that fit right into that conversation we were having to start, was Bam Adebayo's.
I knew it was going.
Bam Adebayo's 83 brought out, and Jesse pointed this out the day after it happened. And admittedly, I get oblivious to this sometimes because, like, the podcast and stuff, I know a lot of people pride themselves and I listen to every podcast. I know everything that's going on. Like, I don't. I'll look to see, what's the Hoop Collective talking about? What's the Athletic talking about? But rarely do I listen because I get worried that those guys will influence my thinking on something too often. So it's like, okay, I know what the national conversation is. I had no idea how bad the Bam Adebayo conversation was. And it wasn't until, like, Jesse had hit me to some of it. I saw you retweet a clip from it wasn't Bon Temps, it was Tim McMahon.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my God, what are we doing?
It just turned into like this. It's always a contest. You know what I mean? Like, as soon as the camera comes on, it's a contest for guys. And then you literally have a score. You got likes and retweets and you got metrics to keep score. And you know what gets the most score? I reacted to it. Something like Bontemps says. So they start going on this rant, and they're upholding the holiness of basketball and all the integrity and all this. Well, we hate everything. Like, people hated Kobe. You remember when Wayne was Wayne? And they're like, he's killing hip hop. He sounds funny. They do that with there's a lot of revisionist history with Kobe lately, and I had to admit, like, I wasn't the biggest Kobe guy, but like, Kobe was like overly hated in his time. Now we acting like it was all roses and daisies. Nah, I remember because I was one of them. And so my thing with the Bam thing, I watched the whole second half. I had fun. Like, I don't know what y'all think 83 points looks like, and I don't know what y'all expected them to do. But how many times have we had in recent memory where a guy runs up a scoring clip and then the coach takes him out, and then the whole national conversation is, how could you take him out? You get that close, you gotta take. Now the team
60 and 3/4.
Now a guy actually went for it, which is what I kind of respected more than anything. Somebody actually got close enough and said, you know what, we're gonna see if he can do it. And then went for it. Like, I really felt like it was a team effort. My whole thing was like, Eric Spoelstra salute, because to be a coach, to stand on it, and he re-stood on it yesterday before they came too. Yeah. It's like, no, this is never going to happen again. Like, Bam doesn't even score like this. That was his second 40-point game in his life. It's like, he's got 80. Like, we can get 80 points. We're going to do it. And I just respected it all. We turned into this integrity of the game and all this other stuff. Yo, there's so many other cheap things that happen in games that we just let go and don't care about. And people hated the 81 when it happened. Like, people complained about that. Some of these same people. So it's like.
And clearly y'all ain't read about Wilt's 100.
Right.
Wilt's 100 is a disaster.
And it's like, what's that school called? Grinnell College. And they just like cherry pick and just shoot threes. And then they had LaMelo Ball do that in high school too. He scored 93, I think. And it was the same thing. I actually respect Bam's more. Like, he scored 60 and 3/4. Like, they were triple teaming him late in that game. They weren't trying to foul him. And Bam sold out. Like, I'm going to try to make it happen. They're double teaming him without the ball.
That 31 in the first quarter is insane.
So it's like, yo, yeah, some of these points got to come cheap because 81 is a lot.
Yeah, right.
But like, his points didn't necessarily come cheap so much as they extended the game just a little bit late. And yeah, maybe he doesn't need to be in there up 25, but you know what? We're up 25 because of me. So let me just keep cooking. I couldn't believe the grandstanding people were doing, and that's what they do. And I guess we're doing it here too. But I'm like, man, this stuff is supposed to be fun. And at the end of the day, this is one thing I'll be telling people when they get mad at me. Y'all got to remember, this stuff isn't important. Like, not to be all like that, but at the grand scheme of things, this sports stuff isn't important. We make it important, but like, we talking about the integrity of basketball and all that stuff. These dudes are playing a kid's game on TV in the middle of Miami. Like, it's fine. You can have one cheap game. Bam has won gold medals. Bam has played in finals. Bam has done it the right way. He's a defensive player. All this other stuff. He can have one night where we get a little crazy with it. Like, it's fine, guys. We'll be all right.
The marathon continues with our man Eddie Gonzalez here on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Eddie, we've got some Aftershock tickets to give away. Did you ever go to Aftershock when you were here? Did you ever cover that?
I think so. Yeah.
It's one of the biggest rock music festivals in the country, and it's at Discovery Park. We've got your chance to win tickets by texting the Mojo's local tap-in kitchen text line. Text the word SPITE. SPITE. Text the word SPITE right now to 916-909-1320 for your chance to win those 4-day GA passes to Aftershock. I had no problem with Bam's 83. I enjoyed the moment when I was able to catch like the last 13 live. I enjoyed the moment when he hit the free throws. Spo took him out of the game. The crowd gave him love. You could see like that moment really, really meant something to him. The shots of Asia, the shots of his mom. For me, Kobe was like my guy. Like, I loved Kobe Bryant, but I felt like 81 was like that. 81 had become such a part of his identity since, the babyface turn in the final year of it. And then ultimately, with the the tragedy of 2020, everything with Kobe has, as you noted, it has all been magnified, and maybe to a certain degree history has been rewritten a little bit. But I hated that it felt like that it's not his anymore, right? Like he still scored 81, and that is absolutely still his. But now it's Bam's 83, and it is a little bit different. People forget, though, we talked about the 100-point game with Will. People not like Kobe took the last, I think, 15 shots of the Lakers game against Toronto, and I think he took all 13 free throws in the fourth quarter. So it wasn't this beautiful just in the act of basketball where Kobe did that. But he also knew, a lot like LeBron did against Detroit, he knew, I'm hot. We need to win this game, and we're going to win this game if I keep scoring. And so he just kept doing it. But that was my only beef with 83 was like, oh, man, I felt like a part of Kobe's legacy got kind of washed away a little bit.
It's so this is kind of like a dumb thing, but it's just not as good looking a number. Like, does that make sense?
83.
Like, it's just a little weirder than 81. Like, but I think Kobe in the era he did it in, and like the fact that he did that will always stand tall. It's the same as David Robinson scoring 71. Like, these games matter and carry a life of their own. Was it as neat and cute as Kobe's 81? Nah. But for somebody like Bam, who is very likely headed to Hall of Fame with all he's done and the gold medals he's won, and now this is like this will be a career-defining moment, and he deserves it. Like, he went out there and got it. You say what you say about the Wizards, I actually salute them for giving it a go, and they even tried a couple tricks late. They reviewed a foul. They fouled a guy who touched the ball instead of Bam getting it. Like, they gave it a go. But yeah, I mean, I think Kobe's 81 will always stand the test of time. It's Kobe, and again, we've kind of polished Kobe up a little more than we used to when he was really here. But I had this thing yesterday. There's so many people kind of down talking Kobe now. We're almost swinging the other way, and I just don't think if he was here, that would be happening. Like, if Kobe was here to go on some of these podcasts, we wouldn't be doing this whole this person's better, that person's better. Kobe was this, Kobe wasn't that. But I think there'll be a lot more respect on his name. So it's just, Kobe was called a gunner and a chuck and all kind of stuff in his time too. And Kobe was kind of like that anti-team ball guy and all this stuff. So it's like, it's funny seeing that being lobbed at Bam now. I think if you look at some of the quotes from Kobe and look at the way he reacted to kind of embracing the guys after him and during him and with him, I think he would have been happy for Bam. Like, I don't speak for him, but that was his history, is being happy for guys when they accomplish things, and I think it would have been the same with that. Michael Jordan was happy for Bam, and Michael Jordan will be happy for nobody.
It's facts, except his race car driver.
Right.
It's fun, like Kobe, the trend of, the love of Kobe kind of changing here in 2025, 2026. It's crazy that LeBron James has played long enough to where the opinion of him has actually changed while he's still playing. And now once a year, someone writes some dumbass article using some ultra advanced statistic that no one knows nor understands that says, no, teams are actually better when LeBron James isn't on the floor. And they're using the latest example is the Lakers have won a couple of games. Luka last night had 51. I think Austin Reeves had 30. LeBron had 18. Lakers won that game. They had won a couple in a row. And it's like, oh, look, the Lakers are actually better when LeBron James is off the floor. But what no one is mentioning is if you take one of those three guys off the floor, all of them really aren't big on the defensive end. If you just take one of those three on and then put one of the defenders in, they're instantly better in terms of these plus minus net rating numbers that these guys like to use in these articles to diminish LeBron James at this stage of his career.
It's so funny. Like, it's not complicated and we overcomplicate it, but it's exactly what you just said. It's tough to have all three of them on defense. Plus, they all have just enough similarities on offense that they're redundant too. And so it just works better with another guy who slots better defensively and does some variance for them. And then it just makes – so, like, when they take AR off and it's LeBron and Luka, they're also fun. Like, I'm not staring at the numbers, but I've watched the games. They're also fun. And it goes the other – when they take Luka off and it's LeBron and AR, also fine. Because you know what happens? Their defense gets better. It's weird, and, like, it's easy to pinpoint LeBron, and LeBron is the old head now. And I actually think he's been fine this year. Like, everything is bonus time with LeBron. So whatever he's giving us at 40 in year 23, I'm like still shocked by it. We used to sit there and wonder, like, what does old LeBron look like? Does he look like, like a power forward, like a David West, and he little bit of, he still kind of looks like LeBron. Like, he's still doing this. So, yeah, it's just easy to minimize it into a nice, catchy take that says, oh, they're better without LeBron. Kind of, but they're better without Luka on the right night. Like, what do you say to that?
Yeah, that's right. It's right. It's just like that's the perfect way of you put one of those defenders in for one of those offensive guys, and it's instantly going to look a little bit different. Someone who's looked different this year. And I was trying to make the argument. I think there's a lot of evidence to support Kawhi Leonard might be playing the best basketball of his career right now, which is crazy to think about.
He might be having the best season of his career, which is absolutely absurd. I think he's 34 years old now.
Yeah.
Now, again, I mentioned this earlier. Every time he plays good, it turns into, is he better than Kevin? Now, I obviously feel how I feel, but I don't even want to get into it. But what I will say is, it is amazing that he went through the injuries he went through and the way they managed it and kind of like the reputation he garnered. And then obviously all the stuff he dealt with prior to this season and the conspiracy and all that stuff. And he's now this guy. He's like durable. Like he's here every once in a while the knee flares up. And time he's 34 years old. He's more durable than Paul George. And, that was supposed to be the young guy he passed the baton to. So, like, it's fun watching him play. He's just such a unique game compared to the rest of the league. He's not the defensive force that he once was, but he still kind of gets out there. But that team is like, they put a team around him that makes sense. They have this strong identity of just like hard-nosed, active team on defense. And then you got a guy like that who can kind of carry the scoring load and the other guys are chipping it. And like Benedict Mathurin has been huge for them at the trade deadline. And it's like, if you're a Pacers fan, you're like, man, there's something there. And now you're seeing it. You're seeing a guy who can score in bunches, really active, really athletic. But Kawhi, man, he really plays like an older Jordan. And I mean that as a compliment because he's got such a unique game. And when that jumper is falling, that flat jumper, he jumps real high. He basically jumps it, drops it in the basket. He's unguardable. You can't contest him. He's stronger than everybody. He's got a tight handle. He's fun to watch, man. Like I'm a little scared of that team in the playoffs. I don't know who wants to see them in round one. If they creep all the way out of the play-in, like he's not gonna win MVP. But I've seen somebody say that today. He should win MVP. And like the spirit of MVP, yeah, like he backpacked to something completely different, and that's with losing James at in the mid-season. And so it's been fun watching him play, man. And a lot of those teams, them top three teams, the Rockets, Spurs, and the Thunder, they don't want to play that. They don't want to play that team at all. They don't want to do with nothing they bring in, and that's after losing Zubac. Like they've continued to be impactful. It's funny that Kawhi had that quote that everybody keeps running back because they might be contenders. Like we might see them in a second round series, and once they get there, like who knows how the cookie crumbles. So it's funny that quote is hanging on because you might have been a little wrong there, Kawhi. Y'all might be.
This got nothing to do with nothing, but it shocked the hell out of me. Zubac played last night. He played. I think he played the first half, and like that was it. And maybe that was just to keep the NBA off their back a little bit. But I was floored to see that. I was like, wait, what?
I didn't think Trey was going to play this year, but I mean,
I didn't either.
He was trying to save some money, man.
Right. If it holds, even if it doesn't, like either way, that potential Clippers Phoenix 7-8 playing or that Clippers Minnesota 7-8 playing, that's a fist fight, man.
I think the Rockets, I was looking at it, I think the Rockets have 17 games left this year, something like that. Like, we're in that stretch. Every one of these games matters. I think the Rockets play the Suns one of the last games of the season. And earlier this year, we're probably, the seeding's probably settled by then and whatever. They might be playing for the 3, 4, 5 seed by then. Like, it's crazy how this season's going to end. And it's like, just when you think, all right, we can coast, we can get ready for the playoffs, all these teams are tanking, everybody has to lock in. And it's kind of crazy that these tanking teams, they're going to decide some of this too.
Yep.
Because if they're on the schedule on the right night, that's going to be clutch. But you got to take them out. You do have to beat them. And you can fall asleep. You could lose one of these games, and then you're in the wrong slot of playoffs. And none of these teams want that one-off playing game. They don't want to run that risk because everybody's too good. We could lose to any of these teams. We could beat them, but we can lose to any of these teams. The Suns are really good, and they still not healthy. And I've seen Dylan shoot, and he got his cast dog. The Suns are really good. Can they beat some of these teams in the series? Nah, but a one-off night, the team that is that scrappy defensively, a team that hits that many threes, a team that has that many shooters and spread the court like that, like you don't want to play them in a one-off night. You might be in the lottery after that. So the play-in is going to be crazy in the West this year. I think it's going to be pretty good in the East because we might get to look at them Hornets, but it's going to be crazy in the West.
You ever watch a movie that like maybe you heard a bad review about and you kind of watched it with that review like in your mind, and it's like maybe this movie isn't this, like you watch it with a different lens, right? You watch it with different eyes, or maybe you formed an opinion on something and you're like I don't know. I'm gonna be honest, Eddie, I'm doing that with the Rockets. I sat down. I've asked you this a couple of times, and you said, hang on. It's good. I've watched the Rockets with like a tinge of concern. Mm-hmm. Oh, in the last game I watched was that Nuggets game. And then, of course, that game goes the way that it goes. And I'm like, oh, Eddie, like, hey. Man, but like again, I was already concerned about the Rockets, right. And then I go in and I watch them get beat, and it's like, man, I don't know. I want to, because you and Kenny think the same way. Like this is a team built for the playoffs. They've done, the seeding that doesn't matter. They're just trying to get to the postseason, and I keep watching it. Like, okay, I trust y'all, but man, I got a little pit in my stomach when it comes to this team.
I'm gonna give the pessimist view because their last two games was a little rough. Can't lie. And the announcers, I think the Spurs game was ESPN. They said something during that game. It was like they're playing playoff style basketball now. They get in the paint. They want to rebound against everybody. They want to do this and this. But what they left unsaid is like they also see playoff coverages now. And you could be like, oh, well, that's different. They're fine. The problem is, they are playing playoff style basketball, and they're losing the important ones. And they're losing them bad. So that's not a good omen. It's bad to see you get run out the gym by the Spurs like that. And the Spurs are telling KD, according to the Spurs announcers, well, yeah, we only double team you because everybody else sucks. Like that's not good. That Nuggets game is not a good sign. Here's the concern for me. In the beginning of the year, in January, and I think all the way into February, they had the worst shooting stretch of all time in the NBA. Like the worst shooting stretch from three of all time. It hasn't really turned around. And I don't think shooting is everything. But in the playoffs, teams are going to go, he can't shoot, he can't shoot, he can't shoot, he can't shoot. They can shoot all threes they want. We're not guarding them. And if they're not going to make the threes, and it doesn't look like they are, that's going to be a problem. It's going to cost you games. It's going to cost you a series. So that is the thing that scares me most, is the shooting.
That's the exact argument I make about Detroit.
Same for them. Exact same for them. And I worry a little bit about Cade being the only primary ball handler. They had to go get a shooter at the deadline, and they did, but they didn't get enough, and that's the same thing for me, and that's what killed them in the Knicks series. So in the playoffs, it's two types of players that make the biggest difference in a bad way. One is the guy who can't shoot. And if you can't shoot, we're just not going to guard you. It's fine. They started doing this a few years back. They had centers guarding dudes. They got centers now guarding Amen Thompson and saying, whatever you do is fine. You're just not going to run in here and jump over me. So whatever. The Pistons have a few of those guys too. And the other guy that nobody guards is the guy who can't dribble. You can't dribble, we're running at you. We're going to make you bounce the ball because then we're going to attack you. And both of these teams we're talking about, the Pistons and the Rockets, got a bunch of that too. So it's like they have some fatal flaws. I do like some of the matchups for them. But, again, that West is tough. Like, that West is tough, and some of these teams are really good, and they're loaded up with athletes and shooters. And the Rockets don't have either right now, and it's frustrating. And I know, like, everybody gets upset. KD, they want him to take over games, and then this and this and this. I'm watching everybody overload on him, on and off the ball, because they don't have enough shooters. And it's kind of like, it's simple, but it is a fatal flaw, and it's gonna be scary to watch. It's not like they're gonna grow a shooter overnight either.
But with that said, like Kevin's averaging like 26 points per game, 27 points per game, like something like that. But he's that personality who, if this goes south, does he catch all of the heat for it?
Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure. And like the story has come and gone, but they're gonna start talking about All-Star Weekend again.
Yeah.
And then it turns into, okay, Kevin was a little hard to trade last time, but now he only makes $40 million. Is he a little bit easier to trade now? Do other teams want him now? Do we really double down on our young guys? Like, do we feel like this is going? Because when they trade for him, that's to make a championship run. Now they're the 3 seed. They're the 3 seed in a crowded conference right now. But in 2 games, they could be the 6 seed. And it don't matter what seed they are. If they lose the open round series, that's the same place you were last year. So it's gonna fall on him. Young guys get the young guy pass. I think there's some heightened criticism of Alperen Sengun right now. Some people are seeing the flaws in his game. And I think people are starting to look at Ime Udoka and say, what exactly are you adding to this team on offense? Like, what exactly are you helping with? They turn him into the, Cook him. They turn him into that guy. And they're like, yo, we want to see your adjustments. And I don't want to be, like, overly critical. I don't know everything that's going on. But these were the criticisms of the Celtics, too. There was no depth to this offense. This is what cost them in the finals against the Warriors. If you guys can't isolate, then what? And so that reputation has kind of followed Ime. He's created good defensive teams. They have a philosophy with this roster that obviously changes when Steven Adams gets hurt. But if you lose another opening round series, and maybe if you lose it worse, yeah, so I think heads will roll. I don't know who, but at some point you have to answer some of these questions.
Yeah, and to the point you just made, they had the night off last night. They got New Orleans tonight. Because the Lakers won, they're actually half a game behind the Lakers right now in the 4th seed, with the Lakers at 3 and just half a game up on Minnesota, who is currently the 6th seed, with Phoenix just a game behind Minnesota. So that 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You talked about the scheduling the rest of the way, man. It is an absolute monster. From here in these final, I think we said 17 games for the Houston Rockets, going to be between 15 and 17 for virtually every team in the league. There's also the Fred VanVleet component. Like, you could make the argument like, hey, we're good. We're going to run this thing back. We're going to have our facilitator next year. We're going to approach this season, with the team we originally expected to have when Kevin Durant got here, and maybe this thing will look a little bit different.
Yeah, and there was rumors earlier this year of him coming back. I think it's still a hanging rumor. Time is running out. You're not gonna.
Tatum ruined it for everybody.
Yeah, you're not gonna
Tatum destroyed it for everybody.
You're not gonna bring him back in the playoffs, even if he's healthy. Like, we need some time to get you right, to ramp you up. I remember bringing up Tatum. I was joking with him like, man, you're gonna be a young dude on a minutes restriction. He was like, minutes restriction. I thought he was playing. Then first thing they say when the game starts the other night, yeah, Tatum's going to start. No minutes restriction. He's in the play his whole allotted minutes. And, it was dramatic, man. He had an air ball and he missed a dunk, but he ended up cooking up after that. So, now he, like you said, he ruined it for everybody. Expectation level of this stuff.
Hey, I'll tell you, when he took the floor that night, we were still doing the show. I'm trying to do the show and watch the TV. My heart started. I was nervous. Like I love Tatum. Like, my heart was beating a little fast. Like, all right, you talk about the air ball, the different things, but to be able to be glancing at the TV when he hits that 3-pointer after the dunk and to see TD Garden react the way that he did, I can't imagine the literal and figurative weight that was taken off his shoulders when that shot went in and that crowd reacted the way that he did, and then he could just kind of settle into being a basketball player again.
They showed him at one point in the first quarter, somebody was shooting a free throw, and he was just breathing hard, and his eyes were wide open, and it was exactly what it looked like. Like, it was just crazy to him. And he took a scheduled day off yesterday, and he's feeling great. And it's just fun to see that. You know what I mean? It's like the injury was so heartbreaking, and to see that whole comeback, and they've documented it really well. But like, it's hard not to root for him now. I know he's one of those dudes that's in that weird middle zone where people are kind of starting to hate him, but it's hard not to root for the comeback and what he's doing so far. And that team right there, they might run through that conference and just cook up, like the way they look, almost nice. And they barely lost to the Thunder yesterday without him. So it's like, And I think they've dropped 2 straight now, right? Because the game JB got kicked out of, they lost 2. But that's a scary team, and they're gonna get better for the next month. And then when the playoffs get rolling, they're as battle tested as anybody else. So they'll be ready, and I think that should be the favorites rightfully out there.
Jalen looked like a pro wrestler in that game. He I got tossed out like I ain't never seen that boy look like that.
I'll be laughing, man. Like in no other setting in life will we get to yell at people like that and be that emotional and passionate. Yeah. But that one call just did something to him.
Yeah. There isn't a better 60-minute conversation in radio. There isn't a better conversation in radio, period, than the one we have every Friday with our man Eddie Gonzalez. How you feel about the week your Raiders had? It's been full of twists and turns for sure. Like it wouldn't if everything had just gone smoothly. That's not the Raiders' way. It had to be a little rocky, but I don't know how you feel, but I love the direction of the Las Vegas Raiders right now, regardless of what happened with Max Crosby and the Ravens.
It's so blatantly obvious what the Ravens did. Like,
oh my God!
I don't know that they can be punished. They can they have an excuse out of it, but it's so blatantly obvious. I love Max Crosby. You know what I mean? And I love 2 first-round picks too. Don't get me wrong. I love Max Crosby. If he's healthy and they're dedicated to keeping him, I don't see why not. They got the most cap space in the league this summer, or not summer, but this offseason. And now they have a little bit less now with Max, but they're still able to sign all their guys. I love that we're investing in the O-line. I would have loved to have the 15th pick too, kind of load up our coffers. But if the other option is we keep one of the best edge rushers in the league, and then we would spend some of this money at the draft well for the rest of the draft, I'm with that too. They're headed in the right direction. They're making these smart, like not necessarily conservative, but just like good calls, signing guys for the right money. I mean, I kind of feel like they gave the center a little bit too much, but you got to invest in your line. There's just no way around that. You get one of the best in the league. I like where we're headed. I think maybe still a year or 2 away. You got to obviously see what Mendoza is on Sundays instead of Saturdays, but it looks like they got a plan at least. And the last couple of offseasons, it looked like they were just doing whatever. I can't believe they got something for Geno too. I thought they was going to eat that money, and they got something for Geno. So salute to that. It's just a lot of small incremental good moves, and that goes a long way.
Yeah, steady building. No way I'm going to let you go without sending out congratulations to our boy. Finished his first marathon this past weekend. I was locked into the stories, pulled up the bib number and everything, wanted to see how my guy did. Man, I know how difficult that is, man. I know how difficult the first one is. Congratulations. That is an amazing accomplishment.
Thank you, man. I don't tell you enough either. You were one of the first people to hit me afterwards too, and with some nice words for me and encouraging me. And I didn't have the time I wanted. Like like basically everything that could have went wrong, but I finished. I'm real happy about my effort. I want to do it again. I can't wait. I feel like I can do it better. And again, thank you for your words, because it meant a lot, man. Like I got emo on that day, and a lot of people reached out to me and had a lot of good things to say, and I was shocked. I try not to. We talked about this earlier with all the other shit. I try not to have main character syndrome, but a lot of people reach out, and I post a lot of my gym stuff, and they're like inspired, and I kind of like brush it off. But on that day, like a lot of people made it clear, like, no, it's really crazy watching what you do and what you've done in this little journey. And you're one of those people who had a lot of kind words to me, so I appreciate that, man. And we gotta get our run in one of these days, one of these cities.
No doubt. And I want you to know, man, because you told me you weren't happy with your time. When I tell you our first marathons were identical, they were identical. When you look at my splits from that first marathon I ran in New York, 18, it's borderline comical.
That's crazy.
Gets so bad at 18 to 26. It looks like I died and just tried to finish the race. We finished probably with damn near close to the same time.
That's like crazy.
That's how similar it was, man. And I knew, and you said it, I knew that at some point, because I knew you were cussing at yourself. I knew you was like, why am I doing this? This is the dumbest thing I've ever done, because I did the same thing. But as soon as I got, the pizza and the soda, it was like, yo, I could do better. I already started thinking about the next one, man. So congratulations to you. That's awesome.
I'll say this before we get off too. If you end up running a marathon, the people on the course are so helpful and encouraging. Like, it's one of the more positive communities I've ever been a part of. I've never been around runners or the gym people in general that are like, oh no, you suck. It's always like, come on, man, you got it. And so that last, like you said, that last 8 miles, right at the 18, 19, the wall hit. And for me, it was my stomach. It was the chills. It was all kinds of stuff. It was so many people like, come on. They're going through the same thing as you, but somehow they're encouraging you. They walking just as like, you got this. We got this. Come on, let's go. And it is an incredible experience, man. And yeah, just like you said, I can't wait to do it again and do it better. And I'm sure I will. But that's crazy. Yours went the same. Like I learned so much. Thought I knew so much. Learned way more. Yeah. But it was fun. And again, thank you, man, for all your kind words. I appreciate it.
Always. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you. Have a great weekend.
Yes, sir. You too.
Yes, sir. That's a man, Eddie Gonzalez, man. No one better in the game right there. We'll come back. It keeps flowing, man. Hits keep coming. Our man James Ham, ESPN 1320 Kings Insider. He joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yeah, I'm gonna grab I got a little snack in the refrigerator. Y'all hold on 1 second, please. I'll be right back. Right back. Don't go nowhere.
Oh, that's fire. That's so dope. Oh, that's a great. That's awesome.
What's up, Hammer?
What's happening, dude?
Soren said James Ham next to talk the state of hip hop.
Of course.
No. Why wouldn't he be?
Of course. Yeah.
How's it going, man? We got about so I went to break a little bit late talking to Eddie. Sorry.
Oh, okay. No stress. Yeah. No, everything's good. Yeah.
Good.
Driving around.
I was gonna say, is it fun to be back at practice?
It is fun to be back at practice.
Good.
I mean, you don't get a lot out of it, but being there and being around my fellow media friends, and then getting the updates on player injuries and all that stuff, it should come out anytime. I think. I have my email pulled up. Yeah, I have my email pulled up because I saw your tweet earlier. I was like, well, in case we don't have it by the time you join us, I'll just have my email pulled up just in case. It's possible they don't tell us today, but I don't know. It was kind of the expectation. Shannon was back at practice. She's been sick the last couple of days.
Oh, okay.
Her and the little dude got sick.
Oh, no.
So, yeah. She's all right.
I think I've only seen her maybe once or twice this season. I think one time was as a spectator. I don't even think she was back yet because she was with her husband and the little guy.
Oh, yeah. Steve, I don't know who's a better rapper between Bagley and Shumpert. I'm going to guess it's Shumpert, but I don't know.
Thing.
Yeah, people were always like, they said that Bagley stuff was okay. He just probably shouldn't have gone down the path that he did.
Yeah, don't fuck with Dame. Like Dame is really, really good. Don't do that.
Yeah.
But yeah, he wasn't a bad rapper at all.
There's been quite a few guys that rap during the time here. I can't remember them off the top of my head, but they're more than
Chris very famously did.
Oh, Weber?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Shump was a little bit more like he could sing. Like when he was like goofing around and having fun, he could sing.
Yeah, I told you guys the other day, like he would do the Eddie Murphy voice. The Eddie Murphy laugh. And Buddy Hield is like, what is he doing? And we're like, that's Eddie Murphy. He's like, who's Eddie Murphy? We're like, oh no. Like Donkey from Shrek. Oh, okay.
One thing I love, well, my lasting memory of Shump will always be me and Jason Ross broadcasting from Media Day, and we're there. Our show started 2 hours before Media Day started, so we're just kind of there in the empty, facility. And Shump comes in and he's just like singing, he's like dapping us up, and he's talking to us while we're doing the show. And he knows we're doing the show. He knows we're on the air, but he's just talking, having like the time of his life. And it's like, yeah, no, we're talking to Amon Shumpert, who's not on microphone, who was just completely like just off mic, just what's good? Everything good? You guys all right? Like, yeah, Shump, we're good.
That's
funny. Do you want that headset that's in front of you, or do you just want to, talk as you're walking by?
That's funny. Yeah, he was a different cat.
He definitely was. Yeah, he definitely was.
And as the season wore on, there's just a lot more to that story than the Kings traded him and they lost their mojo and it was over. It had been building for a little bit.
Yeah, well, we're coming back. I'll share something with you about that later. We're coming back. Hits keep coming on this Friday, man. Happy to be joined by our 1320 Kings insider and host of the Locked On Kings podcast, our man James Ham, fresh from a Kings practice today before they head off to play a very interesting Los Angeles Clippers team. Hammer, I guess the first thing, there's a couple of things of note to talk about from practice today. But the first one, not only was Dylan Cardwell back at practice, but you guys got an opportunity to talk to him.
Yeah, he just couldn't stop smiling. I think one of the interesting things is I looked down and he was wearing two pretty bulky ankle braces on both, one on each ankle. And it was like, what are you doing there? And he's like, well, I usually wear an ankle brace, but it was a rookie mistake and I didn't wear one that day. And I don't know if he wears one every game, but he had decided against wearing an ankle brace and then rolled his ankle and then was like, well, that was a rookie mistake. When they let everybody in early, which everybody amounted to Deuce and Mo, to be honest with you, that so when I got there like 5 minutes early, there was no one in the media area, so I went straight into the court, and Deuce and Mo were the only ones, and a Kings.com employee. And we got to watch a little bit of. They weren't playing game. They were playing like a half quarter. They're playing like a really quick offensive game where they're just trying to get through some sets really quick. And Cardwell had a couple of like monster dunks. So he looks really good. And I actually saw him on game night. He ran by and was all sweaty. Clearly had been working out. And it was just good to see him back on the court. And I expect we don't know if he'll play tomorrow. There's a good chance he'll play tomorrow. But if not tomorrow, Sunday, I would say they might hold him out tomorrow because of the back-to-back and let him play the next day. But he's getting super close to a return. He was shooting 18-foot jump shots and hitting most of them, which I thought was interesting. We asked him what he's been working on since he hasn't been able to run up and down the court. And he said he's been shooting thousands of free throws, which is great to hear.
That's awesome.
Yeah, because he's a bad free throw shooter. Yeah, it's good.
Dylan seems like every time you post something of him, whether it's at practice or I know he spoke at the podium at least once. I don't know how many times he did it during that run. He seems like a genuinely fantastic human being.
Yeah, and I will continue to say this group of players, and I would say the last 5 years of players, absolutely phenomenal human beings. All kinds of good dudes in the locker room. Again, I've said it a bunch about Precious Achiuwa. Everyone who comes through, even like, again, we talked to Killian Hayes and he just said, I just really enjoy this group of players. It's just been a really good time. They've been really welcoming. And that's something that you continue to hear even during the bad times. Like, I think there was a little bit of dissension at some point when things started to spin out early in the season. But once everybody kind of understood that that's where this season was heading, all of that quieted down. And I do believe that this is a good group. And, that's not to say that I've covered like the worst human beings ever, but there's been some times in the locker room where it's been a little different and a little, like just guys with big egos or guys that are You can tell like the locker room itself isn't healthy, where they don't all get along. And, again, I can go back to like the DeMarcus Cousins, Jason Thompson, and Dante Green beef. Like there was beef like in the locker room. Like you could see it all the time where there was tension from one side of the room to the other. And this set of people, like this group, they do like each other. They're having a good time, not losing, but a good time being around each other, and especially during a long season.
I tried to convey it as best I could from your Twitter account, but since we're talking about, fantastic human beings, can you share the DeMar DeRozan story from the other night?
Yeah. So, and like, look, there was one guy on Twitter who like I was throwing shade at LaMelo. I wasn't throwing shade at LaMelo. Like LaMelo is like a very, very strange, like cult hero with the Utes.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't quite understand the cult hero-ness of him, but I will tell you, like I went to a volleyball tournament last year, and half of the kids in the gym had the LaMelo Ball haircut. And I'm talking every race, everybody, every type of hair. A bunch of white kids with perms, with lines cut in the side. And you're just like, what is happening here? And my oldest was saying to me, like, this is the LaMelo. And I'm like, what? Like, I'm confused because as someone who was on the interview with the media during the pandemic when LaMelo did his media like circuit, was just like, okay, this is I don't get the appeal. Like he doesn't talk, he wouldn't say a word, and the few words that he did say weren't insightful. And it was like I will put him in like the bottom 2 interviews in the history of all the draft picks and all the players I've ever interviewed. So I'm confused why he has this draw. Go ahead.
It was remember, he was essentially a reality star.
Yeah.
The stuff with his family, like he has been in the national spotlight since he was like 15 years old.
Yeah. Yeah, he has. He's been around, I mean, probably before that, because that's when he started like playing in Lithuania and Poland. When he was 15 and 16. His brothers, of course, with all the fame and then bringing the fame to the family and all that stuff. I get a little bit of that, but I've never watched my kids watch reality TV like that.
Yeah.
So,
Sure.
yeah, I'm just kind of like confused how it's so universal. But to get back to the story at hand, and this is not to throw shade at LaMelo at all, like this specific situation. I just threw shade at LaMelo talking about him not being a great interview, but he was on the court on one end doing his thing. And so people understand this is a weird nuance that people might not know. The visiting team gets to choose which basket they warm up on. So some teams, and especially anyone who worked for the Spurs, they like to steal the home team's side, which is usually by their bench. So the far end of the court. From the visiting bench and the visiting locker room. So LaMelo was over there shooting shots and doing his pregame warm-up. And on the other side, I was sitting with Scott Moak, and Scott Moak's kids were there, and we were just kind of hanging out watching DeMar. And it's miraculous to watch DeMar warm up because he's not like in full speed or anything else, but the ball doesn't touch the net. He's just one of the greatest shooters in the mid-range that we've ever seen in the league, and especially now where the mid-range has gone away. But DeMar was warming up by himself with a couple of the assistant coaches and stuff like that. And LaMelo was on the far end. There was a kid sitting on the baseline right next to DeMar holding, and he wasn't probably 8 or 9, and he's holding up a LaMelo number 1 jersey. So at one point, the kid turns to look at something, and that's when LaMelo comes running down the court, and he turns back, and I don't even think LaMelo saw him. And then LaMelo went in the tunnel, and we couldn't see the tunnel, but LaMelo signed autographs in the tunnel, but not for this kid who was literally waiting the whole time, hoping to get his jersey signed. And what I watched was DeMar saw LaMelo run by, and then he sees the kid standing there and like the disappointment. And he flicked the ball to the ball boy and walked over and had a moment with the kid, and he puts his arm around the kid and they take pictures, and the kid and his dad are sitting there, and it was just this really nice moment. And then he goes to leave the court after that, and he stops and he takes pictures with someone else at like mid court, and then ran back to the locker room. I'm sure he signed some autographs on the way out. But it just showed you again that like that he's a pro's pro, and that he was actually in the moment seeing something that he thought like, oh no, that's going to ruin this kid's night. And instead the kid had a great moment. And that's something that, it's super commendable. And a lot of the Kings players are good at this, but it was just a moment that we watched happen. And again, it wasn't that LaMelo did something wrong. It was just that DeMar did something right. He caught a moment and he went over and did something right. And we even asked him about it. I asked him about it after the game. And it's like he's going to miss these moments. He knows he doesn't have a lot of time left as a player, whether it's, this year or one more year or 2 more years, whatever it might be. But these are things that you'll miss when it's gone. And he's just a hooper. He loves the game, and he loves being part of the NBA and part of the experience. And it was just a really cool moment to watch play out.
And he scored 39 that night. He scored 39 and took 1 3 and missed it. Like, that is such an incredible, like, DeMar DeRozan thing, to score 39 points, take 1 3 and miss it. And I know some Kings fans have taken exception to, DeMar DeRozan, Russell Westbrook in this lost season, continuing to move up different all-time lists. And I don't have a problem with it, because it gives us something exciting to watch. And watching, and I also believe that guys like Russell Westbrook and DeMar DeRozan deserve that opportunity. They came to Sacramento to play basketball. They should be afforded the opportunity to play basketball, even though this season hasn't necessarily gone the way that anybody has hoped or envisioned it to.
Yeah, I totally agree. And your point about the 3-point shot, this is something that stood out. DeMar's hit 1 3-pointer in the last 10 games. 1 total. He's only taken a total of 8 in the last 10 games.
Wow.
And so, like, look, that's something, like, we were on the other day, and I can't remember his name. It was in the chat that got under my skin. And like, whatever, man. Like, but the thing that gets under my nerves is this idea that we're creating narratives. Like, we're not creating narratives. We're getting through one of the most brutal seasons of all time. We're not making excuses. I told Russell Westbrook that this is the worst season I've ever covered.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted to know my opinion, and I told him. I said, I've covered this team for 16 years, covered the league forever. And, like, this is the worst season I've ever seen of Kings basketball. Go on to the next person. You don't want to hear someone that was willing to just say it straight and blunt. Like, we're not sugarcoating this, but it doesn't mean that we have to walk into every single situation and be so incredibly negative about everything that's going on.
Yeah.
Like, we should be sitting here talking about the fact that Max Moreno just blocked 8 shots in the last 3 games. And I don't know exactly how many block shots he has on the season. I can probably look it up while we're talking. But the fact is that he's going out there and showing us something different. He's working on some aspect of his game, and it's all of a sudden reaping benefits. He had 25 block shots through the first 56 games. And now in the last 3, he's got 8. So he's making improvements. He's learning. And even like today, when we got to the Dylan Cardwell interview, I asked Dylan straight up, like, have you talked to Max about blocking shots? Have you talked to Max about, like, what you do and what he does, and how the both of you are so different, but you might be able to help each other? And he said, absolutely. Like, we have. But I think with blocking shots, people need to understand, like, either you're a shot blocker or you're not. It's a timing issue. And it's so difficult to become a shot blocker. Like, he can get better at blocking shots, but he's never going to be someone that you fear. And people are starting to fear Dylan Cardwell. They do. They fear because, number one, his verticality is crazy. Like, his ability to go straight up underneath the basket with 2 hands and just, like, stuff people or make it impossible for them to get to the basket. It's wild. And Max is never going to be that. Dylan said, yeah, I started blocking people when I was in, like, 5th grade. Like, and if you play basketball, if you've ever, like, played lots of basketball, It doesn't have to be a tall guy that blocks shots. In fact, there are a lot of tall guys who just aren't good at blocking shots. It can be just a super athlete, or it can be someone who's got big hops, or it can be someone who just flat out has great timing. And Malik Monk has great timing. De'Aaron Fox, chase down block, great timing. Max is going to have to learn, and it's just a process. Again, he can get better. We saw, I think the prime example is Jermaine O'Neal, who was like a decent shot blocker early in his career. Then he went and hung out with Hakeem Olajuwon for a summer and came back and was blocking everything. And it was incredible to watch. And it was specifically that he was doing something or not doing something as he's set up. He was keeping his hands too low, learn to get his hands up high and be ready to go up and block a shot. And it made a huge difference in his ability to do that. But I just think it's we're not creating a narrative here. We're just telling you what's happening. And we can't just sit here and say, oh, well, so-and-so missed 8 shots tonight and that's it. That's the end of the game. Or no one wants to tune in. Nobody wants to, watch or anything else. So I don't know. To me, it's definitely nice to see players still improving this deep into the season.
I try to find things in each game because I genuinely do not enjoy watching Kings basketball this year. And I don't think that's a unique thought process for anybody listening or watching this. But I have things that I like. Obviously, I love watching Russell Westbrook, but from a younger player perspective, I really enjoyed watching Nick Clifford. And I've tried to focus on him during games and think about what he does really well and just watch his game from a different standpoint of winning, losing, scoring, rebounding. And it seems like he is the most active player on the floor on a night-to-night basis, where he is involved in every play on both ends in one way or another.
Yeah, to me, really, if you have the ability to just isolate a player and step back and watch, especially when you're in the arena, like when you're watching on TV, they do too many close-ups, too many like specific angles that make it very difficult to isolate a single player. But if you sit back and just go, okay, I'm just going to watch him for like 5 minutes and see what happens. He is super active. He's one of those players that, if you put like the tracker on him, he's probably running more miles than everybody else. And to watch him be able to go, I think it was 38 minutes on Tuesday and 41 minutes on Wednesday.
Right. Yeah.
And we're talking about a kid who has just doubled up his college career. And now, hey, by the way, we're getting to this stage. We need you to play that many minutes. And not only, I think it's interesting because when you're playing 12 minutes, there's like a task at hand. You go out there, you play defense as hard as you can. You dive on the floor. You do all of these things. You're flying in everywhere because you know that you're only going to play like 2 6-minute blocks in the game. So you better give it your all or you're going to get yanked. When you bump up to 24 minutes, you can kind of do a little bit less, but that's because you're conserving energy. Like you're going to put more energy into one thing than you are another. When you get up to playing 38, 40 minutes, that means that, man, don't ask for a sub because there's not one coming. So that's where you start to learn just how to be in the moment for the entire game and how to sit there and continuously do the little things that matter and try to stay focused. And that's why you have games like what he's having, where some nights it's a little off. He doesn't take enough shots, or he's just not scoring enough or not grabbing enough rebounds. But then other games where, the other night he was in like his 88th minute or something, or his 79th minute in the last 2 days. And he scored 5 minutes in the last minute and a half of the game. And you're like, look at that. He figured out how to have legs in that moment. And, he also has to figure out that in the third quarter, he might not be able to shoot a 3 because he doesn't have the legs to do it anymore. And this is part of growing up and being part of basketball. And it's funny because we talked to Doug about it, and we saw a game where Doug was playing for Toronto and the Raptors only had 8 players to start the game. And Doug played all 48 minutes and he finished with like 29 points. Michael Martinez read this off. I think it was 29 points, 15 rebounds, and 8 steals. And they won with 8 players, with Doug Christie playing 48 minutes. And that in itself is such a learning experience for a young player. What he just went through is just another learning experience that he can put in his portfolio that he can carry with him into the summer. And it might not mean a whole lot to people, but it's certainly not a narrative. It's just what happened on the court.
You mentioned Killian Hayes earlier. You and I have talked about him. Do we have an update on him? Like, is he going to Los Angeles tomorrow? Like, do we know the time frame of Killian Hayes' second 10-day contract?
Yeah, so Sean and I were talking about this. Sean Cunningham from KCRA3 and the Kings Beat. We were sitting in the media area after practice, and I was like, I want to say it was Friday, and then Sean looked it up, and it was Thursday. So we did the math. So yesterday was day 7. Today's day 8. Day 9 is Saturday where they have a game, and day 10 is Sunday when they have a game. So,
wow.
So Killian Hayes should be able to play the next 2 games, and then we don't know what happens to him after that.
And given the state of the guard position, I don't know how much of that has changed. Do we know if Malik practiced? I assume Devin didn't. Did Russ?
Okay, so Russ did practice, and so did Malik. Russ has been cleared to play tomorrow. Malik has not yet, and so they're still determining whether he's going to play. Devin Carter did not practice and likely will not play this weekend. He rolled his ankle, but then in the last 6 seconds, he told us that he hurt his shin. And so he's got some sort of, like, I saw him going into the elevator last night, and he had a big wrap all the way up his leg, or like a sleeve on his, I think it's his right leg. And I'm going to say there's a very high possibility that he doesn't play this weekend. And hey, that could change the direction of Killian Hayes.
Yeah.
It actually, to be honest, it could change the direction of Killian Hayes' career. Like, I don't know that in the last 15 games of the season, Killian Hayes is going to have some like miraculous turnaround in his shooting. But if he does have an opportunity here and he does get comfortable, there is a chance that like he's able to resuscitate his career and make himself into a viable NBA player. And I think part of it is getting comfortable and being around NBA players again. But the Kings have to make a decision, because you're not allowed to sign a guy to a third 10-day contract. Mm-hmm. So you only get 2 10 days. And then the Kings do have an extra roster spot, which Killian is currently taking up, because a 10-day contract actually eats one of your roster spots. So they have to decide, though, if they're going to give that a rest of the year contract to Killian, or if they're going to give a rest of the year contract to a guy like Daquan Plowden. And I talked about this the other day. If you do give a contract right now, you typically would be like a multi-year league minimum deal. So if you're going to keep Daquan and be like, you could give him an offer of like a 3-year deal, but the next 2 years are non-guaranteed and they're team options, and the team can waive him. But then it allows him to stay in the building all summer long and work out, be part of the summer league team, get paid for all of that, be part of training camp and all of that stuff, while retaining, health insurance and everything else in case something happens while he's in.
Oh, that's amazing. We got a ham freeze literally in the final set. Oh, unofficial. That was not a ham freeze. Kicked out at the last minute.
That's right.
In wrestling, that's called a false finish. Great job, James. James, you got a big Friday night ahead of you, man. I'm going to let you go. Thank you so much for making a few minutes for us here on Friday.
Thanks, guys.
All right. That's my man, James Ham, right there. ESPN 1320 Kings Insider, creator of the Kings Beat, and host of the Locked On Kings podcast. Going to be very busy this weekend.
We got a code word to give out? Or did we do that? We did that earlier?
We did that. Okay, we did that at the top of the 3:00 hour. So we're good there. Aftershock tickets are going out to somebody. If you happen to text the word lit, you're only supposed to say it once, but if I say it again and you text it to the Mojo's local tapping kitchen text line at 916-909-1320, like, I can't help that. You can only text the word lit, LITE, for the next 2 minutes. So, but again, you're only supposed to say it once. But good looking out there, Jesse. We'll come back. We'll continue to talk Kings basketball. Now the hard part of the show starts. We're going to open up the phone lines, man. You could help us get through it the rest of the day. It's 916-909-1320. There is much more to talk about. I want to talk not only about the Sacramento Kings, but about the Los Angeles Clippers. And that's ahead here. And, man, we talked about this, Eddie. We talked about this with Eddie. When we talk about people who cover this game hating the game, I have several great examples for you. And that's on the way here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. That's right, Bryce. 2. Kicked out. I don't know. Did I just give out the wrong word the second time? I know I gave it. It was spite. Today's word is spite. There you go. You got 50 seconds. Today's word is spite, but I got it right when we did it at 3, so that's all that matters. No, we did it. We did it when I did the legal. That's all right, Johnny G. Text the word spite. You got 30 seconds. Might be able to work. Did you guys do the Clippers conversation this morning?
Yeah, we talked Clippers, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And I don't know if you've been in the rundown. Can you text Nick around 4:50, just like, hey, we'll be giving you a call at 5:02, something like that?
Yeah.
Because obviously he'll be on the phone. Oh, no, I didn't. It's so funny to decipher like the Onion, because this just all looks real. Go to sports. What do they say here? Bam. Lakers fans furious. Oh, okay. All right, man. I'm not reading that out loud. That's terrible. That is terrible. I am not laughing at that. These headlines are hilarious, though. Shaq warns young players not to do a movie about Genie. Oh, man. Dilo, what was your Shump story you were going to tell? Shump. Oh, I can't tell it. I'm not going to tell it. It was just about the day he was traded. Yeah. We'll get to these phone lines here. Our man Lazy 916-909-1320. I know Lazy been working hard today. Lazy, what's up, man?
Yo, what's up? D-Lo, Jesse from the Jump. What's good with my peoples?
My man, how are you?
Hey, doing good. Hey,
I heard you was true Lazy Scorsese this morning.
Yeah, that's right, man. I was working with our friends from the Wake Up Call. You know, it was champagne and campaign, as KC would say.
No doubt.
Hey, so D-Lo, I wanted to call and talk about the Clippers because I felt like you were kind of heading that way. Mm-hmm. One thing I wanted to ask, man, was what do you think about Benedict Mathurin? I can't say his name, but he's been playing great ever since he came over from the Pacers to the Clippers. I felt like that was a guy like more teams should have like called about. He's shown he can score. I felt like if he just had like the right role, he could succeed, and now he's succeeding. You know, just want to get your thoughts on his impact on the Clippers. But I know Kawhi's balling, but he's hoping too.
Nah, I think you're right. Appreciate you, Lizzie. I think that was kind of that was such an interesting thing about the trade deadline is, you know, and it felt like it was a multi-layered situation with James Harden. And then, you know, the Zubac thing was really surprising. But to land, you know, you got Benedict Mathurin, you got Darius Garland, you know, as part of the the James Harden stuff. It's kind of a unique makeup. And you're looking at Darius Garland like, well, like, yeah, if you can get that, he can score. Darius has the ability to score. You just hope he stays on the floor. And, Kawhi is such a different type of player. Like in terms of what they bring to the court, Darius Garland's a little bit closer to James Harden than he is Kawhi Leonard. And it was like, okay, so there's already a proven history that this works. So why not let it ride and see what happens? And I feel like that it's worked out really well. The context of the Clippers season is so important. We talked about that with Charlotte the other day. Charlotte Hornets, you might not be overly impressed with the Charlotte Hornets, 10th seed and 34-33 record unless you know what their season looked like at the beginning. It's the exact same story for the 33-32 record of the Los Angeles Clippers, who were an absolute disaster at the beginning of the year. Just awful in every way imaginable. We were talking about the Thunder having a top 5 pick in the draft, a top 10 pick in the draft because of how bad the Clippers were. Now, that ultimately could still wind up happening if the Clippers don't make the playoffs. You can make the postseason, you can make the play-in, lose, wind up in the lottery, and a couple of lottery ball, ping pong ball bounces later, all of a sudden, Oklahoma City's drafting A.J. DeBonsta or Cam Boozer or whatever they could possibly be looking for at this point, or they have that pick for trade ransom. But the context of the Clipper season is really important, and then you have this stellar play from Kawhi Leonard. I feel like Benedict Mathurin is fitting really nicely. Benedict Mathurin is a unique player. One, he's good. I mean, that's just kind of like a simple component. Like, he's a good basketball player, but he's also tough. He's a little, he's a little gritty. He could be a little nasty, and sometimes not sometimes, I think a lot of times having a basketball player like that on your team is a good look. And he's come right over from Indiana and seems to have fit in with this particular Los Angeles Clippers team. And I feel like it's it's so weird talking about, like, you just have to think something is on the way. And by the way, to Lizzy's point, Benedict Mathurin in his 13 games, playing nearly 30 minutes a night at 19.4 points per game. But it's so difficult to have a what's next conversation about the Los Angeles Clippers. We know what's next in the immediate future, and it's the Sacramento Kings tomorrow night at the Intuit Dome. But what's next for them? Like, you want to have a conversation about, hey, what could this Los Angeles Clippers team look like without the bad start? What could this Los Angeles Clippers team look like with a few free agency tweaks? We're not really going to be talking about the draft as it pertains to Los Angeles Clippers. What could it look like in free agency, and how could this team continue to build? Because aspiration is still lingering over this team. And even though it might be a tired topic for some, it might be a tired podcast subject for some, the fact is the end result, the end story hasn't yet been told. Now, maybe the end story is nothing. Maybe Adam Silver comes back and says, okay, our team of independent investigators have turned up nothing. All Pablo has is a bunch of hearsay and circumstantial evidence. And I actually don't think that that's a far-fetched thought. Pablo tells, almost to his detriment, Pablo tells his story, be it aspiration, Steve Ballmer, Kawhi, all of that stuff, or any other subject that he's covered on Pablo Torre Finds Out. He tells the story in such an entertaining way that you forget he's investigating something. And you're not just listening to an entertaining podcast, you're listening to like a collection of evidence. And I think that sometimes gets lost because of how he chooses to deliver his message. And I find the podcast, not just the ones that are the subject of the Clippers, but I find the podcast in general incredibly entertaining. And I don't know what any of that means for the NBA, their investigation, and what they ultimately turn up. But I love the addition of Benedict Mathurin. I think the addition of Darius Garland actually works really well. And as long as nothing crazy happens, man, I think this franchise is in a pretty decent spot to continue to compete. Like Kawhi Leonard said, yeah, we're past talking about us being a championship team. We're just going to go out there and compete. You know, Eddie took exception to that and said, yo, maybe we're not past talking about the Los Angeles Clippers being contenders. I don't think they're championship contenders because for the sole reason of through a 7-game series, I don't think that they could beat Oklahoma City, and I don't think they could beat San Antonio. If you told me that they beat the Los Angeles Lakers, Houston Rockets, yeah, I'd believe that. I might be a little surprised if you told me they beat the Denver Nuggets in a 7-game series. Maybe a little bit. And shout out to the Denver Nuggets who beat the San Antonio Spurs last night. Jamal Murray was just absolutely phenomenal. 39 from him, one of those absurd triple doubles with 32. I think it was 31, 20, and 12 from Nikola Jokic. Just an incredible performance from them. But I like this Clippers team. I think it's impossible to evaluate them moving forward because there's no telling if this league investigation is going to lead to anything. And, I think there's a similarity. Like, I guess it's similar, but it's different in what Steve Ballmer, and this probably is more of a credit to Lawrence Frank, to what they do in terms of handling this basketball team. And we've talked about Matt Ishbia lately, and, KC is kind of saying the praises of Matt Ishbia and how he'll, take those big swings. And if the Kevin Durant swing doesn't work, we'll go get Bradley Beal. If that swing doesn't work, we'll get rid of both of them. And we'll find we'll go get Mark Williams. We'll balance out this roster. We're just going to keep swinging and swinging and swinging and swinging. And maybe some swings are bigger than other, but we're not taking pitches here in Phoenix. We're going to keep swinging and trying something. And I have attempted to make the argument that when you're a franchise like the Phoenix Suns or an owner like Matt Ishbia, you have that luxury. You could do that when you have the likes of Devin Booker on your team. Well, Steve Ballmer and Lawrence Frank have been pretty similar in that regard, is they have constantly found ways to swing or retool or update or upgrade this roster year after year after year after year because they have Kawhi Leonard. Now, some people would take exception to that because of Kawhi Leonard's injuries. And understandable, but you still have Kawhi Leonard in uniform. And until you don't, you have the guy. You have a guy. And you can build. And Darius Garland and Benedict Mathurin, maybe that's a solid, combination to have in and out of your backcourt. It is a significantly better solid combination to have in and out of your backcourt when you have the likes of Kawhi Leonard on your team. And the Clippers really do deserve to be praised for that. Like, they have continuously put together a competitive basketball team. It's the Portland Trailblazers thing, though, and I always use the Portland Trailblazers for this example, in that the Blazers, it's a little bit different, but the Blazers made the playoffs for 8 straight years? Just a constant playoff team. Consistent. You never really questioned whether the Portland Trailblazers were going to make the playoffs. You knew that they were. At the same time, you never really thought that the Portland Trailblazers were going to win the championship. Now, the difference between the Blazers and the Clippers is the Clippers would accidentally kind of just be in the middle of the pack. There would be times where you thought, man, this Clippers roster, and this is something that I absolutely thought before this season. There were times where you thought, man, the Clippers roster is the deepest in the league. And maybe I didn't think they were the deepest in the league, but I certainly thought they were up there. And that ended before it really even got started. Anybody even remember that Bradley Beal is on this team? Bradley Beal is a Los Angeles Clipper. Like, I don't even know if anybody remembers that. Because his time with the team was so short. before the injuries happened. And then, of course, the season went so bad. There have been 10 other stories. James Harden has been traded. They've had this incredible run without him. But there's been so many times where it's like, hey, man, the Clippers are NBA. They're championship contenders. And then here come the playoffs, and there go the Clippers. So while the Blazers, the Portland Trailblazers in that example, they never really did a lot to upgrade their roster. They never really did a lot to make you think, okay, this is a championship team. They just kind of lived in the center of the pack there. The Clippers have attempted to do everything they could to win an NBA championship and just couldn't. And they have never pulled the plug, hit the switch, hit the reset button. They've never done that. They've kind of just gone, okay, let's try something else. Let's do this. Let's do that. All right, let's take a shot at James Harden, see what happens. So James doesn't want to be here. All right, why let things go bad and go awful like they tend to do with James Harden, like they were bad at the end of the Rockets, like they were bad at the end of Brooklyn. No. James doesn't want to be here anymore. That's cool. That's fine. But hey, James, it's all good. We'll make a move for you. What looks appealing? Let's get out there. Let's do some work. Let's work with a couple of general managers. Let's see if we can get something in return, which is something that they absolutely did in Darius Garland. It was a good trade for both basketball teams, and I think it created a conversation in both conferences about what are we looking for moving forward. I'm sorry, what are we looking for when we get to the postseason? Cleveland became more intriguing after the trade deadline, after they acquired, namely, James Harden, but also, of course, Dennis Schroeder and Keon Ellis. Added more depth to that team. If there is anything that we learned last year in the postseason, is that you need depth. The two deepest teams in the league, without question, played each other in the NBA Finals. The New York Knicks did not have the depth of either of those two teams. The Denver Nuggets were winning and losing games in a 7-game series with 6 guys. 6.5. You have to have depth. Cleveland now has depth. You also have to have enough talent to survive teams like New York and Boston and Detroit. The question for Cleveland is, do they have that? I think that they do. I think I like Cleveland over Detroit. I'm not sure if I like Cleveland over New York. I feel like if I said that, I would just be a hater. Because I don't know that I can make that strong of an argument for that. And I think I like Boston more than anybody. But depth is so important, and Cleveland achieved that depth. The Clippers have some good basketball. The Clippers have a lot of really good basketball players on their team, as we'll see tomorrow night at the Intuit Dome against the Sacramento Kings. What they don't have is like, and this might be where Darius Garland has to adjust to a new type of role, in the sense that Kawhi is the one, and if Kawhi's not having a night, you have to. Or if Kawhi is having a night, you need to find a way to have one too. And that's difficult to do, and it's extremely difficult to do in the course of a 7-game series where coaches are constantly making adjustments to the players that are beating them up the most. But I'm looking forward, like when you talk about how this, we went over these numbers with Eddie Gonzalez earlier. You have the Los Angeles Lakers, because of what happened last night. You have the Los Angeles Lakers at the 3 spot. The Houston Rockets are at the 4 spot. I'm going to check the schedule real quick just to make sure I'm not missing the second night of a back-to-back, and I'm not. So if the Rockets wind up beating the Pelicans, that's going to switch back to the Rockets being at 3 and the Lakers being at 4, and that's going to be a season-long thing where, oh, by the way, you also have the Denver Nuggets a half a game behind both of them. You have the Minnesota Timberwolves a half a game behind the Denver Nuggets. Then you have the Phoenix Suns a full game behind the Minnesota Timberwolves, and all of those teams are in the conversation. The one that's not is the one that we're talking about, and the one that we'll see tomorrow night. And that's the Clippers. The Clippers right now are fighting to own that 8th seed and being in a potential 2-game play-in situation. And with the latest news about Steph Curry in the latest 10 days out, like, they have a good opportunity with the Golden State Warriors team, who has now lost 3 in a row, who are they are just kind of struggling here, to end this season. They have a lot of injuries outside of Steph Curry. Steve Kerr is just begging for the season to be shortened. You have the Warriors and the Blazers in a potential 9-10 flip-flop that could happen, and the Clippers are so close to all of this. None of those 3 teams are falling out of the postseason. But there's no conversation about any of them catching Phoenix, who is currently 7, or Minnesota or Denver or Houston or Los Angeles. Any of those teams I just named could wind up in the 7th spot. And whoever winds up in that 7th spot is going to host a fight against the Los Angeles Clippers. And not making a single prediction, but I think without even a matchup being set, you give me I can comfortably take the Clippers versus Phoenix versus Minnesota versus Denver versus Houston versus Los Angeles, any of those teams in a 1-game setting. In a one-off, I can see the Clippers winning any one of those games. The Clippers are the team where it's like you really want this 2-game play-in scenario. You want this 8th spot desperately because you're the team that gets nothing for being in the lottery. I made the argument that the Golden State Warriors shouldn't even consider winning a play-in game. Go ahead, live in this 9-10 spot, get eliminated by the Portland Trailblazers or whoever it is, and move along. Live your life in the fabulous world of the lottery and enjoy all of the luck that the NBA can bring you, that Adam Silver can bring you. Because I read an interesting piece on, I think it was Sports Media Watch the other day about the Golden State Warriors in particular, and it was, well, no one wants to watch them. And it's this unique thing about the NBA, like, and we have warned, our friends, Bonte and Butcher Boy and all of our, our Warriors friends out there, that the time is coming where, unless something miraculous happens, like moving all the way up in the lottery, irrelevancy is knocking on your door, because no one cares about the Golden State Warriors. I mean, Warriors fans do, of course. But as a whole, no one cares. They care about Steph. And if Steph's not playing, they're not watching. If Steph's not playing, I'm not watching. I love NBA basketball. I do not want to watch the Golden State Warriors if Steph Curry isn't on the floor. I have recently. Salute. Even sang their praises. They play hard. But from a national television perspective, you see it in the numbers. And it's not just this year. This has gone back for like 6 years. You could go back to COVID era games. If Steph Curry isn't playing, people aren't watching. And it's a unique thing that the NBA has, where the Cowboys might suck, but they gonna watch the Dallas Cowboys. You put the Cowboys on Sunday night, they're gonna watch. Like it or not, they're gonna watch. Green Bay Packers, Chicago Bears, Pittsburgh Steelers, they're going to watch every time. The numbers will be up, they will be inflated, because the NFL, they love their teams. The NBA, we love our players. Ratings follow LeBron James. They followed LeBron James from Cleveland to Miami to Los Angeles. Los Angeles was one of those teams that generally garnered ratings anyways, even though no one wanted them on TV. But ratings follow LeBron. Ratings follow stars. Wemby is doing numbers because the San Antonio Spurs, they'll do numbers because people want to see Wemby. And if I'm Golden State, I'm out. Get me out of this conversation. I have nothing. I don't want to play Oklahoma City. I don't want to play San Antonio. I would much rather try my luck in landing a player who will cause people to tune in the next time we're on national television. And we are 3 days away from every single person you know becoming a college basketball expert. Monday morning, when the jump takes the air, Monday morning, when First Take is on, Monday morning, when whatever sports show you watch is on, everybody is a college basketball expert. And they're going to tell you about this team, and they pick this team, and this is their Final Four because of this guy, and this guy. And I feel like over the course of the next month, this draft, which is already massive in ramifications, is going to get even bigger. Because the conversation about these players is going to get even bigger. You're going to have Champ Week behind you. We saw A.J. DeBonsta last night. You're going to have performances. And then you're going to get into games that people are much more tapped into. Y'all know what it is. Was it next Thursday and Friday? Oh, you could best believe it's going to be D'Lo and KC sitting up here, or it's next week. It's going to be just me. Oh, I'm going to be watching the games with y'all. Yeah, we can have a watch-along party with the multi-view. Because I might become a college basketball expert by Monday, too. But this draft is just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And the one team that does not benefit from the draft is the Los Angeles Clippers. They're going all out, and there are going to be there's going to be at least one incredible play-in game at the 7 and 8 spot. And then if the Clippers get into the postseason, man, I think there's going to be some really good first-round games there as well. They've made a lot of smart basketball moves. Maybe they haven't made the swings that Matt Ishbia has, but they have made some really sharp basketball moves that have kept them competitive and relevant at multiple times where it felt like maybe we just tear this down and take it apart. Maybe we just start over. Maybe we go in a different direction. So that's who the Kings have on Saturday. And for those unaware, is another back-to-back for Sacramento, as they'll host the Utah Jazz at the Golden One Center on Sunday night. Keontae George will miss that one, and he'll miss everyone for the next 2 weeks with a right hamstring strain. Utah's not quite in that conversation where you have to really worry too much. But given the fact that the Kings have 2 against Brooklyn, 1 against Utah, yeah, you keep it in the back of your mind if the Sacramento Kings wind up winning that Utah game, because right now I don't think the Sacramento Kings will finish outside the 4 worst records in the league. Utah's the one that can kind of throw a wrench into all of that. We'll come back, man. We talked about it with Eddie earlier. And we'll head over to the the Eastern Conference for a few minutes, because I got a perfect example of how the people who cover the NBA actually hate the NBA. That's coming up, plus Nick Wagoner, ESPN insider for the San Francisco 49ers, at the top of the hour here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Got the spotlights on now, baby. I don't know how much I have to move for these lights to come back on, so I ain't even going to worry about it. Can the Kings get to 20 wins? Man, I hope not. They can. They absolutely can, but I hope not. I don't want to. I wish he wasn't like this, man. I mean, I guess it doesn't even matter because he doesn't even claim us, but which is, you from here? Like, what you talking about? But yeah, like, I wish he wasn't like that. Like, that shit he did today was, fuck out of here, bro. Like, what are you talking about? It's so demeaning too. It's like it's high horse stuff, and I can't stand anyone who does that. I can't stand people who do that in sports, and I can't stand people who do that in music or in any walk of life. If I ever do that to y'all, throw my ass out of here. Just walk right into the studio and throw my ass out of here. Because clearly I've lost my ability to communicate, and that's what I think has happened to Ebro. The second he labeled himself a political martyr, I was like, this fucking dude. No one cares about you like that, dog. They really don't. Salute, you got a following, like I got that, but not like that, man. Stop it. I don't know when the Warriors have had luck in the lottery, but if it was going to happen, it should happen now. It should happen now. Man, Steph, man. Shout out Steph. Shout out to the faces of the league. LeBron, KD, and Steph. That would be my guess. They're better. They're a lot tougher. 20 plus would be my guess. Oh, geez, man, for real? I know. I know 50's got a new album coming out, and I'm not looking forward to that at all. Yeah, Wiseman, Moody, all of them guys, all of the second timeline guys. Oh, man, am I morphing into Colin Cowherd? Jesus. I think that's an insult. Damn. My bad, Soren. My bad. Man, I don't like I hear you. I don't want to be like, yeah, Ebro's, you know, I don't want to overplay. He was always good to me, but I just don't like, I don't know, man. That's right. Okay, that's right, Steve. That's absolutely right. That's absolutely right. Yeah, right? I got you, man. I know. Tilo, was you rocking with those new Nas albums? Did you play the last one? Oh, I always listen to Nas when he drops, and it always sounds exactly like Nas. Did he drop something today? Did something drop last night? Man, Leezy, Leezy, that's fire. That's absolute fire. Like, Don Toliver is bad. He's bad. He is bad. I ain't gonna lie. I'll say this. I don't like Colin Cowherd, and Soren did hurt my feelings. But his producer's very good because they always have topics that I find really interesting. I just think Colin is full of shit. Like, I just think he's absolute full of shit. And he just, like, says stuff. Oh, right on, Stevie B. Me too, baby. Me too. What year, Stevie B? You know what, TCG? I'm gonna answer that on the air. I think we're coming back in a second. Shout out to our guy, Dusty Baker, working hard over there at the World Baseball Classic. Baker Family Wine celebrates Dusty's passion not only for baseball, but for handcrafted small lot wines that you can pick up at their tasting room in West Sacramento on Industrial Boulevard. You can learn more about them at bakerfamilywines.com. You could join Dusty's Clubhouse, which is essentially Dusty's Wine Club for exclusive releases and tasting room specials. Also over at bakerfamilywines.com, and make your plans to be with me and Katie. We're going to be at the Lodi Wine Festival coming up on March 28th. 40 wineries, over 200 different wines to try, live music, craft vendors, amazing food, and Baker Family Wines is going to be out there with me. We're going to be hanging out the entire day. We would love to have you out there. You can get tickets at grapefestival.com. And it'll be a fantastic way to sample all of the amazing wines that they have over at Baker Family Wines. You can go grab you a bottle right now if you want to. They got them at the Nugget in Elk Grove, Granite Bay, and Roseville. They got them at select Rayleigh's and Bel Air locations. It's a perfect way to celebrate the evening. I think we were hoping to crack a bottle last night. That didn't really work out the way we intended. So tonight might be the night, Coach.
Hello, this is Dusty Baker. Welcome to the family.
I always say Coach, but I'm supposed to say manager. Skip. Ain't that the truth, Skip? If I don't play for Dusty Baker, am I allowed to call him Skip? Do they still call managers Skip? I don't know. I call coaches that I respect coaches. Like we do that with Coach Carter, Coach Marion. It's funny. I respect Mike Bibby, but I feel like I call Mike Bibby Mike. Maybe that's because I know him a little bit different. I don't know.
You were on the radio like while Mike was still playing basketball and stuff too, though.
I mean, I trained a whole summer with Mike and his family.
You know
like,
Mike,
yeah, like, but it is kind of like a respect thing. Like, I'll tell you this. I interviewed George Karl once. I didn't call him Coach. I called him George. Like, I did not call that man Coach. And me personally, haven't had a crossword with George, but I know people who have worked very, very closely with him. And these are wonderful, wonderful people who just, when I tell you they hate his guts and have given me multiple specific examples as to why they hate his guts, I just grew to dislike him too. When he was on my show at that time, or our show at the time, his name was George. And I remember Ken and I actually got into an argument about this, Ken Rudolph, because he kept calling him Coach. And I remember I got agitated when we got off the phone with him. I was like, man, why'd you keep calling him that? He's like, well, he's a coach. Like, yeah, but why'd you give him that level of respect? He's a jackass. And it became a thing. But Ken and I always fought, and it was always love. It was always fun. 916-909-1320 if you want to hang out the last 90 minutes of this show. My man Nick Wagoner is going to join us at the top of the hour. We'll talk a little 49ers football. Plus, there's a trend developing. At least I think there's a trend developing in the NFL. And I want to run it by you. You tell me if I'm crazy or not. I want to touch on something we were talking about there just a few minutes ago. Lots of conversation about the Golden State Warriors as we were actually talking about the Los Angeles Clippers, what the postseason tournament, what the play-in tournament might look like, and why it would be far more advantageous for the Golden State Warriors to just go out there, lose, get their season over with, and try their lottery in the luck. And our man TCG, who now goes by Lottery Luck, TCG, asked over on youtube.com/ESPN 1320. How did Golden State become the darlings of the NBA? Is it all because of Steph? They were trash and nothing before their little run. Calling it a little run is definitely dismissive, very hateful, also very funny. Shout out to TCG for that one. But the answer emphatically is yes, you are 100% right. It is all because of Steph Curry.
Raymond Green called them losers before he got there.
Oh, my God.
Called the fans losers.
Oh, my God. And he tried to preface it. He tried to cushion it. Hey, man, shout out to the real ones. You Warriors fans, y'all know what it is. But all you other people, he said y'all were losers before I got there. Crazy. Never, ever, ever, ever has there been a least self-aware individual, a less self-aware individual than Draymond Green. He really believes this little run, as my man TCG put it, is about him and not Steph Curry. And spoiler alert, for Draymond and Draymond only, it is very much about Steph Curry and Steph Curry only. Very dismissive from TCG to call it a little run, though. And as Drew Down points out, this is great work by our man Drew Down. Draymond won those rings by himself. All by himself. Our girl Zebra PT, who, by the way, let's say it on the air. Hey. Zebra PT celebrating her birthday tomorrow. We couldn't do it without Zebra. We appreciate you as always. She said people used to wear bags on their heads to Warriors games. That's tremendous. Absolutely tremendous. Talked with Eddie earlier. We had if you missed if you missed the marathon, we went 60 minutes talking everything from critiquing of hip hop to Bam Adebayo's 83 and the coverage of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. It was amazing how those three subjects all intertwined accidentally. Like I started the show really singing the praises of SGA and saying that maybe people's frustration with how many free throws he shoots is a little bit misguided and a little bit of groupthink. And I told Eddie, I try to be aware of what everyone is talking about. Like I know KC really likes to consume a lot of podcasts. I know there are a lot of people that like to say, I consume everything basketball. I mean, and that's terrific. That is definitely one way to go about this game. I like to know what everyone is talking about. So there are a lot of podcasts from Zach Lowe to the Hoop Collective, The Athletic, lots of different things that I have on my podcast feed. But generally what I do is I look at the titles because I want to see what the conversation is. Obviously, a lot of the conversation has been about Bam Adebayo. A lot of the conversation you see, it tends to like intertwine and be something similar. And I don't often listen to them because I don't want it to influence my thinking. I want to research something, see something, and have an opinion for myself. And sometimes when you listen to one podcast and then you listen to another podcast and then you listen to another podcast and they're all talking about the same subject and maybe they're all saying the same thing, it can influence your thinking. And it's like, well, wait a minute, maybe I'm wrong. And as we know, I've never been wrong. I definitely wasn't the guy who thought the Sacramento Kings could win 40 games this year. That wasn't me. This team has never made me look stupid. Nothing I have ever said could make me look bad. No, see, and that's kind of the point. I'd rather be wrong by myself than listening to, like, we used LaMelo. We used LaMelo Ball as an example a couple of weeks ago when we were talking about how the Charlotte Hornets have kind of turned things around and how it's crazy that at the beginning of the season, oh, he's this, he's that. Oh, he's worthless in the league. He has no value. He doesn't have this. He doesn't have that. And now all of a sudden, he is an extremely integral part of what the Charlotte Hornets have done this season and the direction that they might be going in upcoming seasons. And we talk frequently on this show, Kenny and I do, about, and it was something I repeated to Eddie Gonzalez earlier, and I strongly encourage you to go back and watch that segment or listen to it on whatever your favorite podcast platform is. We don't talk about the podcast nearly as much as we should because Jesse used to only get paid if people listen to the podcast. Now Jesse's a bigwig. He's got his own morning show. He's essentially running the station right now. And so we don't push the podcast as much, but it's still a very important component to what we do. And if you ever want to catch up on what we're doing and you don't have time to sit in front of your computer and watch the show, podcast is a great way to do it. Go catch the marathon. Go catch that conversation with Eddie Gonzalez and catch this idea of how people like Tim Bontemps and Tim McMahon and some of the most prominent people. And I like Tim McMahon. I actually really enjoy his writing, but that clip that Eddie posted of him talking about Bam Adebayo and his 83, I felt like kind of threw him into this category that we have talked so regularly about how the people who cover professional basketball, the people who cover the NBA, actually hate it. And there is all of this useless, absolutely useless discussion about Bam Adebayo, about Eric Spoelstra, about the strategy, about everything they did to get Bam Adebayo to 83 points. And you have bitched and moaned and complained and ethical and integrity and nonsense after nonsense after nonsense because you just want to spew your hate. And part of that is you get your little clips out on social media, your clip goes up, and negativity generally does numbers. Very rarely does, 1.5 thousand retweets get hit for, hey, man, everything's great. It's a beautiful day outside. That doesn't happen. Does anyone know, and I'm being dead serious, does anyone know that the Miami Heat have won 7 straight games? In the midst of all of this ethical Bam Adebayo stuff, 7 straight wins for the Miami Heat. Does anyone know that in the midst of all of this Magic City Monday stuff, strip clubs, ethics, morality, wings, culture, the Atlanta Hawks have won 8 straight games? Their opponent, Magic City Monday, a team that has kind of been up and down, who you could argue maybe as recently as a month ago might have been a bit of a disappointment this season. The Orlando Magic have won 6 straight games. And the playoff picture in the East is legitimately something to watch right now. There are 3 teams in the conference. Maybe 4. Actually, I'll take that back. There's 4 teams in the conference when you count Charlotte that are playing their best basketball of the season right now. And no one's talking about it. They're talking about SGA and how he's gotten to this incredible 127 straight games of 20-plus points. Now, granted, that deserves discussion. It's just not all of the discussion is positive. Because why would it be? Because the people having the discussion hate this league. So why would we have a positive discussion about an incredible NBA player? No. Let's find a way to take this 63-year record falling and make it negative. Let's find a way to do that. Well, congratulations to the NBA media. Many of you have found a way to do that. And salute to a number of different writers who I'm just becoming familiar with over the course of the last couple of weeks who have wrote tremendous pieces on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And not even like, oh, glowing SGA is great pieces. Just, no. Let's explain to you how he did it. Almost as if they're journalists sharing facts rather than watering down a column with their opinion, which then becomes an editorial. No, here are the numbers. Here is SGA streak by the numbers. And then we're going to take that and we're going to find a way to make it negative. And all of these different conversations are happening while there's some amazing things going on in the league. SGA streak goes right along with the Oklahoma City Thunder winning 7 in a row. The Phoenix Suns have won 4 straight. The Lakers, who some people have written off. Not everyone. Jesse didn't. Maybe others have. Not pointing any fingers. But some people have written the Lakers off. They've won 4 in a row. And you wonder, are the Lakers approaching that area where Miami, Orlando, Atlanta, where they're at playing their best basketball of the season here in this final stretch? And sometimes when teams play the best basketball of the season at the end of the season, it gets dismissed. This is kind of what Kings fans have feared for months. That the team was going to be awful. Month after month after month, game after game after game. And then at the end of the season, they were going to do what they have done on several different occasions, and that is win a bunch of meaningless games that destroy their lottery odds and mess up their draft slot. And so I get it, because it's not just Sacramento that's playing teams like Utah, Brooklyn, Memphis. Everyone else is playing those teams too. Shoot, you've got 3 of them, not counting Chicago. You've got 3 of them in the Eastern Conference. Brooklyn, Washington, Indiana. Yeah, I get Miami's playing those. The 83 points, that was against Washington. Got Orlando out there. Like, there's some really dope stories. If you can weed through the negativity, there's some really dope stories. Maybe not like, oh, happy, super exciting story. Yo, Toronto, who was as high as a 3rd seed this season, all of a sudden is in the play-in. Part of the reason they're in the play-in is because Miami is hot, Orlando is hot, and Cleveland had a run earlier that kind of pulled them out of that 6th seed area. Now you've got Toronto a game back from Miami fighting to get themselves back into the top 6 in a solidified playoff spot. The Eastern Conference play-in picture could be fire. Because if we take it, whether it's Orlando, Miami, Toronto, Atlanta, in the 7th, 8th spot, and then it's Philadelphia and Charlotte. And don't get me wrong, Philadelphia can move up. I don't think they will, especially with the Tyrese Maxey stuff, because I think they'd have it's not that much, like 2.5 games, probably 3 games to make up. They can. It's just with the Tyrese Maxey injury, I don't think they will. Charlotte's 4 back. I don't think that's going to happen. 4 back from the 6th. So I don't think that's going to happen. There could be a ton of movement, much like the Western Conference that we were talking about earlier, in the sense of the Lakers, the Rockets, the Nuggets, the Timberwolves, and the Suns. There could be a lot of movement from 3 all the way to 7. In the Eastern Conference, there could be a lot of movement from 5 all the way to 10. And that play-in picture could be absolute fire. A potential one-off between, say, Miami and Atlanta. Charlotte knocking Philadelphia out and playing the loser of that 7-8. Man, those are stories. Those are stories. And while tanking was a big subject of conversation a month ago, and Magic City and 83 and all of this different stuff, there is great basketball being played right now. In both conferences, there's great basketball being played right now. I'm looking for a game to watch tonight, and this might be one of the worst nights of basketball I've seen. You've got the Grizzlies at the Pistons, pass. Knicks at the Pacers, pass. Oh, Suns at the Raptors, that's not bad. That's on right now, actually. We could tap into the Suns and Raptors. Cavs at Mavs, pass. Pelicans at Rockets, Timberwolves at Warriors, no.
Better fire up a movie today.
Bro, for real. Let's see what TC talking about here at 916-909-1320. What's up, Terrence?
Hey, what's up with my two brothers?
It always, it always throws you off when I say your name. It's funny.
Hey, but hey, the cool part about it is you really my bro, so it's good.
Always, TC.
That part. So listen, hey, look, bro. I'm not gonna let nothing take me away from that game last night. They lost. AJ, in my opinion, is still a pick. I know ain't nobody saying that, but I'm just saying that, right? But also, I'm also on the other side of wherever the Kings land, they gonna find a stud. So I'm not with the like. I get the draft, the draft position and all that, but man, if the guy's developing, bro, that's where I'm at. If the guy's looking like how they looking and looking like they can be something, I'm fine with that, bro. And whoever we get, whether it's a Boozer or Koa Pete, A-Cuff, I mean, the boy from Arizona, whoever it is, bro, King Flemings, listen, we gonna find a stud. The main thing is right now, it sounds crazy, and I know it's early, but I'm serious. Kerry need to find a way to do something crazy like trade an unprotected first next year or 28 to get back into the first round, to get at least two of these studs that's going to be in this generational draft. I know I'm talking crazy, but I know it's doable. That's what we should be worried about. That's all I got. Happy Friday, D-Lo. I love you, bro.
Love you too, brother. Have a great weekend. I don't think there's anything crazy about what you said. Like, one, just take a breath and let's just see what happens, with this lottery. Like, I know I'm not going to sweat the Kings winning games. Like, just let it play out. Whatever happens. I know everyone is worried about worst case scenario more than they're worried about anything else. And I promise you, I get it. I understand. But at this point, just let it ride. Let's get through April 13th. Let's get through April 12th, last game of the season. Come back here 1 month from today. See if there's any Kings news to report. Actually, is there any Kings news to report right now? Nope, still nothing regarding Keegan Murray. And then we'll have 4 weeks to be nervous, antsy, nauseous, whatever, about what happens in the lottery on May 10th. And TC, I actually think that you're right. Like, the Sacramento Kings are going to wind up with a good player. If the projections about this draft, and we've heard historic, we've heard loaded, we've heard term after term after term after term to describe this draft. If all of those projections are correct, if Scott Perry and this front office do their job correctly, Sacramento Kings are going to land a good basketball player in June. Generational player? I don't know. We'll all find out together if there's any actual generational talent in this draft. But I certainly hope that the Kings wind up with a player who can be a Sacramento King for a very, very long time, can be the guy, and can be someone that they build around. But you're right, TC. Like, they're gonna land someone. They're gonna land something. And we were able to land Nick Wagoner. He's a 49ers insider for ESPN. We are going to talk to him next about what was a very busy week for the San Francisco 49ers. And I think I noticed a trend in the NFL. Want to run it by you? Find out what you think. Stealing with KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I told Katie this before, I left. And I noticed maybe a little inside the game a little bit. I feel like I wrote a really good show today. I feel like some of these topics I laid out are pretty dope. Like this football one, I think is great. I just don't know if it's right. I've noticed a few things, and I want to run it by you guys. But when I left to come in here to the studio, I was like, I think we got a banger today. Even on a Friday when the audience is a little different, I think we got a banger. D-Lo, you getting used to the 2 to 6? How you like it? Yeah, I like it. It wasn't too difficult of an adjustment for me. It's a little bit harder without KC because, I mean, I have to plan so much of the show and it just takes like a lot of time. And so I've adjusted my schedule a little bit. But like 2 to 6, I like it. Like I'm kind of like we worked till 6 o'clock, on KSFM up until like a handful of months ago. So it really wasn't that big of an adjustment for me. When I get home and, the girls are home, I tried to shut off as much as I can and not do too much work, for the next day till they go to bed, unless, of course, there's a game. But, yeah, I like it. I like it. It gives me a lot of time in the morning to do some different things. Katie and I can spend a little bit more time together as, if she had, meetings or like today, she didn't get home till like 11:30 or so. On days like that, we just like cross paths and I wouldn't see her from 5 till, 5 or 6. So in that sense, like I really like it. D'Lo, any Raiders talk or AJ College talk? Yeah, maybe in the last segment. Yeah, I'll be tapped in for this, Soren. The Kings are playing. I'll be paying attention. I'll put it that way. I'll be paying attention. I might throw that joint on the iPad. I don't enjoy the Oscars the way I enjoy the Grammys, but I do like seeing, obviously I want to see how Sinners does. Oh, man, where we at? Oh. Still got a bunch of KSFM work to do when this is all over. Never slows down. No, that's a lie. It does. Wouldn't have it any other way. Oh, okay. Okay. Yep. Our man Nick Wagoner, ESPN, going to join us coming up here in just a moment. Very, very busy week for the San Francisco 49ers. Lots of marquee moves. I mean, Mike Evans, obviously a huge name, has had a fantastic career with Tampa, coming off that injury plague season last year. But for a team that clearly needed a wide receiver, they landed that right out the gate. Let's bring in our man, Nick Wagoner, not only a 49ers insider for ESPN, but a hip-hop connoisseur. Nick, appreciate you. I know it's been a busy week for you over there covering the San Francisco 49ers. Biggest move that they made so far this week?
Man, I think the easy one to go to is Mike Evans, of course, just based on the need at wide receiver and also his pedigree. But I might argue that Osa Odigizua, which I'm still learning to say properly, was actually the more important need for them, just based on who they want to be as a team. Because, D'Lo, you know this, man, like watching this Niners team since John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan got here, the D-line has been their top priority. And last year it was so bad that they had, 20 sacks as a team, which was the lowest in the league. Myles Garrett had more than them. They had no inside pass rush at all. And even I think yesterday, some of that stuff was kind of brought back into the light a little bit when Bryce Huff retired. And a lot of people were like, oh, Bryce Huff, that really didn't work. That kind of fizzled out. And if you watch Bryce Huff play, now granted, some of that was he was playing a lot more snaps than he was supposed to when they brought him here. But a lot of what Bryce Huff does really well is win deep in the backfield. And if the quarterback can step up into the pocket consistently, it really mitigates what a guy like Bryce Huff can do. And so adding pass rush punch in the middle, even if it's not a guy who's getting 10, 15 sacks, which is rare for defensive tackles anyway, I think can really kind of set up their whole defense to be a lot better than it was last year.
Nick, the Osio Odigizua one is the one that I actually thought was the bigger impact. And just a pro tip, you can't do this because you're a writer. I have it phonetically spelled in front of me. I have no clue how to spell his name. I just have it spelled how it's pronounced in front of me in hopes I don't screw it up.
Yeah, it's going to take me a while to get it on both counts. But the harder part, for some reason, I have more trouble when I say just the last name, like on second reference, whether it kind of rolls off the tongue a little better when you say the full name. So
yeah.
I'll get there eventually. But for right now, we are still in the early stages of workshopping that one.
No doubt. You mentioned Bryce Huff. Nick, did the 49ers know that was coming?
I don't know if they knew that the retirement was coming, but let me just put it this way. Like, there was a decision that was going to have to be made on whether they wanted to keep him this year anyway. And my read on the situation was that he probably wasn't going to be back. Maybe he would have been, but it would have been on a drastically reduced contract. If you look at the contract numbers, it didn't look bad, like as of yesterday when he retired. But I believe today there was a $1 million roster bonus that was due if he was still on the team, which isn't a huge deal. But before the season, there was an option bonus that was due that would have been like another $14 million or something like that. It would have put him closer to like $17 million or something for next year. And there's no way they were going to pay that for a guy who, you know, even in his ideal role is a talented pass rusher, but he's strictly a third down pass rusher, not somebody that you're going to have playing down in, down out, and that you're going to want to pay $17 million to. So I think the 49ers were already kind of accounting for his departure one way or the other. Obviously, he took it in his own hands and decided to walk away.
Nick Wagoner with us here on ESPN 1320. Nick, you mentioned Mike Evans, obviously a splashy move for the San Francisco 49ers. They definitely needed someone at that wide receiver position. They needed a potential breakout player at that wide receiver position. The biggest complaint, I think, from the fan base, or the biggest criticism from NFL media has been, of course, the fact that he's 32 years old. This is already a bit of an older football team. Is this a position that the San Francisco 49ers need to continue to address as the draft approaches next month?
Yeah, 100%. I would be stunned if the 49ers were done at wide receiver. I think the most likely route is that they do go in the draft, and potentially relatively early. I'm talking, you know, first or second round type of thing. I think that's a real possibility, of course, depending on how the draft in the first round shakes out. But the thing with Mike Evans, yes, your point is correct. I said it myself. You know, he's going to be 33 when the season starts. He's not exactly adding a ton of speed, although he is a good deep ball guy, largely because he still runs good routes and he can win contested catches consistently. He's done it for a long period of time. But they needed to get somebody in there who is, you know, really a veteran leader beyond just the production and what he could do. And so I think, yes, they certainly believe he still has good football left in him. But I think just as much as that, they want a guy in there who can, you know, kind of set the right tone for everybody else and make their lives easier. You know, Ricky Pearsall playing Z receiver, playing in the slot a little bit more, that should help take some of the load off of him. They still need big things from him. But yeah, I would be very surprised if they didn't make another addition of some sort, whether that's in free agency or the draft. I would, again, right now, I would lean toward that being in the draft, but there are certain things that could shake out here in the next week or so, free agency wise too, where maybe that becomes more of an option.
Nick, I was talking to our good friend Chris Biederman of the Sacramento Bee yesterday, and this situation with Trent Williams feels a little bit different than some of the contract impasses that they have had in the past. Normally you haven't read a lot about like the frustration, particularly from the Trent Williams side, about the process and about the fact that this isn't done. Is this situation with Trent Williams different than the contract situations in years past?
Yes and no. I think yes, in the sense that it's kind of bubbling over earlier than it has in the past. You know, like the 2024 thing, the way that played out, you know, it took it to deep into August. I think we were almost into September when that finally got finalized, and you didn't hear a whole lot from him. You know, the other time when they were dealing with him contract-wise was when he was a free agent. If you remember, they were kind of negotiating back and forth with the Chiefs, and he almost signed with the Chiefs, and then Kyle Shanahan kind of stepped in last minute and made sure he got it done stay here. So in that regard, I think it's a little bit different. I know that there's a $10 million bonus that's due coming up here pretty soon. And I think a lot of people are looking at that as kind of like the deadline, so to speak, that's going to spur some sort of action. But I think the 49ers still, in their heart of hearts, believe that they're going to get something done here. I talked to Trent during Super Bowl week and asked him about it. And he kind of indicated that his assumption was this was going to be kind of similar to what happened last time in terms of what he was looking for and what they were going to need to do, which amounted to a short extension, right? A short extension that still paid him among the top tackles in the league and gave him some guarantees. I didn't get the impression that he wanted anything particularly crazy relative to the fact that he's still very good. But I do understand from the 49ers perspective of like, at some point they've got to decide how much longer are we going to continue to put big money in front of him when we don't know how much longer he's going to go, because if you keep kicking that can down the road, you're going to end up paying a bunch of money for a guy who's not playing on the team anymore.
Yeah, Nick, the answer is forever. Like Trent Williams needs to retire as San Francisco 49er.
Well, and to your point, like they don't have any other options. Like that's the whole thing. And that's their own doing. Like, I know a lot of people have been banging the drum for them to draft offensive linemen. And I understand maybe why they haven't in the earlier rounds, but even just taking flyers on later round guys. I mean, their right tackle, Colton McKivitz, was a 5th round pick, and they projected him to be a guard. He turned into a pretty good right tackle who they gave a nice contract to last offseason. Jalen Moore, who was the swing tackle behind Trent Williams, got a really nice contract from the Chiefs. So even if I'm not saying that those guys would be 1-for-1 replacements for Trent Williams, but even if you just have one of those guys in the pipeline and you feel good about him, it maybe helps your leverage at least a little bit. So they've put themselves in a position where Trent Williams has the leverage, and he certainly knows it.
Do you feel like they did a good job here? This is kind of the first marker of the offseason. Obviously, the start of the league year, free agency and all that, and then you got the draft coming up next. Do you feel like they have done a good job of addressing some of their biggest needs right out the gate here at this first stop?
Yeah, I do. And I think the most interesting thing about what they've done so far is kind of the message that they've sent this year relative to last year. And if you remember last year, it was very much a reset year. A lot of people were disappointed at all the free agents that they let go, the guys that they were cutting, the guys that they were trading. And then on top of that, the fact that they weren't necessarily spending money to go replace those guys in free agency. Obviously, it worked out okay. They went 12-5, won a playoff game. But if you sit here right now and you look at it and say, well, they are probably a little bit ahead of where I think maybe they thought they would be coming off of a reset year. And I think that what you're seeing in free agency kind of speaks to that, because these are older guys, like getting younger and faster and cheaper and all that stuff that the buzzwords of last year are nowhere to be found this year. And so on paper, yes, there's obviously inherent risk. There's inherent risk when you get older guys, when you get injured guys, Dre Greenlaw. It's not a big contract, so the risk is kind of minimal. But still, if you're counting on him to be a significant part of the team, that there's risk involved there with his injury history. So there's a lot of kind of layers to it. I do think that it really kind of sends a message of where they think they are, especially if they can get and stay healthy, which, as we know, is kind of the looming question that lingers over this team in particular, maybe more so than others around the league every year.
And the stay healthy thing is why I wonder if the reports that the asking price for Mac Jones was a bit astronomical. Maybe they're comfortable keeping him on their roster just in case something happens to Brock Purdy once again.
Absolutely. And I think part of it too, D'Lo, is the market maybe didn't materialize in the way that they hoped just because of some of the other guys that came available. Minnesota was a landing spot that I know that the Mac Jones camp had kind of targeted as a possibility for him. But then when Kyler Murray becomes available and you can get him, literally league minimum, opposed to Mac Jones, who probably is going to want an extension if he gets traded and is named your starter. Those are kind of the balancing act that you have to deal with. And so if you're the 49ers and no one's coming forth and saying, hey, we'll give you a second round pick, let's say, obviously they'd love to have a first. I don't think that's realistic. I think a second was probably realistic, but realistic in a different market. And I also think part of that too is the draft. A team can trade for Mac Jones and think he's a good starter, and maybe he does become the next Sam Darnold. But even with a Super Bowl ring, Sam Darnold still has probably some things to prove to people in terms of just his longevity as the starter. Like, how long can he continue to guide that ship? And not that he can't, they just haven't seen it yet, right? So sure. I think there's kind of that that angle to all of this too, where teams are looking at it and saying, okay, next year's draft class should have more quarterback options. Maybe we're better off just, we're going to roll with Geno Smith. We know it's probably not going to be good, but that's okay if it means we get, Arch Manning or whoever else is out there.
It's such a unique position in sports. Like, hey, Sam Darnold just won a Super Bowl. Yeah, still not sure though. Like, I feel like that's such a quarterback thing.
It is, and I'm a Sam Darnold guy. I really like Sam, and I was happy for him. I thought he had a really good year. I mean, he was unbelievable in that NFC Championship game, which was kind of the de facto Super Bowl, really, for those of us that really knew, right? Like that the Rams and the Seahawks were the best teams. He was great in that game, and so he delivered. He didn't have to prove himself to anyone, let alone me. But I still think it's one of those things where if you look at his contract, like he's not paid like, oh, he's definitely the guy for a long period of time, and until that happens, you can't necessarily say that he is. He should be, but I'm sure the Seahawks would like to see more before they start pumping him into that, $50 to $60 million a year range where the guys who are kind of have their bona fides already are.
Nick, you're incredible, man. I can't thank you enough. Thank you for your time, my friend.
You got it, brother. We'll talk to you later.
You got it. That's our man, Nick Wagoner of ESPN, man. Big thanks to him for carving out some time on this Friday to talk 49ers football with us. And I loved the way we were able to end that conversation. That note about Sam Darnold really is so funny. It's because I do think a lot of people feel that way, and it's like, it's do you choose to take the positive approach to a discussion or the negative approach to a discussion? And it could be, Sam Darnold was good in the right games, and that's important, but what ultimately won the Seattle Seahawks the Super Bowl is their defense. Well, in actuality, it was a combination of all of those things. It was what Sam Darnold was able to do under center. It was what that incredible defense was able to do as a whole as well. And it was, talking about Mac Jones, talking about, he even mentioned, Kyler Murray right there. And this was the question I wanted to pose to you, because I think those are literally the catalyst to this thought process in this conversation. You have Kyler Murray, signing this deal with the Minnesota Vikings, this 1 year league minimum deal. Of course, there's context to that. That's not indicative of who Kyler Murray is as a football player, nor is it indicative of how the Minnesota Vikings feel about him. It's the circumstance in which he is in, and that he is getting $36 million from or 30-something million dollars. I think it's $36 million from the Arizona Cardinals to not play football for them. And he can go on and make league minimum and play football. And that, I believe, was the ultimate deciding factor for him signing with Minnesota. You can talk about quarterback rooms all you want to, and you could talk about quarterback battles all that you want to, but my guess is, Kyler Murray, you've got to write a depth chart to start this thing out. And my guess is, for the Minnesota Vikings, Kyler Murray's name is starting out at the top of that depth chart. And again, you can have your quarterback battles, you can do whatever you want to, but when your name is written as number one, you already have a little bit of leeway right there. You already have a bit of a head start. He brought up Geno Smith as well. Now, Geno Smith is heading back to New York. Things went terrible with him in Las Vegas, but he did have a bit of a career resurgence in Seattle. And he wasn't lights out. He wasn't MVP. No, but he was a good quarterback on a pretty good football team. And you start looking around, and tell me if I'm wrong in this. It feels like quarterbacks, I feel like we see this a little bit more in the NBA, and it almost feels like the Jerry Reynolds line that he once shared with James and I think it was James, Kenny, and Kyle, about like 90% of the NBA needs a change of scenery. And when you're a quarterback and you're a high draft pick, particularly, a first round draft pick, you're in especially a higher end first round draft pick, you're probably getting, Geno, I guess Geno was 30th, but he was first round. He was the last pick, I think, of the first round. But Daniel Jones, what was he, 6? And they said he was a reach at 6. Kyler Murray, we know where he was drafted. Like you have, unbelievable expectations. You're probably being drafted to a bad football team. That bad football team might have bad coaching. I mean, Kyler went through a couple of coaches, a couple of general managers, a couple of offensive coordinators. Daniel Jones, same thing. I mean, Sam Darnold on the Jets, like, give me a break. And there's an important, caveat to this, too. I named, time will tell what happens with Kyler Murray and the Minnesota Vikings. Time will tell what happens with Kyler Murray and whether he has a stop past the Minnesota Vikings. We'll say Kyler Murray is about to enter the second phase of his career. And we'll see what that winds up looking like. But I think there has been a success rate of quarterbacks changing teams that might be changing the game a little bit. Like, I think Daniel Jones is a great example. Now, the sample size is incredibly short. I understand that. I also know that I have probably been a little bit too high on Daniel Jones and the Indianapolis Colts over after they got things going last season. It's like, hey man, this actually might be something. I loved the way Daniel Jones was playing. We had very briefly at the beginning of the year Daniel Jones in the MVP conversation. But I also love the fact that, after slapping the transition tag on him, they wind up signing him to a deal. And it's not, it's sort of a prove it deal. Of course, he's coming off an injury. Everything kind of changed for him after he got hurt. But he has the opportunity to go back with this same football team and as much as you possibly can, coming off an injury, pick up where you left off. And I love that for Daniel Jones. I think one of the great examples, not just Sam Darnold, because you point to obviously he wins the Super Bowl. He goes the route of the New York Jets to the Carolina Panthers. He comes over to, I don't know if I'm missing a stop, but he comes over. He's the backup in San Francisco. He heads off. He has that incredible year in Minnesota. Minnesota decides, well, we brought him in. It was an emergency scenario. We've got our young quarterback here. We're going to send him off to Seattle. That turned out to be a massive disaster for the Minnesota Vikings and a huge plus for the Seattle Seahawks. Shining example of changing scenery. Perhaps the best example is my guy in Tampa Bay. Baker Mayfield, similar route that Sam Darnold went. Damn, it's almost identical. He's with Cleveland, who at the quarterback position is every bit the disaster that the New York Jets are. He, too, goes to the Carolina Panthers. Shocker, it doesn't work. It's literally never worked with a quarterback in Carolina. Then he's off to be the backup for the Los Angeles Rams. And then Tampa Bay comes calling. The one thing that Baker doesn't have that Sam had is that the equivalent of the Minnesota Vikings stop. He goes and is, the Rams are the equivalent to the 49ers stop for Sam Darnold. And then that Tampa Bay stop is the equivalent to the Seattle Seahawks stop. Obviously, he doesn't have the Super Bowl, but he's earned contracts there. He's played great. He, too, like Daniel Jones, for a period of time last year, was in the MVP conversation. And it feels like now this idea of quarterbacks changing teams, there's like a fresh start. And remember, in those two players specifically, Baker and Sam Darnold, going to Carolina was not by choice. When they got to choose where they went, you see how things go. And it's why it's why I'm higher on Mac Jones than maybe Jesse is, than maybe KC is. It's because I feel like I see Sam Darnold, Kyle Shanahan. Okay. Baker Mayfield, Sean McVay. All right. Now Mac Jones and Kyle Shanahan. What's the next act of Mac Jones's career? Like the next true stop. Because for the two quarterbacks I was just talking about, for Baker and for Sam Darnold, Carolina's not a true stop. Not really an opportunity. The backup spots in San Francisco and Los Angeles, respectively, those are backup spots. The second act of Baker Mayfield's career is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The second act of Sam Darnold's career is the Seattle Seahawks. What's the second act of Kyler Murray's career? What's the second act of Daniel Jones's career? Do either of those two quarterbacks have a second act? Does Tua Tagovailoa in Atlanta, does he have a second act? It seems like these quarterbacks who are taken near the top of the draft wind up on these bad franchises. The first time they have an opportunity to pick the football team they go to, it's paid dividends for their career. That doesn't work out for everybody. This isn't a universal thing. Josh Rosen comes to mind. I mean, there's a million quarterbacks that come to mind, which is why I asked earlier, is this a new trend? Because you look at, like, Russell Wilson, for example. Russell Wilson didn't have a second act. Russell Wilson got his shot in Seattle, succeeded, won a Super Bowl, went to Super Bowls, and then that was it. There was no second act for him. Just because a quarterback changes teams doesn't mean there's something else for them. I'm looking specifically at these quarterbacks where things maybe don't necessarily work out for them. Their first stop. I mean, I think a lot of people thought Jimmy Garoppolo's true career was going to start in San Francisco. He had, obviously you're on a Super Bowl team in New England, but the launch of your career is in San Francisco. And I guess it did. Good quarterback. A good quarterback with Kyle Shanahan. But once he was away, my goodness. Once he was away from Kyle Shanahan, it didn't look like he belonged in the NFL. But I'm watching Kyler really, really closely this year. And as the chat points out, my man G. Brooklyn Foxy says third act for Kyler might be baseball. Stevie B says the second act of Kyler's career is the last year of the Sacramento A's. That could absolutely be the case too. But I think this is an interesting little story to follow as it pertains to quarterbacks taken at the top of the draft, especially when you consider the Las Vegas Raiders have the number 1 overall pick in the draft, and we know that they're taking a quarterback. It's the final segment of the day. It's the final segment of the week. The victory lap on the way here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. All right. Well, solid point, Soren. Solid point. Oh, thank you, West Sac Kings fan. I appreciate it. Thank you. Man. Goodness gracious. That dead cap money is such a fascinating thing. Oh, man. The dead cap money. And it seems like teams will just be like, yeah, whatever. That's cool. We'll take it. Just get this dude out of here. I'm going to tell y'all something. I agree to do too much damn work. I'm looking at all this stuff I have to do after the show, and it's like, well, I let too many people boss me around. Complex, if you're listening, that's you. Yeah, I hope that's the case. Yeah, I was gonna say if that's not the case, I'm just an idiot. Oh, there we go. Let's get that right there. Boom. All right. One more week, Jesse. We got this.
It's been the best time of my life.
No doubt. 6 o'clock. That's right. All right. Focus. I think I'm going to keep this light off when I'm by myself. I like this little spotlight. Plus, I think it just turned off because I wasn't moving enough. Soren, talk that talk, baby. Talk that talk.
Oh, yeah, G. Brooklyn, we haven't got to that. But would you like to apologize to Luka?
All right, man. All right, okay. We'll start there.
Kenny just yelled at me and jumped me. Man was out of his chair at 7:30 this morning.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, man. Oh, boy, when Kenny gets out of his chair, watch out. Either he's mad or that chair's getting violated.
Kyle's fine, Katrina. But we all agreed once Kyle's back, we're all taking 2 weeks off.
Yeah, Kyle can do all of the shows. We just need to start texting Kyle. Hey, man, we approved.
We've got like 10 shows now.
Some wild shit. Yeah. I guess there was a conversation being had on the jump this morning.
I tried to make it a conversation, and Casey just yelled at me.
I see G. Brooklyn asking Jesse, has D'Lo apologized yet?
51-10-9 from Luka yesterday. That bum and his team are now the 3 seed.
Stop, man. See, stop.
Can never win a title with that guy. 51-10-9. I'm good.
No, man. Don't do that. No one said Luka Doncic is phenomenal. Okay. Maybe to quote.
This is already going much better than it did this morning.
Quote Eric Spoelstra, who I think might have been quoting Conor McGregor. I apologize to absolutely no one as it pertains to Luka Doncic. Where I could be wrong is the Los Angeles Lakers. Now, let's discuss this for a minute. Luka Doncic, and this has never been debated on this show or anywhere else. Luka Doncic has always been a supremely talented offensive player.
Yeah, we were talking about this morning. Casey said it, like Luka ended up being an all-time great talent, things like that.
Oh, no doubt. Like the things that Luka Doncic can do on the basketball floor are often unique to Luka Doncic. What I wonder, though, is in a 7-game series, when a team is strategizing for him, and they will strategize for him. They'll strategize for LeBron. They'll strategize for Austin Reeves, but the scout is Luka Doncic. Knowing what he does or doesn't bring to the defensive end of the floor, can he survive a 7-game series against an elite team? And that's the conversation. It's not regular season success. It's not individual talent. He has all of those things. His individual talent is up there with the SGAs and the Nikola Jokic's and the Giannis Antetokounmpos and the guys we were talking about earlier. Like, he's in that group. Like, he is very, very much in that group. I think what I'm more frustrated about as it pertains to the Los Angeles Lakers is the fact that Luka has that night last night. Austin Reeves has 30. LeBron has 18. And all of a sudden now it's LeBron James sucks and he needs to be the third fiddle on this team. And it's like, that's okay, because LeBron can be the third guy on this team. But this idea, and I think Hoops Hype was the one who wrote the most recent article, that the Los Angeles Lakers or any basketball team is better with LeBron James off the floor is absurd. Specifically this Los Angeles Lakers team, for reasons that we outlined earlier that I'm more than happy to outline again. None of those three players are supremely skilled nor committed on the defensive end of the floor. LeBron is not the defensive player that he once was. Luka was never a defensive player. Austin Reeves is not a defensive player. So what Hoops Hype is failing to tell you, because no one cares when you take Austin Reeves off the floor. No one clicks that article. Luka Doncic has been beat up so much in the last 2 years, there's no conversation to be had about what Luka Doncic can or can't do on the defensive end. So you have to take the guy who is one of, at the very least, the two greatest players to ever play the game. You have to put his name in the article, and you have to tell everybody in 2026, at the age of 40, despite the fact he's like 22, 7-6 or something like that, you have to tell everybody he sucks, and the Lakers would be better off without him. Here's what happens when you take LeBron James off the floor. The team gets better defensively because you're inserting a player who is better defensively and doesn't require the ball on the offensive end. He could focus on defense, and that allows Austin Reeves and Luka Doncic to do whatever they want to do on the offensive end. And truth be told, it allows them to do whatever they want to do, which is normally nothing, on the defensive end. But the reality of the Hoops Hype piece and the reality of any conversation like this involving LeBron James is you can change LeBron's name to Austin Reeves and the stat is going to be nearly identical. You can change Austin Reeves' name to Luka Doncic and take him out of the lineup and insert that same said defensive player that we were talking about who came in for LeBron James, and it would be exactly the same. But only one of those guys is going to do numbers for your articles. Only one of those guys is going to cause someone like me to have a discussion about this. And my guess is when a 7-game series gets here, unless there's an injury in play, those three guys are going to start and play every game, and they're going to have to make their defensive adjustments otherwise. And that's why I don't think the Los Angeles Lakers will be championship successful in the playoffs. They're not better than Oklahoma City. I do not see a single route. And clip this because I don't think I've ever been wrong in life, but maybe this is the first time. That's tongue in cheek for those who are new to the show. I'm wrong all of the time. And maybe this is the latest. I do not see a way that the Los Angeles Lakers can beat the Oklahoma City Thunder. And that's what we talk about with the Lakers. That was the conversation about Luka Doncic. There was no conversation about whether Luka Doncic is a generational player. There is no conversation about whether Luka Doncic is a supremely talented offensive player. There is no question about Luka Doncic's ability on the offensive end. It is just whether the Los Angeles Lakers with Luka Doncic can win the NBA championship.
I think this year, though, it's a little unfair to Luka because I don't think the team is good enough. I don't think the guys around him are good enough. LeBron, at this point in his career, I don't think is a 2 on a title team.
Is Austin Reeves?
I'm not sure he's a 2 either. He can score, but I'm not sure he can do everything that you need from a number 2. Luka's fine and all that, but I just don't think the Lakers have the team, I guess, for him to go far. Like, if they were to get to the second round and get that out of this Lakers team this year, I'd be like, yeah, it's a pretty decent job.
Is there an ideal player to play with Luka Doncic where you go, that's a championship duo? That right there, you put the right team around him, all the other pieces fall into it, but that duo right there is a championship duo. Because I have one in mind.
I point to the Mavs and just kind of how they built around him with Kyrie and those guys. Like, I'm not sure if Kyrie's the exact player. You always need that exact type of prototype or whatever, but there is instances where it works. And yes, the Celtics series was awful. But again, I point to the fact Celtics were historically great numbers-wise that year. They were beating up on anybody. And yes, Luka's defense was horrible, but I mean, if you play an Eastern Conference team that's a little bit more leveled to you rather than, the Celtics have this crazy point differential since the 86 team. It's like, it's gonna be tough.
Dallas did a lot at that trade deadline to get significantly better than they were defensively, to get significantly better defensively than they were. But the player that I'm thinking about, because of the way that he plays on the offensive end and how good he still is, because he is still very good on the defensive end. He was once great. Maybe he is great, and I'm just not paying close enough attention. But it's Kawhi Leonard. Kawhi Leonard is the guy who I could see like that duo working. Because they're different offensively and very different defensively. And maybe Jesse's right. Maybe it's just a matter of this Los Angeles Lakers team just being not good enough, and that's not necessarily fair to Luka Doncic. And maybe there was too much hyperbole in the thought that, no, this Los Angeles Lakers team isn't a championship contender. This Los Angeles Lakers team can't win a championship, perhaps a Luka Doncic-led team can. I feel like Luka has a lot of shortcomings, and it is possible to build a perfect team around a player's shortcomings. That can happen. And Rob Pelinka is going to have to do that, I think.
Nice. So apology accepted.
That was not an apology. That was perhaps a clarification for those in the media who have all of these radio shows now and responsibilities and like to misrepresent what was said.
Who does that?
Maybe I'm wrong, but I see
the argument, but I feel like it's harsh just to write them off at this point.
To write off a championship.
Yes.
I hear you. I guess if you took SGA off of the Oklahoma City Thunder and put Luka Doncic on it, they can win a championship.
Yeah, I think so.
That team is loaded with defensive players.
What do you think the Cleveland Cavaliers are looking like if they have Luka Doncic compared to Donovan Mitchell? About the same? Or does he elevate that?
If he elevates them, he elevates them a little bit.
Okay. And you and Kenny are pretty high on the Cavs as is, so.
I like the Cavs. I think I like Donovan Mitchell more than you do. I might like Donovan Mitchell more than most. I really like Donovan Mitchell. What if you added Luka to the Spurs? Could that work? Because you've got Wemby. I mean, obviously, you'd have to remove, whether it's De'Aaron. You'd have to remove.
If you remove De'Aaron, I think it works.
You have to remove a few things to make that work. But if you put Luka there, is that a championship team? Maybe it was too harsh. I'll take this. Maybe it was too harsh to say Luka Doncic can't win a championship. But I'll say this: the 51-point performance last night didn't move me because I know Luka Doncic is capable of that. There's never been a question about what Luka Doncic is capable of doing offensively. He is spectacular on the offensive end. He can at times. You know what? We started this whole show talking about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and how I think he gets an unfair rap because officials are bad. I should have looked up Luka's free throws because there have been similar complaints about Luka Doncic and how often he goes to the free throw line. This is fascinating. Oh, okay. No. I got this. Hold on. Let me get this. Free throw attempts. There we go. The most free throw attempts Luka Doncic has had in his career, that 22-23 season, he shot 10.5. He led the league is he leading the league this year? It looks like he's leading the league this year at 10.2 attempts. Those are the only 2 seasons where Luka Doncic has averaged 10-plus free throw attempts a game. He's been above 8 4 years, and that's kind of the barometer I was using for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander earlier. Because ultimately, I believe Shai is judged unfairly because officials are bad at their job. And maybe that's harsh, but they are. They're the ones who fall for this. And when Mike Brown says something about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, he's really saying something about the officials. When Steve Kerr says something about SGA, he's really saying something about the officials. Jaylen Brown can be frustrated all he wants to. It was a fantastic game last night. Both teams, missing some marquee players. Obviously, Tatum didn't play last night, but that was a terrific game between those two. Jaylen Brown was frustrated at the way that the game was officiated. And it always gets drawn back to SGA. And to take this whole 4-hour show full circle, it's not SGA's fault that officials are bad. And maybe I need to have a reckoning with myself because maybe I was too hard on James Harden. I did not enjoy that run that James Harden had. But maybe that was unfair to him because it wasn't his fault. They changed rules because of James Harden. They created rules because of James Harden. I just don't think they're universally enforced. And that's what I think frustrates fans, coaches, media, and players more than anyone is when the game isn't officiated in a universal way. And SGA is, I think, fans, coaches, media, and players believe that SGA is officiated different. And it's finding a talking point and harping on it. Like tanking. We've talked about this so many times, how one article turns into 2 podcasts, 2 podcasts turn into 10 podcasts, 10 podcasts turns into 50 radio shows. And all of a sudden, everybody's talking about the same exact thing. Officiating, tanking, aspiration and planting trees. LaMelo Ball, Trae Young. And now SGA and the way that he scores his points. Nothing should, or great most recent example, Bam Adebayo. There's nothing in SGA's game that should take away from, 1, how great of a player he is, period, full stop, 2, this incredible streak that it hasn't culminated. Obviously, it's continuing, but breaking the record last night, that's pretty cool. Like it's a 63-year-old achievement. It's a 63-year-old mark that he eclipsed last night. I wish SGA, in terms of like a face of the league conversation, showed a little bit more excitement, but that's just not him. And I can't ask him to be something that he's not. It looks like SGA has, let me rephrase that. I feel like SGA has like an incredible competitive spirit. He just doesn't show it the way that the likes of Jordan and Kobe did. And those are things sometimes you look for because you equate that to passion. I'm sure Nikola Jokic has an incredible competitive spirit. And while I get my jokes off about Nikola Jokic and his horses, I'm sure he is very passionate about the game of basketball. You can't be this good accidentally. He's passionate about the game of basketball. He just doesn't show it. And we're always rushing. This has been a conversation for years now. We're rushing to usher, LeBron and Steph and KD, who's those three guys very much, like it or not, are the face of the league. Faces of the league. We're trying to usher them out and find out who's next. Could it be SGA? Could it be Anthony Edwards? Could it be Victor Wembanyama? Could it be Luka Doncic? Maybe it's all of them. I mean, each of them has a unique characteristic that would make them a great argument for that. Luka Doncic, his offensive talent, like the incredible highlights that he has, like that's the making of a player like this. I don't think I don't think this role is for him, just like I don't think it's for Anthony Edwards. Anthony Edwards, he has some strange history in his past. He also tends to bark at President Obama, which you could consider that's fun, that's charming. You could also say, I don't know that we really want him. If you're the NBA and you're going out to sell yourselves to TV partners, are you bringing Anthony Edwards with you? Hey, man, we got to go close this deal with NBC. It's worth $1 trillion. Who we want to bring with us? Is anyone going, go get Ant-Man? No, probably not. But do they say go get SGA? Do they say go get Victor Wembanyama? Probably not. They probably say go get Steph Curry or LeBron James. And here's the cold reality. Hey, Adam, those guys don't play anymore. So what? Go get them anyways. Because they could retire and still be the face of the league. Shoot, you could make an argument Michael Jordan's the face of the league. There are few logos more prevalent than that one. That legacy, believe it or not, the legacy of that brand and that apparel will long outlive everything he did on the basketball floor. I mean, there's probably an argument it already has. I enjoyed that conversation about SGA. I've really turned the corner on him. Great basketball player. Deserves all of the credit in the world for that streak that he broke last night, for that record that he broke last night. I mentioned this earlier. Everybody enjoy today. Today, no, I take that back. It's actually tomorrow. Tomorrow, Saturday, March 14th, will be the very last day that everyone does not become a massive college basketball expert. By the time we are back here on Monday morning with the Jump, everyone is going to be an expert. Brackets, I got this team doing this and this player doing this. I got this and that. Everybody knows everything come Monday morning. So brace yourself for that. And low key for us here in Sacramento, don't miss what I think will be a really historic moment for our city and for the Golden One Center. I know everyone's amped up for Selection Show Monday, and I am too, but not for the men. The regionals are coming through the Golden One Center. Final four teams are going to be determined right here in Sacramento, and I can't wait to find out who those teams are. There's a very easy belief that UCLA is going to be in the Sacramento region. There seems to be a belief that with winning the ACC tournament, that Duke is perhaps moved up from a 3 to a high 2, and that's going to ultimately keep them out of Sacramento. But I have seen on a number of different brackets South Carolina being in Sacramento's region. Like some of the biggest programs in women's college basketball will be playing for a shot at the Final Four at the Golden One Center. That is incredibly exciting to me. We've had the NCAA tournament in Sacramento before, but I don't think we haven't ever had Final Four teams determined here in Sacramento. So when Selection Sunday rolls around, I can't wait to find out who will be playing here in Sacramento. Speaking of women's basketball, I don't know how many caught this. Holly Rowe had a massive Twitter mishap yesterday. She tweeted something about a collective bargaining agreement negotiations between the WNBA and the Players Association, but it appears that she just copy and pasted the text that she got with a full note that this is on background. We're close to a deal. Like, she literally copy and pasted the text that made it clear that the person who sent her that was from the league. And the crazier part about it is she left the tweet up for almost an hour before deleting it. It was almost like she posted it, put her phone down, walked away, and had no idea that she certainly didn't out her source. She just outed the side that she was being fed information from. But if there is anything to that message, we could be pretty close to a resolution in the WNBA CBA negotiations, which was obviously a big talking point on the show on Tuesday when Trista Crick joined us, which she'll do that next week. We're going to run this back one more time. Jesse Tapia is going to be with Kenny Caraway over on The Jump in the morning on Monday morning at 7 a.m. So make sure you are locked in here. Have a fantastic weekend, and we will see you back here Monday morning at 7 a.m. on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Thank you. Very good. Very, very good. I'm not sure. I don't know. If he doesn't, I'm sure he will. Well, there we go. I appreciate that. Yes, indeed. Appreciate you guys. Where's the one I was looking for? Vamos weekend. There you go. Have a great weekend, everybody. Let's do this again Monday. Thank you, guys. We'll see you Monday.